Yes, you two, please take your time. There we go. We're live. Whoa, we did it.
Hello.
Epic gamer
good
moments
morning.
or something.
Bye,
Yeah,
chat. We'll
well,
see you
this
tomorrow.
This is a gaming episode, so yeah, it was an epic gamer moment
It is.
that's just begun.
We're having a massive gamer moment right now.
I'm gonna game.
We didn't say any N-words.
I'm
so.
such a gamer, dude.
Oh. Well, there's still time to say the N words.
Oh god. Oh boy. This is the last Forge episode. We ruined it right before the 100 mark, so that's sad.
I mean, we didn't want the 100 mark anyway.
That's true.
Too much metal.
I did. That's
Whoa.
a good number.
Mark is undermining the lore I have built that everyone hates metal.
That sounds
Okay.
like headcanon to me. Keep talking. I'm putting out that tweet.
Okay.
Can I share some good news?
Of course you can.
I saw Suicide Squad. And
That's not good
lost...
news.
Oh no, wait. I saw
The
it
movie?
lost WB $200 million. The game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they deserve
I
it.
don't. Yeah, they deserve it totally. Yeah, and it's not gonna get a follow up. I think they won't even get updates. They're just gonna drop the game. I
Oh,
think,
good. So
rather
we'll never see the finished product ever, because there was very much built upon the seasons coming out and beating up all these bosses over and over again. 12 of them.
Oh no, not the same Brainiac with the same recolored, reskinned Justice League member. Oh no.
Wait, are you
here we
telling
go
me you
again.
didn't love the Brainiac fight at the end?
Oh, oh, but of
Oh my
course I
God.
did.
So, I'm currently working on a pretty big video on Suicide Squad. It's going to be about an hour long, I think. And I have a lot
Nice.
to say about that game because you know what? There was a few moments of genuine enjoyment when I played it. I'd say like maybe 2 to 3% of the game was genuinely fun.
I think I can agree with you. Like the moment to moment gameplay, right? But on the whole,
Oh no,
it's just,
I
like,
hated that shit.
obnoxious. Oh,
I hated
When-
most of the game. No, like here's
What
the
do
thing.
you
Everyone
mean,
was
then?
everyone was ragging on the story, right?
Yeah.
But man, the first time you actually fight the Flash, they do a pretty good job at building up the David and Goliath situation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, there's actually some weight to this. But then every single fight against the Justice League members is the exact same fight mechanically. You just counter shot them, then shoot them. It's like,
Oh,
oh,
you know,
okay.
I'm gonna add something to that, Dev, because it's like every other fucking mechanic in the game doesn't matter. Like the affliction grenades, the suicide strike, the area of effect attack. It doesn't matter when you're fighting against the boss. So what really matters at the end is the stat of your gun, how much damage it does, and your ability to shoot something that's moving fast at a far away angle at the right time when it's countering. That's all the boss fights boil down to.
Yep.
It's so frustrating. It's so annoying.
Because-
Like,
Here's the thing. Like, when we were playing the game on stream, there was a lot of shit because it's a pretty shit game, to be honest. Obviously.
yeah.
But you know, those few, there's like that opening third of the game where they build up that nobody gives a shit about the Suicide Squad. Like all the heroes just ignore them. They're in scenes and ignored by the actual main people in the scene. They're like background dressing in their own game. That's kind of funny. I can get with that a little bit. And then I think it was Flash versus Green Lantern, and then Wonder Woman versus Superman. And both of those scenes, the Suicide Squad is just like incidentally there, right? They are background props. And then there's this kind of sneak up from behind moment where everyone's planning to kill the Flash. And so they go through this whole. Well, first of all, they actually establish that they're willing to do violence on the level of something like The Boys in this game because they have the Flash pull out Lex Luthor's heart. It's like, oh, you can just kill humans instantly, and there's just a massive gap of power between regular people with like regular street thugs with guns and superheroes, and you have no chance of beating these guys. So it does appropriately build up the David and Goliath situation such that when you finally fight the Flash, there's some real tension there. It's like, oh, you can actually write like a decent story that actually makes people care. I was surprised. I thought this game was just complete shit. but then it was mostly shit anyway. because then after that, after you kill the Flash, every single other fight works the exact same way. It's counter shot shoot. And it's the same technobabble nonsense. It's like, oh, okay, this is how you're gonna do it every single time.
Dev, did you also like the fact that the game goes out of its way to keep the Suicide Squad alive? Did you like that fact also? Did you notice that?
Hi, I'm the Green Lantern. I'm gonna show you around. Look, there's monsters, and there, and there. Oh, the Flash could save us now. Okay.
Hi,
in the beginning.
Hi, I'm Batman. I've killed every other fucking cop in this building, but you guys, the guys I actually really hate. Nah, I'm gonna toy around with you for a bit before actually trying to kill any one of you. So.
I agree with you on that, Weekend Warrior. The first example, though, Metal, I think that actually makes sense because that's early on when they just are not. They don't even recognize the Suicide Squad as dangerous. They don't even have them on their radar. So I kind of like that. It kind of played into the whole we are losers theme of the game. I didn't mind that. It's just that basically as the story progressed and it became basically the Suicide Squad actually got on the radar of Brainiac. That's when they should have just went and killed them.
Yeah.
It just didn't make any sense at that point for them to continue to be ignored.
But Dev, that would mean there would be no game.
I wouldn't mind that.
We'd shooty looty
Because
game.
apparently at the end, Brainiac could have at any time teleported these fucks on top of his ship, and he just doesn't, right? And then after that, they get away, and he doesn't do it again. It's so stupid.
That game was.
I've got a lot to say about Suicide Squad because
I feel you, man. I feel you.
if it was not an online game, and not an Arkham game, it was just like its own continuity, and also it was made in, let's say, a different time politically when we weren't constantly just tearing down heroes left and right. It could probably be a decent story.
Oh, you could do something with that 100%.
Yeah.
With people that could write stories better and make better games. And
make a fun game because the game itself wasn't fun at all.
Yeah. So yeah.
If you see the dev interviews, they really thought they had like they were, or at least they were selling that they were making some sort of groundbreaking looter shooter game by the vertical traversal mechanics. It's so stupid.
Oh god.
That's your biggest selling point? How they travel around the fucking map, and it feels the same for every fucking character. It's so stupid. Oh my god.
I thought that was like kind of weird because they were like being like, "Oh yeah, they're so different," but ultimately you're just flying across the map. It's not like anyone does anything different than anyone else, which is weird for a co-op game.
Do you know how devoid of talent these people are? They made everyone have access to the same ultimate and not give everyone a unique ultimate. That is so stupid. Fucking Destiny 2 got that right. Oh my god.
I played a lot of Borderlands 2 back in the day. And
Borderlands 2. Yeah, also.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. The characters mostly played the same in Borderlands 2. They had different abilities, and you could definitely customize them to an extent, but they were more similar than different. It's not like a class in an MMO or something where they're drastically different, right? But I don't know. I just don't know how it's going to work out for them because, like you said, they lost $200 million. They've already done dev work on 3 more characters after the Joker. So, either they put that shit out and try to get some money out of it, or alternatively, they just give up and just waste all that money. Like there's no way out of them.
It's kind of interesting to see what they do if they drop it, if they actually go through the effort and make it playable offline. But they probably don't care about that.
I don't think.
Yeah, another thing they said, the first patch they released, the first major patch on March, should have had single player offline, and it's still not available right now. So.
Did you see the rumor that they're basically just going to shut down the game in 2025?
That would be 2025. Make that end of this year.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they put another month into it with its player count right now.
What all these? All 100 of those players
that
are still playing. They need those updates, man.
All the 99 players of this fucking game.
Fucking hell, man.
Dude, I remember when I was streaming that game. And I had like one singular person that not only popped up in my stream, but also in Mauler's stream and other people's stream. They're like, "What are you talking about? This game is super awesome and fun." It's like, why do you keep popping up everywhere? I've seen your name everywhere now, and everyone gave
Wait,
you.
when did that happen?
Oh, there was like I don't remember who it was. I don't remember the name, but there was like one singular person who kept defending the game, saying we were
The same
unfair
guy?
to it. Yeah, the same person on my stream,
Yeah.
Mauler's stream, maybe even on Mark's stream. I don't know. I don't wait, but did you even
Oh,
stream it?
I
I don't
didn't
remember.
play it, so no, it definitely wasn't mine. I didn't play it once. But
Lucky you.
the thing I just shared in the Discord is a game called Spine, and it actually looks like it has combat that's more like Arkham, with a character who kind of looks like Harley Quinn and guns. And the result of it is kind of almost like a John Wick type deal, where like it's the same thing where you have the counter sort of spidey sense thing above people's heads that you then hit a
Oh, nice.
reversal, but instead of just punching them, she'll do some sort of like hurricanrana and then shoot the guy in the head. And
Yeah, I think I've
it's
seen
like they
that
could
game
have done
around.
that, but
Yeah.
instead they're like, no, let's make it a you run really fast and fly around the city shooter. It's like, why? You guys are the Arkham people. Like, what? If you wanted to make Suicide Squad but Arkham, why not still have it kind of be an Arkham game? You know, like that's what you're good at.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, apparently all the Arkham people, like the original ones, left. So
Yeah.
maybe
Oh yeah, of course.
everyone who's there.
they
just-
all left, but they still have like I don't know 30 not developers, like writers and everything. I think I saw a picture at some point. It was like, oh, first Arkham game, 2 writers, and then it was like 4, 5, 10, 30. It's like, what the hell?
I saw that picture and there was like a collage of people.
Yeah.
And no, it was a collage of tweets where they're like, "We're making the most inclusive, diverse game company." And it's like, oh,
Oh,
how did that work out for you?
Are you also making good games,
did that
or
work
are we
out?
stopping there?
Did the original guys leave because the premise is, you know what, the Arkham universe, we're just gonna kill all the heroes there, and they were like, nope, fuck this shit, I'm out.
I think it was just creative differences, like not
Oh.
necessarily that, but probably trying to push the live service
Maybe-
thing. Probably pissed off a lot of
Mhm.
Or maybe they wanted to make like an action game and they instead decided to make Fortnite where you kill Batman.
This is, excuse me, sir, this is an insult to Fortnite. Where is the building mode in this fucking game?
So, I recall maybe a year ago, okay, there was some retard industry analyst who was like, listen, you can't make single player games anymore. No one wants to play them anymore. You got to make always online games as a service slop and shovel it down everyone's fucking throats.
Mhm.
And it turns out that when you do that with Suicide Squad, no one wants to play it. And when you do that with Stellar Blade, everyone wants to play it.
Yeah.
People
Oh,
still
Stellar-
actually like single player
Stellar
games.
Blade,
that-
God of War,
That is such a fucking nice segue
Tears-
to the actual
yeah.
topic.
Tears of the Kingdom,
You're welcome.
Elden Ring, all of those.
Someone had to do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate, like
Baldur's
there's
Gate.
been a
Baldur's
lot
Gate,
of
hell yeah.
yeah. I mean, I know Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year last year. My bet was Tears of the Kingdom, but they're both incredible 2023
Yeah.
games.
I still haven't finished Baldur's
And-
Gate 3.
And like,
Same.
there's so many good, solid single player experiences that
Yeah.
I don't get this. You must pursue a Fortnite clone. It's the same nonsense as like remember 20 years ago or 15 years ago, everyone was making World of Warcraft killers,
Yeah.
and none of them
Yeah.
fucking
None of them.
went anywhere. Yeah, it's
Final
the same
Fantasy
thing. Like,
14 eventually after
Yeah.
totally failing and getting entirely rebooted after being out for a year.
Well, I think
Right.
what happens is like when companies or like dev studios, right, focus on trying to be the next X, Y, or Z, they kind of miss making their game like neat, right? And then like when you don't focus on that and you just make a game that you want to make, you sometimes end up being the the thing that kills the popular thing,
hmm
right?
Yeah.
Like
I think-
we talk about single player games like or I guess MMOs or whatever. Just like Halo, right? Halo
Mhm.
basically killed itself with 343. But then you have Helldivers, which went through its controversy. But before that, it was basically the replacement for Halo, right? Everyone
Yeah.
who had an Xbox left, they were like, "We want to play this game. Like, why are we stuck with our shitty Halo thing?" While PlayStation and PC, they get the cool game.
Yeah.
And it's like the developers, they weren't going out of their way to make a Halo killer. They were just making a game that they thought would be fun. And
yeah, there's
And
there's
the
like
Halo, in retrospect, the Halo killer turned out to be Call of Duty 4. Like that's kind of what got the mainstream multiplayer shooter audience to stop thinking of Halo as the go-to game and start thinking of Call of Duty instead.
Yeah, I
Not saying
suppose,
that's a good thing, but I do think that's what happened.
Well, I guess I meant more just the sci-fi shooter thing, not just the big shooter flame. But
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
by the
I
way,
think I
just
agree.
for chat, I did say that Mauler maybe wanted to join, but then he had to go and make a stupid Fallout video and didn't play the game, so no, he can't join us.
I actually asked him. I was like, "Are you actually joining us?" He's like, "I don't think I can beat the game in time, dude."
Oh yeah, he's
I-
he's just past the first shooty only section. Like he played like
Yep.
3 times.
Yeah. Oh well.
That's
Oh, I
what
hate
he
the
does.
Oh
Just so
my
he has.
god, I fucking.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I hate the shooty section. The first shooty
Yeah.
section.
Oh god, there's 2. Yeah. They
There's
suck.
2.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he's not that far
Yes.
in. Shit. Okay, yeah, you
Oh
gotta do
my
it again.
God.
Oopsie.
I don't understand
So-
why there's not gyro controls for the shooting in this
I
game. We
said
can
the
get to
same
that,
thing
but-
immediately when I got there. But
Like,
yeah.
the shooting is
D-
so
does-
bad.
Does the
Is it?
PS5 have the same like aim with the controller thing that the Switch controller does?
Yeah, they have the
yeah, it
gyro
does.
thing, but for some reason it's
Okay.
not in Stellar Blade. Like every other game with
Yeah,
shooting things has
That's
it.
strange. Yeah, that's strange
I always
because I know like in Zelda it actually works pretty well. Like
Yeah.
you have like micro adjustments just by moving your hands a bit, but you like line up the shot with the sticks. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I
Mhm.
normally do when I have to do clown sticks and shooting stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Really?
gyro aim, good.
I genuinely
It makes playing games like Quake, like really fast old school first-person shooters on a controller, much more viable too, because you can be a lot more precise.
that's interesting. Because I hate gyro controls. I feel like the exact opposite. Like, I feel like I have no control. I'm like, I'd rather just have the sticks.
I think it's if,
You don't like-
if you're so used to just doing only sticks and you're pretty good at it, it just probably fucks with your aim a lot. For me,
Yeah.
it's like I just
Yeah,
want to
maybe.
get kinda to the place with the weird auto aim that they have, and then just kind of do some micro adjustments with my hands, and then I can like pew pew pew.
Yeah.
I'm telling you though, like
I think they basically refined they refined it basically because I know for a while, like if you go all the way back to the N64 days, it was only stick, right? Because you had it was
It's
GoldenEye,
single
you're like
stick,
aiming
too.
around, and it's like and then you had like Metroid Prime on the GameCube, and it's just stick. It's like
also single
and it-
stick.
like single stick aiming kind of sucked, and frankly, dual stick aiming wasn't that much better. And I remember back then you had guys in PC saying, "Listen, if you want to play first person shooters, play them on PC." And then with Wii, actually, I think like the Wiimote pointing in like Resident Evil 4 was probably was incredible in Resident Evil 4. I remember that being really really good.
Okay.
But basically, I think we got to a point where when you do the basic lineup of the shot with your 2 thumbsticks, and then you just micro adjust just with slight hand
Yeah.
movements using the controller, like that's probably the ideal way to do shooting, I think, because
Yeah,
you have the what's the word I'm looking for? You have the very minute level of control that you need to line up a precise shot, but you also without having to like fumble with thumbsticks, but also you're still using a controller, right? So I think it's
Yeah,
actually
because-
pretty good.
You have the stick for your more like macro level manipulations of the camera, and the gyro
Yep.
for the micro level ones, and it does work quite well. It's why first person shooters on Steam Deck and Switch are actually quite good. Like playing in handheld mode, I mean. Actually, I think it makes it a bit better that way because
Wait,
the
really?
Well, yeah, because the screen is kind of moving, like your perspective is moving with the. Like, it almost seems like you're aiming an actual thing because
I mean,
you're
I
moving the
get it, but
display
I don't-
itself.
I don't like the feeling of the screen moving while I'm trying to aim. I just
But well,
mean,
no, it's not. And actually, Steam Deck's got an interesting thing where you can set the gyro controls to only activate when you've got your finger on a certain button, like over the left stick or over the right stick or on one of the triggers, and that turns the gyro on so that it's only on when you want it to be on.
well, yeah, sure, but like when you turn the controller, you're still turning the device that has the screen on it, so the screen always moves anyway. I never like that. Like even going back to like the 3DS, like if you're playing a Zelda game on the 3DS and they make you use gyro controls to aim, it's like it's fucking abysmal.
Wasn't that the
well,
weird part
yeah,
when
no,
you
I'm-
when you had to use it for those puzzles in Breath of the Wild, like the ball puzzles, and then
Yeah,
and then you couldn't see where you actually would go with the ball anymore when you moved it.
Yeah, I think
that
just in
was-
general, I just don't play Switch out of the dock, so I'm always like on the couch, you know.
Oh yeah, I mostly do too, but the couple of times you can actually kind of break the puzzles by just turning the thing upside down. Like I think at some point I just got the ball on the backside of the platform and just went.
Oh, like the
and
maze,
just
yeah,
used
the
it
ball
on
maze,
the other side. Yeah, just used it the other side that has no maze on it and got the ball on there somehow. That was kind of funny.
Those puzzles were a pain in the ass playing Breath of the Wild on an emulator. I'll tell you that much. Because I was
I bet,
using a
yeah.
Oh my
mouse
God.
I was
You
using
played
a
on an
mouse to
emulator?
simulate the gyro controls. Yeah, the 4K 60 FPS Breath of the Wild is the thing, and it's really awesome. But the gyro puzzles suck. At least
Oh,
unless
no.
you, I think you can do things like connect a phone to it and then use that as the gyroscope. But I
Don't
didn't get
tell-
that deep into it at the time.
Don't
Yes,
tell
like-
Nintendo. Don't tell Nintendo that you're emulating it. You'll shut you down.
Oh no!
They're gonna
Oh,
send
no.
the Nintendo
They said
SS
the
to you,
Nintendo-
and then they're gonna
Well,
kill you.
that video is on Geeks and Gamers channel. So sorry, Jeremy.
So now that we absolutely destroyed Dev's segue to Stellar Blade, should we talk about Stellar Blade?
Yeah, it
Alright,
needs
so-
gyro controls for its
sure.
terrible shooting.
Yeah, that's what it was. So, I mean, I've like played it off stream, and I did like some handoff with Dave when I played it on stream.
Mhm.
I think Dave played it more than me, but I have played through it.
Nice.
And you guys have all beaten it, right?
Oh yeah.
I
have
Yep,
all
I had
beaten it
just
all
finished-
on stream.
I finished Taki, so I'm still at that point.
Yeah. So,
Oh my God, you're like halfway through it.
Yeah, we can
Get outta
probably
here.
get
Halfway? Oh my
massive
God.
Well,
spoilers.
I mean, he has
Uh,
the desert and the spire. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just do
So-
main stuff, it's not that long, but I did all the side stuff.
He
and
does
that's
have one
Yeah,
open
but-
area, I suppose.
Yeah,
so
but,
that's...
spoilers for chat. Apparently, there's this like bar on top, right? The relationship meter with the other Artemis with Lily Artemis that you have to fill up,
Lily, yeah.
or else something bad happens. So I want to fill that up before I finish the game. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I have thoughts on that.
So
meter.
should we just do a little?
how much are we spoiling, real quick?
I mean,
Oh,
I'm going to do like a full story breakdown, basically.
We can
Just
save
fucking
that
spoil
for
me,
later,
yeah.
though.
Yeah.
We
You
can
can
save
just-
the story breakdown for later if you want, though. We can talk about.
I mean, we're not
gameplay
starting with
stuff
the
first.
story. We kind of I'm kind of going like in a chronological order, I guess. I don't know. But let's just.
Where do you want to start?
I mean, let's just start like the the classic. Let's do like a little. What you guys think about the game? Like everyone gives like a little blurb. The good old classic. I guess we start with Weekend, and you're just gonna tell us what you thought of the game so far.
I like the combat. I have some nitpicks about it. Like, for the most part, I think it's more like a Sekiro, Dark Souls type of game where you have to parry. But Sony markets it as a character action game. It's not really like that, because like if you look at the Play Store, the other games that it's recommending are like Devil May Cry 5. It's not like Devil May Cry 5.
Bayonetta.
Bayonet. It's not like that. I think the parry, you can't parry as quickly, or you can't really cancel your attacks into a next move that quickly. It's more deliberate. That's why I think it's more like a Sekiro game. Having said that, I think it's fun. The combat's pretty good. What I don't like is that they tie the guard button and one of the executable moves to the dodge, because you can press, I think, X to dodge, but when you block and you press the dodge button, your character does a move to do that instead of dodging after blocking. So what you do is you just don't learn the skill for the dodge button, but that leaves you out of the shield breaker skill, I think, which is a pretty good skill for certain enemies. But
Oh yeah.
I think the L1 triangle is such a good move. That's the first thing I maxed out, and then I maxed out the two wave thing after that.
Oh really? Yeah. See, that's the one I still haven't even maxed out.
That's pretty
In New
good.
Game
Yeah,
Plus,
because
the wave,
it's-
I never used that one.
it's
Oh,
pretty
it's
quick. It's quick.
it's
That's why I
kinda-
use it.
I think it's kind of broken on New Game Plus when you max it out, but it knocks down,
Yeah, it's pretty good.
so you can yeah.
Yeah,
so does
and the items are pretty fun to use sometimes. Like there's this grenade that just knocks down bosses.
Yeah,
So
it's
when
great.
they do shit to me, I just press down and they go away.
I haven't used any of those
Give me some-
items in all of my
Give me some time
playthroughs.
to breathe.
Oh,
Yeah,
the stun bomb's good.
Yeah, I think
That
you
one's pretty
can
awesome.
play through the game without using any items. That's the
Right.
funny thing. I think the game gives you enough customization to do that because of the exoskeletons. The current loadout I have is the one that gives you perfect parry easier, perfect dodge easier.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I've been using the whole time
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
I have the
So
Mark
that's pretty
II
good.
one now.
Oh, nice. So story wise, it's I think where we're going with this. Adam does not like God, so he's gonna fight against the God figure, which is the Mother Sphere. I'm like, bro, like it's so fucking obvious. Eve, Adam, like, come on, bro. I get it. I get what you're gonna do with this.
Hold on, let's save the story for a bit later. Let's save the story for a bit
Okay,
later.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. That's just my guess. That's not like me, spoiling the game or anything. That's just the game telegraphing how obvious the fucking characters are.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So
Right.
I also can I ask something with
No.
the panel here? Okay.
I don't like questions.
Yeah.
I ban people who ask questions.
if you can ask something again, I'm gonna ban you.
So like is there, like, I keep seeing like the lore bits, right? There are Eve protocols. Is this like, is there more than one Eve? Is there like are we gonna fight another Eve or some shit?
It's
Just
complicated.
wait.
I mean,
Okay,
we'll get
okay.
it,
So
I'll bring it up in the
that-
story bit.
Okay.
It's
I mean, it's like it's pretty obvious, but I mean, like, the game tells you almost. I'm just confirming it with everyone here. So that's it, I guess. I
Okay.
like the combat. The story's pretty. I think it's kind of okay. But I think the combat really carries it for me. That's it.
all right. Def, what about you? You mute.
If we're just talking about gameplay,
No,
I
just
kind of realized.
No, oh, okay,
what,
go ahead.
what?
No, go
Well,
ahead.
we're not talking about story, right? No story.
Oh,
Story
you
later?
can just
It's
your
a
general-
little
general
blurb, like a
thoughts
little
about
summary of your
everything.
thoughts.
Okay, TLDR. Yes, the story does seem to be just like a worse Nier, but I'm actually okay with that. All right, compared to all the other slop we've seen come out of AAA in the past like 5 years, I will take a ripoff of a better game that is still at least sincere about what it's saying over garbage like Suicide Squad. I'll take it. All right, we are at that point where I will settle for this. In terms of the gameplay, I actually thought it felt the most like Jedi Fallen Order. If you guys played that game,
I haven't played that one, no.
Maybe a
No,
little.
played
It's
a little
bit
bit.
tighter.
I have.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll play it now because
I haven't
Criticisms.
played Survivor. Though.
like
I've not
that,
played
yeah.
the newest one.
Survivor's significantly worse than Fallen Order.
Oh,
Significantly
really?
worse.
I've
than
heard,
Fallen
I've heard
Order.
other people
Yeah.
tell me it's way better.
Here, the gameplay is about on par. The story is so much worse.
Yeah, fair
Like-
enough. Jedi Fallen Order, Christopher Avalon writing on it. I mean, tying into Fallout
yeah.
New Vegas talk.
Yeah. But yeah, basically when I was playing Stellar Blade, I got the Jedi Fallen Order feeling out of it because you had the stagger system, the way that blocking and dodging works, the way that you have like various types of platforming and the wall running. You had areas of the game that are like semi-open world, but they're very clearly cut into like platforming, exploration, treasure finding chunks and combat chunks, but it's still in the same kind of large open space. And then also in between these, you have more corridor like semi-Metroidvania areas where you're like untangling a knot where you walk through and then you like go back around, you open a door to another area and it comes back through the first area, like and then you have like you have the Souls-like camp system. And you even have a little robot buddy that'll follow you around and scan things. Like a lot of it just felt like Jedi Fallen Order, which is fine because Jedi Fallen Order was actually like at least an above average game. And I mean, you're looking at a hotter protagonist the whole time, so it's okay. So like in terms of gameplay, I think that there are some flaws in there for sure, but it is better than average. Considering and which isn't saying much because the average has been very low for a while now in terms of like big hit releases, but it's still better than average, and I still recommend people pick it up. I guess my only serious complaint is that it seems like it should be about double the length that it is, and maybe that's just me being ignorant of game development cycles, or how how games are made, how much money it costs to make a game, but it really feels like so at the start of the game, you land in like the overgrown city, and you play. And that's like your intro area, and you play through that for a few hours, and then you go to Zion, and then you have the first wasteland area open up. So the first open area is the wasteland, and then you do quests in the wasteland. There's side quest also, so it's a good little exploration phase, and then you're sent down into the first, I guess we call it dungeon of the game, because there's like a big rock and there's a woman guarding it. You have to beat her to get in, and when you go down there, it is a shooter only section. Those are kind of annoying. Those are a bit annoying, but it does feel like a more linear kind of shooty dungeon type area, right? And then after you beat that, you get your MacGuffin, you go back to Zion, and then just, okay, now we have the gameplay loop, right? We have open area, find dungeon, complete dungeon, get MacGuffin, go back to Zion, then find the next open area. So you go through these areas, and you get to the desert, right? And the desert is a big open area, and it contains one of these dungeons, and you go in, and it feels like there should be about 2 more of these before the final run of the game, before you hit the point of no return. But after you beat the desert, you just go to the end of the game. It's like, wait, hold on. It feels like there should be more here. You know what I mean? There's only 2 of those dungeons. And it's like, there's only 2? It feels like the game should have 4 or 5. It just feels like the middle third of the game was just left out.
I know what you mean, yeah. I know what you mean. The thing is, I probably didn't realize it because I did all the side quests, so I was like on this game for like a while. But I know what you mean, because because Wasteland and Desert is like kind of similar in terms of looks. So if you're like, oh, probably next is like a more, I don't know, forest area or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like maybe like a larger overgrown city that maybe you platform around, like you parkour through or something. Or maybe like there's so many post-apocalyptic environments they could have done, but they did like Wasteland is like a rocky desert, and the desert is like a sandy desert, and then that's it. It's like, oh, there's not anything else. Okay, yeah, it feels like there should have been more, frankly, in terms of how like. And that sounds like me being a greedy gamer who just wants more for my buck. And yeah, probably. But just in terms of the pace, the flow of the game, the flow of the story, it feels like there should have been a few more areas.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my take.
Cool. Swoll, you're next.
Alrighty. Let me think. Let me start with gameplay. I think the gameplay is more flashy than deep. At first I thought it was kind of deep, but it's it requires skill and you have plenty of options, but at the end of the day I think some options are too powerful. It kind of has the opposite problem than that I have with Sekiro, where I think a lot of the tools in Sekiro are too weak. I think the ones in this game can be too strong. But it's flashy. I really like the defensive options. Like you can perfect dodge anything, but that one has the smallest window. You can deflect anything, and that one's kind of your medium risk option. And then obviously blocking is your safest option, but you take chip damage and you don't, do any damage to the bar. I think that's like actually interesting. It's just the offensive options are a bit shallow, a little bit. Not like shallow. Let me change that. They could have more complexity. Yeah, they're flashy. They can have more complexity, and like they have like half a loop where your defensive options go into your offensive options, but not really the other half of that loop. But as far as gameplay goes, I generally like it. Platforming needs work.
Yeah.
I didn't hate the shooting sections, but I wish there was one, and then you did something else later. Let me think. As far as the world building goes and like level design, I generally like it again, but again, kind of like with Dev, it feels weird that we have valley, rocky desert, we have sandy desert, and then we don't have anything else really. Like the space station's completely different, but there's no flooded city, there's no like overgrown area or anything like that really. I mean, I guess the beginning is kind of the flooded city, but it would have been interesting to have like an actual there is no ground. It's building to building, and you have to do all the platform between the different rooftops.
I guess
I know that's kind
of does that.
Yeah,
but it's
I guess
pretty short.
Yeah, I guess so. It would have been nice to have a area that you could explore with that rather than a dungeon area. And then the actual world building, I like a lot of the little notes. I like some of the little side mission stories. Some of them are piss. And as far as the story goes, I think the story's kind of dog shit. Right? There's like something there, Like, imagine you're an archaeologist and you're digging up a skeleton, and then you find like a femur and like a hip bone and a rib cage. You're like, oh, there's something they could do, but there's so much missing, and there's so much that feels like. I think I told Metal this. It feels like the writers knew what to do, but they didn't know how to do it. Right? Like you'll have emotional scenes where it's like, I didn't get the part that sets this part up. Um, or like there are times where the character's like, "Oh, you're so typical person." It's like I don't remember them doing this before ever. Where's this coming from? And obviously, it has very on the nose Bible allegories. And this game gets compared to Nier a lot. And I reviewed the stories of both Niers. It's a bit more like Nier Replicant, but it still misses the mark by a lot. But I can see the similarities a little bit. So, yeah, I think this game is a neat game. Don't go into it wanting story. And I guess I would be looking forward to a sequel where it's more refined and, bigger, because it does seem like this definitely feels like a studio's first big game. But those are my thoughts.
Cool. I guess Mark is
right.
next. Ugh.
Yeah, so I like this game a lot. I thought it was a ton of fun. I had a whole bunch of fun playing it through the first time, and I played through a good chunk of New Game Plus. In fact, I've got about as far in my New Game Plus hard mode as Weekend Warrior is in the game.
Oh,
and
nice.
and I do think it is not all good. I definitely think that it does have a fair amount of issues. I think the platforming is really not good. I think it could stand to be a hell of a lot better than it is. It seems like watered down Uncharted to me. Like I think more so than even something like Jedi Fallen Order. It's the problem with a lot of. I know this isn't a Sony game, even though it's a PS5 exclusive, but that Sony style of climbing that's kind of been around since even the original God of War games of just set path platforming, and I find it very dull. And so I didn't really like the platforming at all. A lot of people already touched on the points that I would probably bring up about the combat being maybe OP. Like you might be a little bit overpowered in this game, and I think that could be mitigated by just having more bosses and ones that have a little bit more to them. And there's a couple bosses that I think are quite difficult. Actually, I totally messed up by Raven when I got to her towards the end. But I think there's a lot of things this game has going for it that I think would make people not upset if they picked it up and wanted a fun action game to play through. Like I think it is really successful in doing what it primarily sets out to do. The story to me was fine, but sort of had a background noise element to it where I got what was going on. I understood where it was going pretty early, and I was following everything, but it was kind of like a plot that was being told without any characters in a lot of ways. But, I mean, there were characters, but they didn't really have a whole lot to them, it seemed. It seemed like people like Enya had more to them than Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you get a little bit more out of the side characters even than the main people that you're interacting with. So I thought that was a bit underwhelming. I think that, and I think could have been a lot more engaging if the characters themselves were more compelling. But overall, I think it's a pretty good game. Still, like I'd still recommend it, and I'd probably pick it up on PC and play it again.
Oh wow.
So is it worth full price, you guys think?
I mean, I don't know that I almost would never recommend anyone buy a game at full price as far as like, hey, I'm putting my stamp of approval saying this is worth your 110 Canadian dollars at this point.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, it's fucking expensive here.
Yeah, especially because it's a PlayStation exclusive, so you're gonna dish out.
Damn.
But so I would say that as far as deciding whether to pick it up at full price or wait for a sale, mediate that on how much you want to play the game now. And if that's not super bad, then obviously wait. But I think that if you do say, yeah, you know what, I really want to check this game out, it looks really cool to me, I think if you do spend that money, you won't be disappointed. You won't feel like you got scammed, like you might if you bought Suicide Squad.
I think I
Yeah, so see, here's the thing, right? Like there are some games that are worth it just at full price. I think this is one of them. I think like Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was one of them. Breath, Baldur's Gate 3 was one of them. There are some games that like are only worth it on a sale, and there are some games that are just never worth it, right? And
Oh yeah.
like, Suicide Squad is one of those ones that just don't buy, especially if the game's gonna go away in a year. Just don't fucking buy it ever at
I
all.
think it kind of depends on like if you're like a franchise fan. Obviously, this is different because like this game's
Technically,
standalone currently.
it's a new IP, if derivative.
Yeah, but yeah, because like for me, like Dragon's Dogma 2 was worth full price, but I wouldn't recommend that to someone who's like, hey, should I play Dragon's Dogma? I'm like, fuck no, right? Wait for a
no.
sale, especially
Wait-
because
wait.
you know.
Actually,
Sales
I got a
plus
question.
Patches in that sense.
I got a question for all you guys. I got a question for all you guys. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So, how this isn't about Stellar Blade, but it is related to this topic. So I'll go quickly. How did you guys like Starfield, real quick?
I
didn't play
found it
it.
was boring as shit. I streamed it once and then I never touched it. Well, I did play it offline a bit and just fucked around, but I got bored really quick. I think it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
I played
so,
about 30 hours of it. I didn't mind the undercover cop pirate quest line. I thought that was kind of interesting, but I thought the main story was really dull. It never held a consistent 60 FPS on my computer, even at low settings at 1080p, and I have an RTX 3090.
Right.
So,
Right.
think
So
it's-
I was really disappointed with
think
how
it's
it
the-
performed.
I think it's the most dumbed down Bethesda thing they've released, and it sucks. Yeah.
right. So definitely not worth it at full price, obviously.
Yeah.
No, I played it
all
on Game
agree on
Pass, of course.
Okay. So when Walmart was selling Starfield for 3 cents, would you recommend it for 3 cents?
Yeah.
For
3 cents is
preservation,
the
yeah.
price.
Maybe, yeah.
I
You guys
wouldn't.
heard about that, right?
That game looked
3
boring as
cents
shit. I
is-
wouldn't.
3 cents is fine.
I mean, actually, come to think of it, if that's an Xbox disc that has no content on it, like if it needs to download from a server, then that actually might be useless for preservation.
Maybe so.
Because if they,
Just
if
I
they ever take
recall
down the-
I recall that Walmart is quite literally selling copies of Starfield for 3 cents.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You can
That's
just
funny.
3 cents buy your copy of Starfield.
I remember that reminds me of Duke Nukem Forever, and I think like it came out, obviously it was dog shit, and I think a year later, like in some shop, I saw a collector's edition of that game for like $10 or something, like a year
Oh my
later.
God.
I was like,
Oh,
oh, I
damn.
didn't even know that exists. I think if I
Okay.
would see that today, I would probably have picked it up just for the lulz. But when
we
I
could
saw it
probably
back then,
do a
that was
whole-
a
we could do a whole podcast on collector's editions of video games and how they are unbelievably a ripoff in many cases.
no.
And-
There's
Yeah,
lots
I'll
of
give you
lots of them that
I'll
are
give you
just pissed.
probably the worst thing that I've seen, okay? You guys remember Tabula Rasa?
No.
No.
I know what it
I
Is
might
is.
not know what
that
it is.
Richard? Is this the Richard Garriott space RPG?
Yes.
Oh yes.
It's the 2007 Richard Garriott space MMO game, okay? The servers have been down on this game for like over a decade. You cannot play it anymore. It was an always online game. It's gone. It's been gone for a long time. All right?
It's been tabula rasa.
Yeah, pretty much. There's like a big bin of games at my local Walmart. They're just like, 90% off, 95% off, just grab
Right.
them. There's copies of Tabula Rasa in there. And I'm like, dude, why are you still selling this, Walmart? You can't, no one can even play this game anymore. Why is it still here?
Well, probably
I
because they have
don't
no
think
idea. They're just
Walmart-
like, oh, just gonna
Yeah.
throw it in the bin, and then someone picks it
Walmart.
up.
Walmart
Yeah.
doesn't give a fuck. It's a game.
No,
Let's
they
just
don't
put it.
Oh, there's gonna
Yeah.
be some grandma's like, I'm gonna buy a little game for my little grandson. It's gonna be great. And
For
you get
my-
Tabula
for
Rasa,
my
and you can't
little-
never play it.
for my little flame, here's a tabula rasa free.
No, this is a
It's marked down
20-year-old
to like
game. what the fuck?
$1.99. I was digging through it like a year ago, and I'm like, what the fuck? This is still in here?
I
That's
think
funny.
that's more worthless than the free cent Starfield, because I think you can play Starfield with.
At least you
3
can play
cents rather
Starfield,
than-
I think. Yeah.
You can still
Yeah.
play it, yeah.
Oh yeah, Dev. Just to
Good
go back
news.
to your sale, there's currently a sale for the Jedi games, the Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor on Steam right now. So
Oh, yeah?
yeah. So that's a shout out for the guys who are like maybe on the fence for that, since we're we're on the topic of are you in or out because of a sale. So
Yeah. But no, this is a game that I would definitely buy at full price. I did buy it at full price. I bought the disc version because I understand how shitty it is to buy. You know, I always buy disc versions at this point if I can.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
me too.
All the time.
Especially of games that I end up enjoying.
I need to.
Yeah.
I have a list of games I need to buy on disc, but I have not yet.
Oh, I have like
'cause
stuff on my wish list on Amazon
expensive.
as well. It's like I need to buy those, but it's all money I need to spend.
But yeah, I definitely like if especially if it's a game that I want to hold on to, or especially if there's a controversy surrounding a day one patch, I'll get it. I'll get the disc, right?
Oh.
So I know, for example, with that
Spoilers.
terrible Saints Row reboot, all right, the game is actually significantly worse and therefore significantly funnier to stream without the day one patch. So I'm like, listen, I'm definitely getting a physical copy of this game because it's a shit show. It's so funny watching the game like wig out on without the day one patch. It goes from like as soon as you patch Saints Row, it doesn't even get good. It just gets boring. At least beforehand, it's like broken in a
You
funny
don't
way.
even have the broken memes anymore. It's just boring.
Yeah. And when it comes to this game, to Stellar Blade, I mean, there was the controversy. I mean, you all know about the controversy at this point, right?
I
About
mean,
the
I
day
would
one
have
patch.
started with that after I did my blurb, so we're
sorry.
not getting around that. I have notes on that too.
Okay, well, do you want to do it now or later?
I mean, just
got a-
finish your thought, and then maybe I'll do my blurb, and then we go right in that flame.
Okay, sure. So, because I have a disc version, I decided to go and like really inspect for myself what was changed, right? So I've been like updating the game and then deleting it and then like downgrading the game because you can do that pretty easily on PS5. You just have to reinstall it and you just have to like you take your PS5 off the internet, reinstall it, you know. So I wanted to see for myself, you know, what was actually changed.
I
between the
played
two versions.
1.0 as well, by the way, on my first playthrough, all the way through.
Yep.
I have footage of
so-
all the outfits I collected that I can pop up,
And
actually.
Did you get all the changes?
Well, I just have all the
And the
outfits
few
I
patches?
collected that day.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Oh.
It's just a little...
So you didn't get the footage for the changes. You just wanted to see them.
No, I did get them for the changes, and then I updated my
Okay,
game. I didn't just put...
Right.
I recorded them, and now I put them as a wallpaper for my PC. Just looping. It's like, oh, that one. I like that one. Oh, nice.
So, I know one of the initial things is the claim that that gore was toned down in the game. I don't think it is. After having like gone back, I think the difference was the difference between performance and resolution mode in the PS5.
Yeah, I think that has been
Now,
confirmed
quick
by now.
question there:
Yeah.
have any of you guys beaten a boss on resolution mode and seen the blood splatter? Because I
No,
haven't.
I've
And
actually
I can tell you for sure that it's not on balanced. Balanced, you don't get the blood. Because I tried on balanced, no difference. It's still
So-
no blood on her.
I have a friend who was he likes to dig into these kinds of rabbit holes, and like we were talking about it, and this is obviously for the section of the show for the controversy, but yeah, it's a bit more complicated than that because it kind of leads into my whole theory about how the controversy is more incompetence than anything, but yeah, it's not on resolution mode. Also, resolution mode is absolutely dog piss. It's the worst thing I've ever played in my entire life. Holy
there
shit!
was no chance I was gonna even attempt a boss fight with that.
I don't even think it's
wasn't-
30 FPS. I think it's
was
like 10.
not having it.
Oh, yeah, I actually haven't tried that.
So-
I just went performance mode.
So see, I went back and forth with it, right? I finished the first boss at the end, not at the end. Oh God, what was it? So the first level, the overgrown city, there's that first boss where the demo ends, but it's not where the city ends because in the main game it goes further than that. But there's that first boss on top of the parking garage, and when you kill him, the demo just ends, right? Well, I have a save there, and then I beat that boss on the two modes and also on the two patches, right? And there seems to be no blood difference between the two patches, but there does seem to be a blood difference between the two modes. However, there is less blood in both of the modes than there was in the original demo. So there was some changes. But in general, though, when you have the game on performance mode, it seems like there's less like effects in general, including less blood. So I don't think this is a censorship issue. I think this is we have to make this work on PS5 issue.
Gotcha.
See, exclusivity. It's the
Will they
reason we
port
can't
this?
solve this right now.
Will they port this on the PC? Did they confirm that?
They haven't
Probably.
confirmed
They
it.
I
probably
can only
will.
imagine they would.
Oh, can't wait.
Just because it's
Yep.
just a Sony published game. They didn't produce this. Like they didn't pay to have it developed. They bought it when it was done. Like there was an Xbox version being worked on.
Ooh.
Interesting.
What's probably going to happen is what happens with most Sony exclusives. Like a year later, it'll come out in PC.
Yeah, I think they just
Yeah, is it-
announced that there's not announced. There's rumors that God of War Ragnarok is coming to PC soon. It's going to be announced soon as well. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
You
I
have to
heard.
make-
I
will
heard
you
that's
have to
probably
make an
going to be
account?
November.
PSN account.
No, probably,
Please
my
no.
God.
probably not. Probably
These
not because
fucking retards.
there's no
No.
multiplayer in God of War. So I doubt
It's so
it.
stupid. Like, I can't buy Ghost of Tsushima legitimately because you have to make a PSN account
Yep.
on Steam.
Oh, you can't even get it in the
I have a
Philippines?
lot to
Wait,
say
you-
about that
yeah.
too. I
Yeah,
have a
you
lot to
guys-
say about that
you-
too, but
Wait,
that's
do
a
you guys
different
not have
conversation.
PlayStation there?
no.
we do not.
It's
we do
it's
not.
funny to think about. The vast majority of the world doesn't have PlayStation Network. It's like
No, that's
177 countries or something.
But
That don't have
I
it.
mean, so he has,
It's
but he has a
retarded.
PS5 because he's played Stellar Blade.
No,
So do you just
no, this
you
is-
can only get physical or what?
No, this is the most retarded part, Mark. I could buy a PS5 and go to the store and get physical copies of those games, and I don't even
Okay.
have to make a PSN account. I just have to pop in the disc, right? But
Yeah.
if I want to play on the internets on Steam, I have to make a fucking PSN account. But I could just get it on a store regularly. A Twitter poster of mine commented that. I was like, oh yeah, that's that's right. It's so retarded.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like-
really messed
it's like-
up.
They don't want money. They want. I think they want to pad out the PSN numbers for whatever fucking reason.
Oh, because
That- that's-
there's a stock call or shareholders call in like a week or something. That's why.
Oh, there you go. That's it.
Here.
That's it. That's
Here, so
fucking it.
I want to interrogate this idea a little bit, if you guys don't mind, okay?
Sure.
Because I'm kind of on the fence about the PSN thing. I have heard the theory that because of the huge Helldivers 2 fiasco,
Mhm.
Sony was like, oh shit, dude, we gotta pump those PSN numbers up. We can't do it through Helldivers 2 because like that's all falling apart. It's like they're trying to do things with other games. Like I think that's a bit too tinfoil hat for me. I don't think that's
Ghost of
what's
Tsushima, they announced they'd have trophy support and cross progression, I believe, for it like 6 months ago. So yeah, them having it in place for Ghost of Tsushima didn't surprise me at all. Helldivers being retroactively inserted is what pissed people off, especially when they were already playing the game. They're like, what do you mean it's required? I've been playing it.
So from what I understand is that they did actually announce earlier that it was going to happen. It's just that no one noticed and no one cared, and it's like, well, why are you doing it anyway? You know.
Mhm.
But I guess the question I have is, if you have to do it for Ubisoft games, which you do, and EA games, which you do, and Xbox games, which you do, why is it a problem when you have to do it for PlayStation games?
When
So
you
the
have to-
problem
when
with
you
this
were
one
playing
is
it without it for a while. When we were playing it for 2 months and it wasn't required, and then you're saying, okay, now it's required because that like you're forcing something on an audience that is already playing that game. If,
I mean,
if
sure,
it was
I agree with that. They did announce it before, which is not necessarily it still doesn't make it good. But
so I
I guess
actually
what I
did-
mean is like
I did check
Okay,
that.
go ahead, yeah.
So I wanted to check the Wayback Machine, but for some reason it doesn't work with games where you have to put in your age. It just doesn't work. You can't see the page. So
right.
the tag might have been there the whole time. I didn't see it. That's on me. That's fine. I take that L. But then I went through the updates because that you can do that on Steam. You can look at the update history, and there's one mention of the PlayStation Network, and that's before the game was released. One word down before the game was released, before 1.0 came out. There's like one tiny thing that says PSN required, and that's in the story summary of what has happened so far with Super Earth and whatever. For some reason, it was
Right.
never mentioned in like the updates or whatever.
They just didn't. They
didn't
They
communicate
should have
it
made
well.
it more clear. Obviously, yeah.
Then a lot of
I guess
people
what I mean,
a lot
though-
of people been saying there was like a login thing that you could skip. I don't remember ever getting that, but also the game crashed a lot in the beginning, so it might have just never popped up for me, or I ignored it. That's just my memory I can go by. I don't have like proof for that. But the biggest issue, obviously, to me is if they knew they're gonna use PSN, don't fucking sell it in countries where you don't get to play it after you put it back in, because they sold it worldwide without any problems. So
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. But it seems like this controversy has turned into just a blanket rejection of PSN as a platform, and I don't quite get that, because here's the thing: I don't like the fact that there are some Ubisoft games that I have on Steam that when I launch them, I have to go and log into my Ubisoft account.
Hate
Yeah,
it.
no
I
one
don't like
likes
that.
that
I don't like any of
Yeah.
this stuff.
Yeah, it's
but
annoying.
I don't get but if we're gonna, we shouldn't let any of them do this. But I don't get the unique hatred for Sony when others have done this. You know what I mean?
Well,
We should,
I'm-
we should either
I
be
think I can-
rejecting all of it or none of it.
Well,
I think I could explain this.
Yeah,
Just
I-
real quick. I think Sony just has a particular rich reputation, right? Ubisoft's also shit and Origin shit, all of them are shit, right?
Epic, yeah.
But Sony has a very special reputation above them, especially because of recent memory. Right, so you could probably say it's a bit recency bias, because right before this it was Stellar Blade thing. And Sony's also been just fucking around for like a while. So I don't necessarily think it's a situation
So
of
a big history of getting hacked and losing user
Yeah,
data
yeah.
and all the other data. I mean, it's almost a meme that's like, oh, is it that time of the year again where the next league is gonna
They are
happen?
not
I think they had
great
like
at
5 or 6 in the
cybersecurity.
last couple of years or something. Like,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
I think it's the timing, though. I think it's the fact that people were playing it without this feature being required. Like, objectively, it wasn't in place, and people were playing it and having a great time. And then to say to those people, hey, now you need to give up your information to... Sorry, I got the dogs barking now. Puppies, no!
no.
But, you know what I mean? Like now they're all of a sudden having to sign up for a PlayStation Network account they never wanted.
Yeah.
I think it's a
think
little
it's-
bit of everything.
Yeah. Can I just say also, I think I'm trying to look back at the Wayback Machine. I think the first time I've seen the preview page for the Ghost of Tsushima on my end of the world, it's like third-party EULA may be required, and now they changed it to, oh, you have to have a PSN network account, which is, I think that's kind of scummy. If they were like upfront about it, I think I wouldn't have minded. Right.
Like if the game released day one, so listen, you need a PSN to play this, you think it'd be fine?
Or
I think if
I
it would
think
have
if they
been
were-
there properly from the
yeah.
get-go,
If
I
they
think it would
announced
be
it,
I think
much
people-
less of an issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
that
people
makes
would have
sense, yeah.
cared as much. They would have found it annoying, but in the same way that they found it annoying to log into EA to play Jedi Fallen
Yeah.
Order, you know?
And
Yep,
again, like the big thing is they just said to those people that don't have PSN and their account, it's like, well, tough shit, or you can't play the
Yeah.
game anymore. It's like,
Yeah,
oh.
that is
I mean,
ridiculous.
that's-
So
That's
So here's the thing.
confusing to me because they don't want
Is
money.
EA are
Like-
EA and Ubisoft network things in all these countries then? Like what is the deal with PlayStation
Well,
that they can't even
I don't know, actually,
allow
why
them
PlayStation
network
doesn't.
access?
Oh,
Like
okay,
to
this
make
is
an
the thing.
account to log into
The-
Steam. You know?
Just to share my experience with the PlayStation Network, you have to have like an address in either Hong Kong, Australia, Oceania they call it, I think, US, like certain regions. That's the only place you can make accounts. Use the PSN network, the PlayStation Network. So you can't even like buy. You can buy like the PlayStation cards, but you have to have an account. You still have to make an account with those addresses. So I'm using my cousin's address in the States.
yeah, well, I just had to look it up,
Allegedly,
right? So
allegedly.
I found on Ubisoft.com country and region availability for Ubisoft Plus, right?
Mhm.
I'm looking it up. They've got it in like Afghanistan, okay?
Uh-huh.
They've got it in fucking Palestine. Palestine's not even a country. They have it in Palestine. And they don't have it in the Philippines? Like, what the fuck?
Dude, we have the Ubisoft Connect, I guess, not the Ubisoft Plus. The
Ubisoft Connect is what Uplay used to be. It's their
Okay.
Oh, the
their
Uplay, yeah.
launcher. Yeah.
But the Ubisoft Plus, I think that's their subscription thing, probably.
Yeah, that's their like Game Pass.
Oh, okay, right.
I think the
Yeah,
weirdest part is that
Game
probably
Pass,
that
except there's nothing but Assassin's Creed on it.
Yeah, but so who wants to play Assassin's Creed forever?
I mean, the new project they have is literally called Assassin's Creed Infinite, and the idea
my
is that
God.
it's
It's a
the
live
idea
service
is
game,
that
right?
basically, yeah. But instead of releasing an Assassin's Creed game every year, it's like they release a module in Infinite.
Oh,
So it's like, oh, this is
stupid.
the module that's like Chinese mythology, or not mythology, sorry, but like history. And
Mhm.
I don't know. I haven't played an Assassin's Creed game in a long time though, so I'm very unplugged from like.
I like the costumes, Smootle. Thank you for the
You're
costumes.
welcome. I collected
like
a
this
lot of
one.
them.
I like the Blue Monsoon. Can you spoil me where you get it? Thank you. Like maybe later.
It was pretty easy to find. I found that one. I
All
think it's
right.
just kind of on the critical path somewhere. Like as long as you're keeping an eye out.
The ocean made one,
Alright.
you
Okay,
have to
so-
get all the fish. But yeah, whatever.
Holy based,
So-
as they say.
When it comes
That's why I'd be
to
fishing.
this is related to Helldivers, but also Stellar Blade and Ghost of Tsushima and all these games, right? So I don't think that it's necessarily Sony trying to make the company look better for a stock call, at least not in the long term. I have a different theory. Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
This is like kind of like more of a long game. If you look at basically what Xbox's plan was after the Xbox 360, they basically said, listen, consoles are dying, and they have pretty much died at this point, with the exception of Nintendo. And Nintendo only survives on really good first-party software and the fact that they do something unique every single generation. It's not just a hardware improvement, right?
But almost didn't
beyond
work for them
Nintendo.
with Wii U.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Wii U almost tanked them. So I mean, innovating like that isn't always a good idea. It's just a portable hybrid console was a much better idea.
No, that's completely true. Yeah, I agree with you. But the point is that there is reason for something like the Switch or even the Wii U to exist in ways that there isn't for something like the PS5 or the Xbox Series X right now, because they at least have something different about them that you can't just do with a computer and a controller, right? You know, if you go way back in the day to like the Super Nintendo days or the N64 days or whatever, the Xbox days, the hardware was fundamentally different enough that it actually warranted having a dedicated console that was a closed ecosystem that you had to be licensed to publish on, because the machines were fundamentally different from each other. That hasn't been the case probably since
PS4.
PS4, I think.
Yeah.
Hasn't been the case since the
They've
PS4.
all
They're
been
they're now just
x86.
computers.
Yeah.
They're just computers running like a dedicated OS. So as computers have basically overtaken consoles, with the exception of Nintendo, but everywhere else, so Xbox feeling the pinch, Sony's feeling the pinch. Xbox's plan was to basically just turn the Xbox brand into like a Steam style ecosystem, right? And we've all seen this because now you have the Xbox app.
Right.
You can go on your computer. You can buy your Xbox games on your Xbox app. You can play them on your computer. And if you happen to be one of those poor people who can't afford a really nice gaming computer, well, we have the
thanks.
Xbox console. Well, no offense. You know what? Come on. I'm talking generally here.
I
Okay?
know.
Like,
I know.
yeah. So their business plan for the Xbox One was basically, hey, listen, we're putting all of our games in PC, but if you can't afford a PC, well, you can buy an Xbox One because it's cheaper and it plays all the same games. And if in the future you actually do buy a really good gaming PC, you can transfer all your saves from your Xbox One over to your PC. You can transfer your games over to your PC. So
Yeah,
their
it
idea
happens
was,
Xbox's their save transfer is really good. It happens instantaneously, and like,
yeah, it's
you
wonderful.
you don't have to manually upload anything ever. It works pretty similarly to
Yeah,
Steam.
I've played stuff on my laptop just chilling in bed that I played on my PC before. It works really nicely.
Yeah,
I'm like
yeah.
fucking. Continue, Sai.
Basically, the long-term business strategy for Xbox to get out of the dying console market was to make the console a secondary thing. The purpose now is the Xbox ecosystem, where you can play it on laptops. You can stream it to your tablet if you want from their servers, though that service kind of sucks. You can play it on their console, and it's all interchangeable between them. Right? They want you in the Xbox app, not necessarily buying an Xbox console. And that has actually been pretty successful for them, despite all of Microsoft's problems, which is a whole other conversation. Like they've had a shit ton of other problems. But in terms of just the success of Xbox transitioning into this unified platform across multiple domains, that's been very successful. And I think Sony's seeing that, right? Sony is seeing how just dedicating themselves to the PS5 and also to the PS4 hasn't really worked out. And they're now like porting games over to Steam to try and get some money back, because they see Steam as like the big PC platform. And I think Sony basically said, listen, we need to do what Xbox did 10 years ago. We need to turn the PSN into this unified ecosystem that you can play across multiple locations, because consoles are going the way of the dodo. We have to do this. And I think this was probably their attempt, because like Sony doesn't have any real popular IPs anymore. You know, like Uncharted is dead. They've tanked The Last of Us. Like the gamer popularity regarding The Last of Us is just fucking gone at this point.
Yeah.
Actually, it was game of the
every-
year. And it's the best game ever,
Actually-
and
Yeah. well, the point is though, is like a major Sony hit. Has there been one aside from Helldivers 2?
God of War.
God of War. Yeah.
God of War.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I guess God of War. Right. So like, if they wanted to be like, maybe their game plan is they announced the PlayStation app that works the exact same way as the Xbox one, and they put all of those good PlayStation exclusives on that app. And I think what happened was, as Microsoft went around and bought up literally fucking everyone, Sony was feeling the pressure to get at least some kind of really solid app on their platform to start this process. And the only huge like blockbuster hit they've had was Helldivers. So they tried it with Helldivers, it completely backfired, and now they're like, fuck, dude, like we're just fucked.
No.
Well,
So
here,
that's what I think's going
not
on.
even I'm not even saying they couldn't have gotten away with it with Helldivers, but the way they did it was not the correct way. The way to do it
Yeah.
would have been
Yep.
say offer
I
things
agree.
like, hey, if you link your PlayStation Network account, you earn all the trophies. So if you have trophy collection on PlayStation, everything you earn on Steam, you'll still get over there. Like that stuff's cool. They should have done that, but
Yeah.
make it optional.
With some medals or
Unless-
something, or a costume, or like a piece of armor. It's like the Sony armor or whatever. I don't know.
Or put
Or
a
like-
condition, put the condition that just, hey, yeah, you need to log into PlayStation Network if you want to do crossplay, which I think is something most people would be able to swallow, you know? Like it's like, okay, yeah, I guess if you want to play with the console people, logging in with your PlayStation Network account to make matchmaking easier, that makes a degree of sense that I think most people would have been okay with. But when it's just, hey, now everyone that's been playing this game and might have put money into microtransactions for it, yeah, you gotta give us all your information and sign up for an account and give us your email address. And
Yeah,
you didn't
and-
have
and-
to
yeah.
before, but you do now.
No.
You know, just it kind of sucks.
I mean,
Dev,
also,
Dev,
no,
I have a
just
counter
real quick.
argument.
Just
I
real
have a
quick, though.
counter
Just real
argument.
quick.
No, just
Yeah,
real quick. Also,
Okay, yeah, go
just
ahead.
retarded. They're just retarded. That's my counter argument.
I mean, yeah, they are. Well, here's the thing. Like, they have. I do think they have these financial pressures on them, right? But and they do have to solve these financial pressures because I know it's a big corporation. Everyone hates big corporations, but they don't have infinite pockets of money. You know, like
Sure.
they will eventually go bankrupt if they don't solve this problem. They just as you said, Mark, they did it very poorly. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's true. I mean, like if maybe even like if they just broadened PSN access to every country, they said, "Oh fuck it, we'll just do it," and then they pulled the Helldivers 2 thing. I think even that would have went over better, frankly,
Yeah.
because then
Yeah.
people wouldn't be locked out of their game.
Exactly.
Or at least, yeah, make sure it's in every country that has sold Helldivers. Be like, okay,
Yeah.
we can't make this mandatory if it's in these countries and these people are still giving us money because you can buy microtransactions in Helldivers. So like they
Yeah.
really just cut off 100 companies worth of income, 100 countries. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
That's why
what
it's
we'll probably
retarded.
see Sony do is they'll probably like at some point make a PlayStation app. All the Steam games that you have will be migrated over to that app, or you'll have to log in to the PlayStation app or something. I think this is
that's-
inevitable.
I think that's.
I think
a
this is
bad
inevitable.
idea, personally.
It is a bad idea, but I mean, I think it's inevitable because every other company's done it, and they've kind of had to
Yeah.
do it because of the financial pressure.
I think. Well, here's what I think. Here's what I think the smart move for them to make, even financially, because the one thing that you have to keep in mind if you're hosting an online store for digital games is you have to that's not free. You don't just say, okay, they're over here now and now we get 100% of the profits. You're using what you would have been giving 30% of a sale to Steam to take care of, to have all the headaches of making sure that the servers are up and running, making sure there's no issues with anything, making sure you have features like friends and matchmaking and moderation, which granted they have a lot of that stuff in place for PlayStation already, but making it so that it's now integrated with Windows, which is not their sort of home base operating system. I think it would be way more headaches than they'd be willing to deal with, and it would end up costing them way more money than if they just launched their games on Steam and just continued making money. Like it's
mean,
really all
maybe-
they need to do.
Maybe, but has that happened with Xbox though?
Well, I mean, Xbox is in a bit of a different situation when it comes to Windows integration, though, because it's Microsoft, right?
Microsoft,
So
yeah.
like the Windows Store and the Xbox app are sort of branches of each other. And even then, Microsoft still lets their games be sold on Steam. So like, I mean, like clearly there's a reason to be like, okay, this is still where most of the people are playing. So we don't have to worry about people downloading our app, making an account with us. It's just all these Steam users can just be like, oh, God of War, I heard that's good, and hey, it's on sale. Okay, I'll play that one. Cool, I like that. Hey, the second one's full price. What the hell? I'll buy it anyway. Like that's how you make money, I think. I think
Also-
having lower overhead and keeping up an online store is a lot of overhead. I think Epic's learning that too.
Also, like just to add on to Microsoft, like when you make like the vast majority of like computers are like Windows, right? And when you make a Windows account, you basically make an Xbox account. So
Yeah.
there's no like making multiple accounts. Like, oh yeah, I already have it. If you want me to, and like most Windows comes with Xbox. Like it's so convenient if you would have to do that. It's like,
You could-
okay,
if,
I just
like,
open
if you're
it.
a hardline Linux user, you can make the argument that it sucks
Yeah.
that you have to use the Xbox app, I guess, because it's like, well, you don't have a Windows account to deal with. But I mean, if you're on Windows anyways, you're logged into Microsoft, you know.
Also,
what?
like
I'm gonna be
Linux
honest,
is like
guys.
the minority, right?
Yeah. What?
I'm gonna be honest, guys. This is why I haven't paid for a copy of Windows in 25 years.
You have the
Because-
little transparent thing on the bottom right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I have recordings of Destiny, but I don't post them because I have the activate Windows.
I'm scared.
Also, like I think the Sony thing is like the reverse Fortnite, where Fortnite used to be this it was supposed to be a fort defense game against
This is
monsters.
Minecraft. Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
it was
build up your fort and then defend against the zombies at night.
Yeah, but then they leaned into what was big at the time, the battle royale
Battle
shit,
Royale,
and
yeah.
and they just leaned into that, and they let players do that for free, and it's easy to get into.
Hmm. I mean,
And
they're still around.
they made money, and they're still around, and they're still making money. It's like you have the layup, you have people buying your games, and you just go, nah. It's so stupid. It's like.
We're gonna
How do you-
spend a whole bunch of that money upkeeping a whole other ecosystem on a new platform. I think it
Yeah.
would just be a total waste.
I agree. It's like, why not just say our online sales for PlayStation games have reached tremendous new heights with Steam integration, blah blah blah. It's like soulless corpo talk. No, we gotta have our own platform where we get all the money instead of just sharing it with Steam, and they get guaranteed money, right? No, it has to be our platform where we get all the revenue. It feels like that. That's what they're doing, which is very retarded. So I'm gonna tell you guys, I was gonna buy it. I was gonna buy Ghost of Tsushima. I was really gonna buy it, and now I'm just not gonna buy it.
I think
and
I'm gonna
still
have
play it.
trouble finding people to do the raid content with because it seems like no one wants to play it now. And I'm like,
Mhm.
oh fuck, I was looking forward to Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, you have to have a PSN account. Oh, let's
Yeah.
go back to. Can I rant about the shooty place in Stellar Blade? Because
Not yet.
Well, here,
Hold
Oh,
on.
before you
yeah,
rant
let's-
about it,
yeah.
before you rant about it, let's actually pipeline our way back to it, right? Because
Okay,
we're having
okay.
this giant 30-minute side conversation about Sony, solely because this is a PlayStation exclusive game, and also
Yeah.
it is one of the many Sony controversies that have happened in the past few months.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Also,
And
I
for-
also like the
there,
game.
There are some.
I just want to say I
Well,
also like the game, in case somebody was
They-
wondering,
oh, here-
because I never get to
this is
say
the-
anything.
It is hard.
Yeah,
It is a
yeah,
good
Metal.
game. Yes, it is a good
On
game.
screen
Metal, go
right
ahead.
now
What
is
did you
the
think about
Holiday
it?
Rabbit. This is that was the costume. The controversial costume was the one that was just up. The 1.0 version.
Oh yeah, Metal.
So-
Metal. What did you think about Stellar Blade, Metal?
I think it's dog
1
shit.
hour
No.
later.
No, I really,
Sorry, man.
it's all good. We love tangents. The tangents are great. I mean, I'm just gonna go right into this. I really like the game. I think the combat is super fun. The platforming needs work. Should not be there if it doesn't work properly. I did like doing the side quests. It was just fun to do, especially on stream. Just go and collect all these things while talking to people. It's always fun to think about because I stream basically all of my games these days. It's like, man, would I still have done that if I would have been sitting here on my own and just gone around? Probably, because I just like the gameplay loop, but that always helps, just having people in chat to talk to. I think the story was pretty bad. I went through it. We're gonna get to that. Maybe in like 3 hours, we'll see. And yeah, super fun combat mechanics. I also played all the way through on version 1.0. So I actually played normal mode on hard mode because the inputs were harder to do. What I realized.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
they
didn't notice that.
Oh,
Did they
man,
actually make
that
the game
sucks.
easier in the
they
in the
they
patch?
they patched the input timings a bit, so it definitely felt better when I finally patched my game after 57 hours and
Do you
tried.
know the version you're playing? I have to ask because I'm not
Yes.
sure what version I'm playing right now.
Well, are you playing on a disc, and did you update your game?
I'm playing on PlayStation Network.
So did you
Then
get the digital
you
one?
automatically
Downloaded
have.
it.
I mean, if your
So it
PlayStation is
automatically updates?
if the PlayStation
Yes.
is online, it's gonna push it automatically if you don't deactivate it anyway.
Oh, okay.
So
So here,
because
I can tell you, I can give you some details on that if you want. So here's basically how it works. When you first say you have a disc version of the game, right?
Mhm.
And your PlayStation's offline, and then you stick the disc in, it will install version 1.0 of the game, and then you can play version 1.0 of the game.
yes.
As soon as you turn the PlayStation online, even if you check the box that says "Don't look for updates on games" in the settings, it ignores that.
Oh, that's good.
It will always check for updates if your PlayStation is online. It does not care what you set in the settings, okay? And then what it does is it will flag your game for updating, and then it'll start updating. Now, what you can do is you can actually go into the download section, turn off the update, delete the partially downloaded update, and then turn off your internet connection. And then when you go to play the game will still not run, even though it's still on 1.0, because now the PlayStation knows that this game needs to be updated.
Oh, so if the
So-
flag is
so-
there, the game is
Yeah.
PlayStation's like
Yeah. Yep. So what you have to do then is you have to uninstall the game completely and reinstall the game from disk, and then you can play version 1.0 again.
Yeah.
Now, some games actually, what they'll do is the flag for the game needs to be updated will be written to the save file of the game, and when that happens, you have to delete your saves if the game accidentally updates, which means you have to play the whole game again. Now,
Oh, no.
it didn't do that for Stellar Blade, and
No.
it didn't do that for Saints Row, which are both games that I've been updating and downdating for video reasons, right? So thankfully, those two games it stored the update needed flag in part of the game files, not on your save files. But there are games where they're stored in the save files, and those are you just lose your save file. You can't get it back. You have to restart the game from scratch. If you're playing it on PlayStation Network, if you bought a digital copy, it will always just download the most updated version, because how PSN works is it's not like they give you a game and then they update it. Well, they do if you have the original version, right? But if you're downloading the game from PlayStation Network from scratch, it will have a different build that is just the whole thing in one file rather than downloading a game and then downloading patches. So if you bought it online, you can never actually go back and play the original version.
Nope.
If you have a disc, you
Well-
can, but it's kind of a process.
Yeah. Also,
Well,
here's a little
could
tidbit that kind of got drowned out by all the other controversy, basically, of this game. The disc version does not have New Game Plus on it. That came with the patch.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I played through the game, and then offline it's like, okay, let me update this, or let me go into New Game Plus and check the costumes there. And it's like, wait, where's my New Game Plus? Like, new game? No, it just starts a new game. Load? No,
that actually makes sense, because
I'm
on my
back at
version,
the-
I have access to hard mode, but I don't have access to New Game Plus.
Yeah,
I've
I got
updated it.
yeah, exactly. I
have,
think
but,
I had
you know what I
hard
mean, yeah.
mode. Yeah. So
Yeah.
as soon as I patched, it was like New Game Plus unlocked. It's like, oh, that's not actually on my disc. That's a shame.
Mm-hmm.
So that's annoying.
Damn.
I wish I would have known
That is
that.
annoying.
Um,
So of the two controversies that we've been talking about in a very slow fashion, the first one was the blood censorship, and I
Yes.
think that was less censorship and more about making the game run
I
well on
think so, yeah.
PlayStation 5.
Before
Yeah.
That's the
before
thing,
we
though.
move
I've
on to
gotten
that,
pushback
I
on
do have
that.
comments on that one.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
So, my friend, he checked it because, again, he's the kind of guy who likes digging into rabbit holes. And apparently, the blood was only on the skin suit. Like the splashing of the blood on the Eve's model. It was only on the skin suit. So that kind of leads me to believe that they changed it before the game came out. But they forgot to change that. But that's
Okay.
like what
I'll go test
people
that.
have
Actually.
images
That's
of.
actually interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing the blood. I've only played in performance mode, and I did finish the demo in the skin suit, so maybe that's why I saw that. Because I remember thinking it was less bloody in like like when that controversy was shown and they showed the differences. I was like, yeah, no, I do remember her being soaked in blood. What's up with that? But I didn't realize it was only the skin suit. That's the first I've heard of that.
Well, that's what he found, right? And so that kind of leads me to believe that's like, again, first big game from a studio. They probably like, okay, we're just gonna take out all the blood. Maybe it's not working for some costumes, and they completely forgot about the skin suit. So that was available in the demo or whatever version people saw that in, and so that led people to believe, oh, it was censored when really they just forgot to fix that one thing. Because I could imagine it not working on like some of the suits, because like you have some that are flowy, some with more fabric. So that's kind of part of the reason why I'm thinking like maybe this was mostly incompetence by their part.
I mean, yeah, that's a possibility too.
Right.
No.
But yeah, the big one, of course, and for everyone who's not aware, I'm gonna guide people through it. So what basically was going on? The demo came out. It's like, oh, look, this is all nice and sexy and skimpy. This is great. We love that. That's good. And Shift Up was very adamant about like, yo, this is like uncensored everywhere in the world. Like, whoa, awesome. I was like, yeah, based, sick. We love that. And then at some point the game came out. People were playing version 1.0. I was like, yeah, cool. But then for some reason, they changed some outfits in the day one patch. And the most prominent ones are the... let me see if I can find them here. We have the... I'll get there eventually. It was the one with the big booba window. Oh, they were actually further ahead.
It's like 5 of them, so that
it's the bondage one,
yeah,
right?
so we got
Yeah.
the cybernetic bondage one. So as you can see here, this is footage from version 1.0. You can see there's a big old boob window. And what they changed in the patch is there's like the fabric that you see down here. That's also that's like a little stripe across.
She's got a strapless bra underneath it, basically.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it continues upward. Yeah, the fabric.
Yeah, there's like a horizontal strap that goes on there, and then the other one I'm aware of is this one, which is definitely has like the most prominent changes. So we have the holiday rabbit one. So this is version 1.0. Much cleavage, not a lot to be, not a lot of left to the imagination here. In the patched version, there's like a piece of fabric here, and there's more stuff at the thighs here. So those are the most prominent ones. I think there's like a couple of more, but I checked those. I actually still have no idea what actually was changed. Legitimately, maybe.
So I can get you some pictures if you want.
Yeah, if you have some, because I actually
have
have no idea what exactly was changed.
Okay, give me just a minute. I'll
yeah,
pull
just
it on
throw them in
my
Discord or
autistic
something.
files.
Tism.
So yeah,
Okay,
and then obviously people were like, oh, Sony is at it again. They're doing the big old censorship thingy, and people were going around. I think Grams was like the big man who was like doing a petition and stuff, and it's like going around, it's like, yeah, just tell people to sign this and check this out, make them aware that things have changed for whatever reason. Like I think at some point people were not even sure. I think people are not entirely sure still. I think I have a pretty good idea what might have happened, and I think it comes down to Shift Up, to be honest.
Here, so real quick.
Oh yeah, hang on.
Yeah, I'm gonna start posting some images. Okay, so here's a yellow reskin of the bondage. You can like change the colors of the costumes later, but like
yeah, you get recolors in New Game Plus. Yeah.
So this is the added kind of boob coverage between the two versions of the cybernetic bondage. Let me show you what else. Here. I'm just collecting them all.
Yes.
Because there's lots.
While you're collecting them, what was there's something I wanted to say. There was some controversy like before the game came out, because there was also some suits that were changed in the marketing. Right, I think I forgot the actual name, but the Chinese dress like one, that one was changed, right? Because before it didn't have any stockings, but like it seems like that was already changed in 1.0. So that seems like a marketing fuck up where they showed off unfinished things, which led people to believe one thing or another, right? Because like obviously, if I see something in marketing, I assume that will be in the game. Like I have expectations that like some things will change, but at the same time, that's obviously pretty noticeable.
Yeah,
So
I mean, the Holiday Rabbit one is like the most changed one, I think, where you can immediately see it. And I think there were like somewhere
that there
just
is Holiday Rabbit, and it has the
I think
they added, it looks like a lace fabric over top of the cleavage.
Yeah. The thing is, I would say, because I when I checked it out, I think they don't look like tagged on, like without any thought, basically. Like I feel like that was deliberate by them. Shift up, that is. So obviously, because Sony has like a bit of a history of doing weird shit with like games in terms of
Devil
that
May
kind
Cry
of stuff.
5 being kind of the most famous one.
Yeah, censorship.
But that was easy to spot because it was also on Xbox and PC, like on Steam.
Yeah.
So it was only the PS4 version where when you see Trish's ass, it's like there's like a big lens flare on the PS4 version.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So the thing that leads
here.
me to believe that I don't think Sony has to take the L on this one, even if those were like these were changed after they showed them basically for the first time, which is weird because and there's also the interview with the guy with one of the devs or whatever who said that it was
I got that too.
It was their choice, like the things we see in patch 1.02 or something. That's what they wanted to do.
Right here.
I have to take his word. I don't. Obviously, I can always be like, I can put my tinfoil hat on, I guess, and it's like, oh, maybe they have like an NDA or something. I don't know. The thing is that even if we take those two, let's just say Sony did say, oh, you need to cover these two specific things up. What's the difference? There's like still so many outfits that have massive side boob. Even the Holiday Rabbit one, that one still has like incredible side boob. Like it's still very skimpy. Look at the Blue Monsoon one. That has under boob and side boob and middle boob. It has all the boob except the middle part.
Let me present to you the counter argument, okay? This is not a counter argument that I necessarily agree with, but at least I know it.
Okay. Go ahead.
So if you have that image that I posted of the change in the Holiday Rabbit suit where they added the cleavage covering, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you see before and after, and then I posted the developer interview. You can play it if you want. It's like a minute long, but basically the guy in that clip says, "Listen, it's not Sony, it's us. We made these changes. These were actually our intended versions of the costume. So I know that some players aren't going to like to hear that, but no, this is what we intended, and it was just a mistake that they came out the way that they did." So we can believe them. Like the interpretation of this is like, if that is true. Actually, no, I'll draw you a little MS Paint if you don't.
Ooh, exciting!
Okay?
Ooh, paint.
Yeah.
Maybe some while you do that, there's like they did a similar thing with their other gacha game Nikke, Goddess of Victory, which actually I've been playing the last week because I just kind of got into it, checking it out because of this, and now I'm kind of playing it like a filthy weep. I can tell you that much. They do like boobs a lot, actually. There's lots of boobs in that game. But they also had a situation there where the same thing happened, basically. I think the character Emma or something, was like super revealing in their promo footage, and then was like super covered up in the main game when it came out. So it's not the first time they've done this, basically. So it's just it seems like a kind of weird thing they just do.
Here, pull up that little drawing that I did, right?
I
so
did. Oh, wow.
if it is the case that this actually was just like a mistake or a glitch or something went under the radar, what we could probably do is we can probably like have some hacker will probably hack into the game, look at the model, and discover that this little cleavage window here was like accidentally rendered like invisible, like opacity set to 0 or something, right?
Okay.
It's like, oh shit, we got to fix that. That's the most likely explanation if what the developer's saying is true, if they're not lying to us, because that is actually just like a 2D image put on top of the boobs.
Okay.
If you get really close, if you get really close in the game and look at it, you can tell. you can using certain like angles and like if you use like certain angles in the game and like parts of the wall, you can like manipulate the camera a little bit. If you get really close, you can tell it's just a 2D image kind of put there behind the fabric. So it's like, well, if this was always intended to be there, it will still be there in version 1.0. It'll just be like accidentally, like it'll be glitched or something, right?
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
So some hackers will probably find that out eventually.
Yeah.
So, however, the counter argument to this, which is basically they're lying to us, actually. The counter argument is this picture right here.
Oh my god, more pictures.
More pictures.
Nice.
So, most of the outfits in Stellar Blade are actually real life outfits that you can find Korean and Japanese models wearing, and you can buy these outfits. And this is the real life version of the Holiday Bunny outfit. And as you can see, there is no window. There is no window. So
Nice.
if they were modeling these after real outfits, and then they changed them to be different from the real outfits they modeled them on, that seems more like it's censorship.
Interesting.
So, I guess the only problem with that is the other costumes in the game. Right?
You want to look at those?
What I forgot which costume it was. There's a specific one. Obviously, the skin suit basically shits on that idea entirely. But let's actually use the costumes, right?
Well, the skin suit.
I think
the skin suit's a bodysuit. It's like a vaguely skin toned wetsuit, really.
Yeah, the skin suit. There's quotes around the skin, but what was it? I think it was one of the planet diving ones, the one with the tail and no jacket.
Prototype.
Oh, that's actually about to be coming up. Hang on.
Yeah, that one without the
Bloop.
jacket.
It's on screen right now, actually. Like, you timed that perfectly.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go. Like, this one, I don't know, like, it's basically uncensored at this
Yeah,
point.
Well, the weird thing is, the question that comes up for me is, even if I do accept that they had to censor it for some reason, why only these things and not all the other ones that are
Yeah. It seems
arguably
very
even more
inconsistent.
revealing
Well,
than the
here's
other
the
ones?
thing: they actually did censor a lot of them, just no one noticed. And I'll give you some proof of that. Okay.
Well, they
So-
probably did it before they showed people that happened, right?
Well, I mean,
here's
what I've
the
always-
maid style lingerie costume. If you want to pull this up.
Mm-hmm.
So, the actual lingerie they modeled it on does have the side stomach completely open,
Okay.
and they added like a flesh tone covering in the Stellar Blade.
Well,
version.
then I
Is
get.
that
Hang on.
censorship, though?
Depends.
Was
I
that
don't
just a design change?
know. Well,
Because
let's
I mean,
consider
that's
both
the
possibilities.
question.
Let's consider both possibilities.
Sure,
right?
sure.
It could be either.
Yeah.
And then there's this one here.
Could be
This
both.
is the Chinese style lingerie, and it's the same thing. They had a side stomach showing. In fact, in the demo of the game, they have the side stomach showing, and on the real life model, there's side stomach showing, and then they took that out in version 1.0 and 1.2.
Okay.
That's an interesting error.
So, like, if it really is the case that they actually intended for all these costumes to be the way that they are in 1.2, I mean, maybe, but there's enough of these tiny differences that it might not be true. You know what I mean? It might actually be that they're censoring things and they're covering up. Maybe Sony's making them do it. Maybe they want to do it.
Yeah.
But either way, it seems like things are being changed.
They definitely changed things from the original design they took it from what I can tell from these pictures.
And
Yeah.
my,
But then-
my
then
main
the-
complaint is their tweet. The tweet 5 days before release that was claiming the game's uncensored in all countries and using that as a selling point when it then became the most pre-ordered game of the year. That's where I think that if in your first update you make anything toned down even a little bit, you've got to really think about advertising everything as being uncensored. You know,
Yeah,
if there's a version in the wild people can play, they can show you obviously did censor a few things.
Okay,
Yeah,
here's the changes from their Chinese dress. Okay, and they did add the stockings. Frankly, I kind of prefer it with the stockings. Personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is a change though. It is a change from the original model that they had when they took the outfit.
But yeah,
So-
as you the term
showing... Oh, sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
the term a change is probably important here. It's not like a censoring. They change it from the original model they took it from, I guess.
Yeah,
So-
because now this is like a philosophy conversation.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Because, like, if if I'm being censored, what's happening is I want my art to say something, and there's some power above me that is coming in and making me change it to say something else, right?
Mhm.
But if I like for example, if I draw a stick figure and the stick figure has a hat on, okay? And then a week later I come back and I go, you know what? Actually, I think the truer version of my art is a stick figure without a hat. So I erase the hat, you know? Am I censoring myself? The answer is no, because it's my intention, right?
Right.
Well,
And in
also,
fact,
I mean,
and
a
in
hat.
fact, if hold on, if I were forced by somebody to keep the version of the stick figure with the hat on, then I would be censored at that point. So it's not just adding or removing; it's the intention of the person who's creating the artwork. So the question then becomes: are they being forced to do this, or are they doing it of their own volition? Because that's what makes it censorship or not.
Well, and my argument is that I think either way, if it wasn't a hat, if it was like, hey, this is a stick figure without a shirt on, I'm going to be drawing a totally uncensored stick figure, and then people pay you for it, and you put a shirt on the stick figure.
How
The
dare
people
you.
who gave you money might have a right to be like, hey, man, like, what's the deal? You said it was going to be uncensored.
Yeah,
think-
Well,
I think-
I paid for the guy with the hat at that point. Is the problem?
I
Like
think-
in this scenario, in the
Yeah.
scenario with Stellar Blade, you already paid for the uncensored thing they advertise and that you've seen in the demo, and then they change it after the fact. It's like I think there's like
Well, I think we're using two different versions of the word censor here, right? Because what I'm saying is censorship relies entirely on the intent of the author for what they want their product
yeah.
to look like.
I wasn't even talking
However-
about censorship. I was more talking about the thing
Yeah.
you advertised to me versus the thing I got in the end in the final product.
Yeah, but I think Mark, you're using it more colloquially just to refer to like sexual content, right? Because let's
Well,
say
I
that there's a very let's say that there's a very sexual piece of artwork, and I'm the artist of it, and I say, you know what, my intention is better served by removing some of the sexual
I'll be right
content,
back.
and so I change the artwork. Now
And I would think
that's not
there'd be-
censoring it though, because it is my artwork, you know.
I think there would be less of a problem with that, although you could also make the argument that if you've shown that art and then someone bought it and you decide to change it at all before you give it to them, then that's kind of a dick move.
It
Well,
is, yes.
That would be
It's
the
a
false
different problem than
advertising.
censorship, though. But yeah, it's false advertising at that point, not censorship.
And
But
that's
I understand your
what
point. Yeah.
and like I've been making the argument that their problem was that tweet being like, yeah, we're totally uncensored in all countries. Don't worry, everyone's gonna have as much boob and butt as everyone else in the whole world. And then your first patch changes outfits and makes them less revealing. You know, like it's a bad look marketing.
I mean, it is a bad look, but the issue is that, like, philosophically, it's not wrong, because if they chose to do it, then it still is uncensored.
I think, I think I generally agree with that. That censoring isn't the issue. It would be more along the false advertising, and and that seems like pretty across the board in the game, not just like with the outfits, but with the blood and everything else. Because I don't think most of this is intentional, right? Because you could probably argue that the outfit changes are like maybe they thought it looked a little better this way, or like maybe they didn't want it to be too similar to this or whatever. You could make that argument. I'm not making that argument. I'm saying these could be possible things that happened, because a lot of the changes with the model and the in-game are very minor. The only one that I would say I think is definitely looks better is the little Chinese dress thing, because I think the stockings just look better than like the bare legs for that one in particular. But yeah, I think it's more of a false advertising thing, but people are saying it's censorship because it's less sexual, and that's kind of the connotation of censorship. It's usually sexual related or
when you've
blood
been
related.
selling your game on its sexuality primarily. I think uncensored in that context, you're talking about things like the outfits specifically. God, my dogs are just freaking out. I think my next door neighbors are selling their house, so I think they might have like a showing today or something. But yeah, the Chihuahua's not having it.
Yeah, dogs don't like strangers. They're like, why the fuck is that my normal person not outside?
Get away from this house.
It's so here's the thing. It's one of those things where, per the definition of the word, it's technically not censored if they intended to do it, but it's still gonna get people angry because they were buying a highly sexual product and they got a product that was slightly less sexual, and so it does fall into the false advertising camp. I think like censorship is being used colloquially here to refer to this, but I mean,
Yeah.
because I'm a politics channel and I'm a philosophy guy, I'm pedantic about these things, but it still
Well,
is a
I mean, I
problem.
guess
though. I mean,
because it's
we,
the
we have
word-
identified a real problem here.
It's the word they used in their tweet, though. You know, like they're the ones who said uncensored as their big selling point a few days before release to amp up their pre-order numbers.
I agree,
Yeah,
but it technically is.
Yeah, it's a like Dev said, it's just the usage of the word. Like, is this actually censorship? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. But they use the word censorship in their tweet. It's false advertising of a sexual and violent product. It's just kind of, it leans itself towards that connotation of censored without actually being necessarily censored.
What it is they use the word uncensored in all countries, knowing that the idea they're communicating to people is it will have the maximum amount of blood and the maximum amount of sexuality, but that still gives them the wiggle room to change their own content and not call it censorship because they want to do it, but people will still be pissed off about it, right?
Yeah.
Like
They
it's wordplay, and it's not very nice wordplay, basically.
Yeah, they probably just shouldn't have shown the ones they knew weren't finished in their mind.
Well,
Probably just
like
put
that's-
all the
or
other.
just
There's enough others in
especially-
there that are super revealing that you could have shown instead of the ones they showed us before.
No, but especially the choices of what you're going to print on your 1.0 disc. That you need to not make things toned down compared to that if you're going to be advertising your game as being uncensored as like your big kind of thing. That's like, we're the renegades who aren't putting up with the censorship.
What's really interesting? Did you so all of you guys have played the game enough to get to the dress switching tutorial? Did you guys notice that like when you first get to the point where you can actually change your outfit, a little video plays and it shows like here's how you change your outfits, and it shows like the menu. You know, it's a pre-recorded video of the menu scrolling through different outfits. Did you notice that a lot of the outfits in that pre-recorded video are actually from the demo version of the game, and they're all like they're completely unchanged?
Oh, that's weird. No, I didn't know.
It's in the main game. It's in the main game. Yeah. For the most striking one is you can still see, like, it flashes by for just a second, but you can still see the Chinese dress with no stockings in that video.
Oh.
In that tutorial video. It's like, okay.
So it seems like the more information I'm getting, it seems like they changed these things a while ago, but they forgot to keep everything consistent, right? Like with the Chinese dress, that was changed in 1.0, but if it's without the stockings beforehand, then that means they forgot to remake that video.
Yep. It was like that in the demo, and then it wasn't like that in 1.0. So there have been like definitely like waves of changes between the demo 1.0 and 1.2. There have been like a series of changes each time. And then I guess the ultimate question then is, well, let's assume the worst possible scenario, okay? Let's assume that Sony is forcing them to do this, and that they are basically lying to us, okay? It's all Sony's fault yet again, or maybe even Sony's forcing them to do it, but they're complicit, so they're both evil. Sony is evil, and Shift Up is evil, right? Worst possible scenario. They're actually just falsely advertising blatantly, and fuck you, gamers, okay? Worst possible scenario.
Yeah.
Are the changes enough to say that this is now like a desexed game?
Probably not. No.
No, absolutely
so.
not.
Not
I don't
even
think
remotely
anyone
close.
would make that argument.
I have a question. Metal,
Yes.
is the video you're showing of the patched version already, or
No, that's version 1.0.
This is 1.0.
Okay. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
most-
think even what was shown is like fucking sexy, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like especially
it's-
the bikini outfit. That one is like probably the most revealing one because there's like boob coming out of every side of that fucking bikini.
Like the changes are like pretty small still, right?
Yeah, and guys, the lingerie version, I was not gonna do the can collection side quest. Then I saw that outfit as the reward. I'm like, oh.
Actually,
Let's get those
cans are my
cans, guys.
favorite.
Let's
I was
get those
trying to do
cans,
it the
guys,
other
like-
day. It's very tedious. Even if you're looking up where they are and just trying to get to them, it takes forever. And
Yeah,
I'm
there was
also
a
still working on
can where you
fixing
had
it.
to shoot a target, right, in the desert. It's like, oh, I wasn't even looking for that can. It just fucking happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got 41 of them without like looking for them, right? Like I wasn't going
think
out
I
of
got
my way
on
to
the same,
find
yeah.
them all.
There's
Yeah.
one that I would have never found without a guide, I think, or it would have taken me a long time.
But
So- Well,
Go ahead.
I asked that question about like it being considered a desexed game, even in the worst possible scenario, is because I think people online went way too fucking far with the outrage. Like there is some reasonable amount of
As the
outrage to
internet
be had
does.
here. Yeah, yeah. Like there is some reasonable amount of outrage to be had here if this is the sort of thing you care about. I personally don't, but I wouldn't begrudge people if they were like, "Oh, well, this kind of sucks." Like I expected
Yeah.
something else. Fair enough.
Mhm.
But you had Grums and others go like lose their fucking minds on this, right? And they're like, "Oh my god, they're censoring, they're putting her in a hijab. Oh my god, like everything's being ruined.
That was a funny
Sony's
meme.
come for us again." And it's like, what the fuck? Like, here's the thing. I think this was all like if we're gonna call like the new crop of the new era of the culture war post Sweet Baby Inc. If we're calling that Gamergate 2, I think this was a massive fucking L for the Gamergate 2 guys.
Okay.
You want to know why? Let me outline it for you, okay?
Go ahead.
Imagine you're a normie, and you're a normie who is not plugged into any sort of online discourse, but you like playing video games and you occasionally hear some rumblings of information from your friends, right? So you hear from your friends that there's this really huge PlayStation title that came out, and it got censored, and they took all the sexuality out of it. Oh shit, okay. But you want to buy a new game, so you go and you buy Stellar Blade, and you sit down and you play it, and the game updates because you're a normie, you don't know what's going on. You update the game to the latest version,
Mhm.
and so you don't have time for any of this culture war bullshit. You have a 40-hour job. You come home, you just want to relax at the end of the day. So you play Stellar Blade, and you're like, okay, I've been told by my friends who are terminally online that this is a censored game with all the sexual content sucked out of it because the Puritans at Sony don't want us to have boobs. And then you turn Stellar Blade on and you play the most hyper-sexualized game that's come out in the past 10 fucking years.
Yeah.
All right? And what you're gonna think is these online people are fucking insane. This is censored. This is censored content to you guys. Like, what do you guys want?
Yeah.
Basically, it's one of those situations where the Grums crowd, they're technically right, and they do have some foothold to be upset about it.
Yeah.
But
They also
went so far
specify, but
overboard.
they specify
They went so
the
far overboard. It's a huge L for them because they just look like they're unhinged, frankly.
yeah. Even though they went ahead and specified, like, hey, don't refund the game or anything. Do like PSN subscription, get rid of that or something. Like they're trying to still keep it in check, but those are like not the tweets that pop up everywhere. Obviously, it's gonna be the big headline ones because those get all the clicks basically.
Yeah. Like
It was
I like Yellow Flash. I've talked to him a few times. He's always a good guy. But I saw a video of him where he put like Eve in a hijab, and I'm like, dude, this is too far. Like, this is not what's
Sounds
happening.
hilarious though.
It's funny. Oh, it's funny as fuck.
That has to be
But, like,
clickbait, right? That's
oh,
just for the
it is
video.
clickbait. It is absolutely clickbait. But like, I'm like, dude, this is not an accurate representation of what's happening here with this
Yeah.
with this scenario.
It's more nuanced. It's a bit complicated. I mean, we just talked about it for like almost an hour or something because there's so many factors to go into. Because yeah, I checked a bunch of things, and you went in there like even further because I assume you probably want to make a video about it or something or talk about it on your stream.
Yep.
So yeah,
I think
I think it's interesting because I think it's like another culmination thing. The same with the Dragon's Dogma microtransactions, where that one was the one where it's like, okay, enough. We're gonna fucking be annoyed at this now. When now Sony is being constantly doing like weird stuff like Helldivers. There was this other PS4 anime JRPG game where they had to change something in like the art book or something that they didn't have to change for like the Nintendo version, for example. Tsukihime, yeah, that's what the name is.
Yeah.
So they probably were like, okay, now this one, even though it's small, we're gonna make a ruckus about this. That's probably the thing that happened here again.
Yeah, I think it's like you said, it's the Dragon's Dogma 2 situation where it's an offense, right? I'm not saying anyone should defend it, but it's a rather small one. But it's like the straw that broke the camel's back,
Yeah,
right?
because they've been doing
The
it for a
changes
long
in this
time as
game-
well.
Yeah, the changes in this game are like very minor, but it was just the one. It was the one that was a bit too far, and Sony did not fucking help their case because Capcom was smart and they all shut the fuck up. Sony kept doing bullshit, and it is snowballing now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It is, again, this isn't necessarily like Sony's doing, but if I was at Sony, I'd be like, holy shit, people are blaming us for this. Don't do shit. Everyone just shut up. Just don't do anything. I don't want any more blame on us for something I don't even know if we did.
Yeah.
Right. But
This just adds more evidence to my point that Sony's just retarded.
Yeah, probably.
Also, by the
I think
way,
what it
this
is
whole
like-
this whole controversy made all the reporting on this game fucking worthless because it was all about this, and nobody was talking really about the mechanics or anything Like it feels like
Yeah.
every article I've seen and read's like, yeah, mechanically fine, blah blah blah. Anyway, gamers mad. It's like, yeah, but can you tell me more about the game, please?
Look at these chuds. Oh my
Ugh.
god. Like,
Look at
The
them
gamer chat.
Coomers
Oh, God.
and all the gooning squads that are mad now.
So here's the thing. Someone in the chat said, "Is Dev using the 'it doesn't matter' argument?" No. I'm saying it matters an appropriate amount. It doesn't not matter, but it also isn't the end of the world, right? And you have to put it in the context of like, well, does this ruin the game? No. Does this desexualize the game? Not really. Like maybe like a 2% desexualization or something, right? Which you can be mad about if you want, but you should be an appropriate level of mad about it. But there is the counter argument though, is that there is a it is part of a larger context of things generally being desexualized in gaming right now, and things generally being pushed in a more progressive way right now. I'll give you a great example of what I'm talking about here. Here, if you don't mind pulling this up.
Absolutely.
I'm sure you guys saw this. This was from the Dead Space remake. So in the original game, you have a poster, and it's like just like a propaganda poster in the background of the game, and it's powering humanity into the future, and it's got the two people and the woman's pointing triumphantly towards the future. It's usual propaganda poster. In the remake, they changed it to be a woman who has smaller boobs and a black man instead. Now, there's no reason to make this change, right?
No.
But also, the change itself isn't offensive, unless you're like a weirdo who doesn't want black people in your video games. But that's a whole other conversation. But like to your average person, it does not matter that they made this change, because I mean,
I played both the Dead Space games. I wouldn't even notice that because I've never seen that poster before.
Right. Like in a, we do live in like a liberal capitalist democratic society, and what that means is that we view your average white person and your average black person as being morally equivalent. We don't prioritize one over the other because we're an individualist society. So it doesn't actually matter. The moral content of the poster hasn't changed when you replace a white person with a black person. But then you have to ask the question, well, why did they change it then?
Yeah, why would you put resources
Yeah.
in this, even though it's a small change? Like, it seems like wasted effort.
Exactly.
Like, it was perfectly fine
seems
before.
like so it seems like to the person who did make the change, they actually don't view white and black people as being morally equivalent. They actually do think that the content of the poster changes when they put a black person there instead of a white person. And then you must ask the question, well, what kind of person thinks that way? And that takes us down into a really big political rabbit hole that I don't know if is really appropriate for the stream. But the point is that there is a wider push within the games industry to make things be more progressive, and they do kind of boil the frog on it, right? It's like if this poster was the only change in video games that was, let's say, politically motivated in the past 10 years, no one would give a shit, right?
Right.
But it is one drop of thousands of drops that eventually fill the bucket up to the point that it overflows and people are actually angry about it.
Yeah,
and that's why you get
it's gonna be annoyed, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So that's why you get people who they seem to be like unduly angry about these very minor changes in Stellar Blade, and it does kind of seem unhinged from the outside looking in. But in the wider context of how everything is moving right now politically, you can see that it's probably just going to be like the straw that broke the camel's back. It's the same thing that I said about Suicide Squad at the start of the stream, is that if it were a different time, you could make a story where you kill you kill the Justice League, and it's actually an interesting story. But we don't live in that time right now, because right now we live in a time where basically everything that is normal is being turned on its head. All the heroes are being torn down and killed, and it is, again, a wider political conversation. But the point is that this is not the time to make that story and expect it to be popular with the fans.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think the same thing's happening here.
Yeah, I think I generally agree with you. It was a disproportionate response by a lot of people with Stellar Blade, because it's small, but at the same time, like you said, it's one of the small things of many small things that, if you're keeping your pulse on this, obviously fucking weirdos are gonna, they're gonna be fucking super mad. But let's say you're just keeping a pulse on this, right? It will probably annoy you because it's just another thing and another thing and another thing and another thing. And I assume some of those people, they don't like take a step back. It's like, okay, what actually happened here? No, they just see the change and look at all the other changes that were absolutely politically motivated, and it fucking annoys them a lot. Like microtransactions are a big one, right? I don't pay a lot of fucking attention to them because I got sick of them. But in fighting games right now, there's like a big controversy. Well, it's
Yeah,
relatively
with
big.
Tekken.
Where
With Tekken, right?
yeah, fucking hell. But the big thing is the new microtransaction policy, right? Where to buy our stuff, you have to buy in-game currency, right? Which is annoying, but whatever. But
Oh, they
you can't ever buy
finally,
the amount you need.
yeah, they're
Right?
finally taking over the practices of mobile games, where I
Yeah.
need 800 coins, but I can only buy 1,000. So, and I can't do anything else with the 200, so I have to buy more to get rid of those, and so on and so on.
And that's like a big fucking deal in fighting games because like holy shit, like we were relatively free of this. We put up with your microtransaction bullshit because we know you needed money, but this is scummy.
Yeah.
And like lots of people getting really fucking mad because that is ultimately a small change that a lot of people won't care a lot about. It's like, oh, it's only like $6, it's whatever. But that's just the start, and it's like in all of them right now. So like while I think it's a incredibly disproportionate response with the Stellar Blade and other games that are similar, I understand why a lot of people are very mad because it's not just this one offense. It's all the offenses leading up to it, and yeah, it's a build up.
Right. It's always going to be different for different people because, well, my channel is mostly just like only gaming and stories and stuff, so I don't go super into it. But, well, obviously microtransactions, I'm going to talk about those, but like political stuff, I mostly stay away from unless it's like super on the nose and it actively destroys like stories or whatever, which does happen a lot. So if you're like in that I don't know, sphere, I guess, of doing that mostly, you notice it way more, and you have more background to actually realize where it's coming from and why it's happening. While someone like me is like, why did you do that again? You just ruined everything. I hate you. I'll go do something else now. I don't want to do anything with your movie or game.
Pretty much same boat.
Yeah. But yeah, I totally, I do get it 100%. And I completely agree with you, Dav. It's like when you're looking from the outside in as like a normie that plays games once in a while, it's like, why is everybody so mad about this? This is awesome. It's like, yeah, it is awesome, but there's lots of things in the background you probably haven't heard of because you play like a couple of video games a year because you're not online like we are.
Yeah. I mean, I know whenever I've gone on side scrollers, I've had to like explain certain political concepts to Craig, and it's not necessarily appropriate for his stream, but he's asking questions that lead in that direction,
Yeah, I mean,
It's like, listen,
it's fine.
We can talk about this, but now I got to sit down and explain to you all this other fucking nonsense
Exactly.
that's outside of gaming,
Yeah.
and trickles down into all of these various cultural spheres, of which gaming is one of them.
Well, someone in the chat said normies are never going to hell. Why care about what they think? Well, because if you get them in the boat somehow, if you can tell them what is going on, they might do help you. You don't want to just get rid of them and just like they're just a non-factor, because they will look at it and be on the side of the things where like, no, we don't want this to happen. Here's the reason why we're angry at this. You probably want to explain it to them and see if they react or even care. Because yeah.
Also, fun fact: normies make up like the majority of purchases for these things.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
They far outweigh the people who are like big fans or terminally online or anything like that. So the idea is that you kind of want them informed. You don't want them like too informed because then everyone's crazy and we all turn to a giant fucking echo chamber.
I have one friend who doesn't look into these things mostly, but since I've been telling him about a bunch of stuff, he like comes and asks me when we hang out. It's like, so what's going on with this thing, or what do you think about that? And it's like, yeah, this is shit. It's like, oh, why? And then I give him all the reasons why. It's like, oh yeah, I get it. So there's potential there. You should never just get rid of one thing because you think they will never help, because that's just wasted potential, I would say.
One of my moderators is in chat, and he just said, "Let me tell you about Antonio Gramsci."
I don't get that
I
one.
don't know who that is.
Deb made a big
You get it,
video
right,
on-
Mark? You saw my
yes,
video. on it,
I
right?
do. I saw your Gramsci video. It's a
Okay.
good video. Looks like it would have taken
Okay.
a hell of a lot of time,
So
just for research.
yeah. Oh, it did. Fuck. Antonio Gramsci. I'll give you the 30-second version because my video is an hour long.
Oh, okay.
He was the leader of the Italian Socialist Party in 1919, and he basically, after he was arrested by Mussolini, he wrote a series of books called the Prison Notebooks while he was in prison,
Okay.
and then they were eventually smuggled out and then brought to the wider world. And in it, he basically described the reason why the socialist revolution happened in Russia, but not in Italy, is because Italy was a more developed nation, and so the bourgeois had more control over the various organs of cultural production. So for him, back in his day, it would have been like radio, and it would have been like, you know, newspapers and journalists and schools and things like this. But nowadays, it's also TV and it's movies and it's video games. And he basically wrote like something like 47 different notebooks full of socialist political theory, where he describes how for socialist revolutions to take off, you have to, before you can even have your violent revolution, you have to get a bunch of people to get into positions of middle power in all of these cultural institutions and start using them to tell stories about, basically stories with revolutionary morals rather than stories with bourgeois morals.
Mm-hmm.
And so he outlined an entire thing, and then that started a whole school of thought that has persisted to the present day, which is why you see people, I'm sure you guys all saw like Iron Stylus recently, right?
No.
Where he had a tweet that, no, you didn't see that tweet?
No.
He had a tweet that went viral.
I'm pretty disconnected from Twitter.
Pretty disconnected here. I'll just give it to you right now, okay? Because I think I have a copy.
No,
of it.
don't.
In fact, I think I have.
Don't beat me again.
No,
Dave.
I'll beat you again.
No,
I have a copy of it. I have a copy of it in my Stellar Blade folder, I think. Yes,
I have
here it
calmed
is.
the puppies. Good news, everybody.
Woohoo!
Oh, welcome back.
The
Someone
puppies
throw a
are
bone at
here
them.
and they're under control.
Here, so just pull that up real quick. Yeah, so this guy, Iron Stylus, he works for Riot Games. And he said, extremely lukewarm take. As a game developer, a manufacturer of cultural content which specializes in resonance, you have an obligation to advance social justice and diverse representation. You are not just making art, you are participating in the formation of bedrock.
Oh, okay.
And then he goes on with a bunch more commie nonsense. And this idea that you see this repeated across so many progressives online in so many spheres, right? On TV, in movies, in gaming, in music, in YouTubing, and like pick a mode of cultural production, and you see progressives saying, "Hey, this should be more left-leaning," and the reason why is because they want to inculcate people with leftist values, and then you get your evolution. And all of this came from Antonio Gramsci, which is why whenever we have a conversation like this. Yeah, so whenever we have a conversation like this, like censorship in a specific game, and people ask, why is this fucking happening? There's always going to be somebody from my community in the chat who's like, Dev, talk about Gramsci.
Talk about
Gramsci again. Talk about Antonio Gramsci again, Dev.
It's
Jesus Christ.
It's kind of interesting that this thing came up. I don't know. I may have actually seen that back in the day. I just saw this for 2020. That was 4 years ago, guys.
Don't do that.
Already did it. Because I was listening to an interview with the Smiling Friends guys with Zach and like the Only Plays, and where they just like, yeah, when we did Smiling Friends, like, why is it so good? Why does so many people like it? Like from everywhere basically, no matter where they come, was like, oh well, we're just trying to be funny and not like put out a message or anything. And they didn't even mean like in a political way, but I just found it interesting. It's like, oh, because they wanted to make a funny show that's hilarious to watch and people want to see it. And even if they don't like this kind of content, they still had like some things going on that they liked. It's like, yeah, maybe if you want to make better content, actually do the thing you want to do without forcing yourself to put a message in there. I'm not saying you can never put a message in anything, because that can work, but you have to be good at it still. So it's just interesting to see is when people that make things online or video games or movies or whatever, and it's like, oh, I have this obligation to do XYZ and push this political something. It's like, no, you really don't. You can just make good content, and like not everything has to be politically charged with everything.
Like that's like interesting, right? Because just looking at Suicide Squad, right? It got super canned because the environment and everything else like that. And like when I'm just thinking about the chat that said normies don't help and normies don't matter. It's like they kind of do, because like if Suicide Squad was like, let's say it was an okay game, right? I'm not even talking about anything political like that or anything like that. I'm more talking about the practices, microtransaction practices, right? let's say that was not a completely hated fucking game, right? That would just tell more companies that, like, hey, these types of, bland bullshit are okay in games. If you look at just to bring this to something I'm a little bit more familiar with, like fighting games. There's this guy, Maximilian Dude. He's like the biggest fighting game content creator.
I even know
He
that
always
name,
talks
yeah.
about he always talks about like making fighting games fun. And obviously he has his own position on what makes them fun,
Sure.
but he strongly advocates for, yes, you kind of have to make them a bit casual. You have to kind of appeal to normies because that's how you make money. And if companies can make money, they can make more games. So you want to kind of direct normies to like good stuff, right? You don't need to inundate them with all the political and all that nonsense, but you're like, hey, this game's good. This is like X, Y, and Z, or like this movie's good. They're gonna tell their friends, and they're gonna tell their friends, and then you kind of push people towards like good stuff that you think is genuinely like better for everyone. And like, I don't know, it's the idea that's like,
Yeah.
well, we can't, like, who cares about normies? Like, you should care about them because they decide what games get made because they are the ones who buy a fuck ton of it. Like, I'm probably gonna end up buying 3 copies of Dragon's Dogma 2, but like fucking that still doesn't compare to like 1 million normies who just see you fight dragon and that looks kind of cool and I'm gonna buy that game to play after work because I
Work
want to
for
stop
Skyrim.
thinking about my fucking pregnant wife yelling at me all the time. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
So, I actually kind of disagree with you guys, unfortunately, on some of this stuff. I'm gonna have to come out with agreeing with Anita Sarkeesian here, as much as I hate to do it. I hate that it's come to this point, but I mean, she made the point that
again.
yeah, I'm doing what I did on the Archcast recently because I think it is true. All right, like she made the point that everything is political, and lots of progressives make the point that everything is political. And what's meant by that is not that you have to be like fucking obnoxious and just be, a politics snob and not enjoy things just for the sheer fun of them. You shouldn't do that because everyone needs downtime, obviously. But everything does have political content, and that is true, right? So when Anita Sarkeesian, back in 2011 or 2012, said, hey, Mario games represent and reinforce the patriarchy because you have a male character who is going to save a female damsel in distress. And that's not good because we want female liberation. Her analysis is technically correct. The issue is that we actually do want the patriarchy to be reinforced. We do want young boys to grow up feeling like they should be a hero and save women who are in distress. So it's like she was correct on the analysis, but she wants the wrong thing. It is good that we have, basic stories of heroes and villains so that people can actually learn to be heroic and why they shouldn't be a villain, right? I waited so long to finally just bite the bullet on the everything is political thing because it sounds so awful, but it is fundamentally true, right?
Well,
every story, even if a story is written without any political content meant by the author, what it reinforces culturally is its political content, right? So
I mean,
no one at
genuinely-
Nintendo, no, just hear me out though, just real quick, okay? No one at Nintendo is thinking we need to reinforce the patriarchy. We've got to indoctrinate all these young boys to go out and save princesses in our Mario game. They're not thinking that. Like, no one's thinking that. But the fact that that the games are put out and they're popular and kids play them, that becomes part of the cultural fabric that they grow up with. And it does inform their views and their behaviors as adults. So it does have a political context, but it has a good political context is the point. And we should, in fact, encourage these behaviors.
While I'm not disagreeing with that, like a few people in chat, oh god, now the puppies are out of control again.
Oh no,
What
Dev!
have you done,
what
Dev?
did you do?
That was too hot of a take.
Okay, hold on, wait, she'll be fine in a moment. Rocky, sit down. There you go. Okay, but how does it affect things that are purely gameplay based, like Tetris or Pong?
Yeah, they're fun.
For those, the political conversation is probably going to be the way they were developed. And also, if you really want to stretch it, you could get into what kind of personalities are crafted when they play primarily competitive versus primarily cooperative games. Because I don't know if you guys, you guys, I don't think you guys dive into the hellhole that is political Twitter. But I've definitely seen people say that like the reason gaming is resisting becoming left wing is because it's fundamentally a more competitive space, and a lot of the communist hippy dippy bullshit where we all live in the commune and everyone's equal and we all just live in harmony and hold hands and like eat out of the same fucking feed trough every day. All right, like that stuff requires a level of equality that competition will just never allow to exist. There's probably some truth in that. It's just that what the communists want is fucking unhinged and ridiculous, right? So I think gaming itself is always going to lean away from the progressive unless you're playing like walking simulators or things that just have no competition in them whatsoever, because a game is always something that is played. If you're playing, there's competition, there's winners and losers, and so there's always going to be some level of inequality there that progressives aren't going to like. So here's the thing. I'm not saying everything is political. Therefore, let's stretch politics over everything so we can be artsy fartsy snobs about it, and I can pretend that I'm better than other people, being like, "Oh, you don't understand the meaning of this particular game." I'm not doing that. I'm simply saying it does have a real world impact, and the progressives are right about that. But that's why we should not encourage hyper lefty games to be made, and those stories, in fact, are bad for people, in my opinion.
I mean, I just generally just want fun games, right? And like
me too. Yeah,
me
too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like my focus personally, right? More just because I kind of just I get everyone's like political in some manner, and there's an issue that affects everyone. But for the most part, I'm just like, can I just have like games that are like good and fun? Like we have our games that are more focused around story, like, and we have games that are more focused on like gameplay, and like obviously there is political undertones, and I guess overtones would be the opposite. I don't know, but stuff to them, right? And the good stuff tends to not be like very left leaning, and like that's usually more due to competence. Like, yes, we must make everything political. When you don't, it usually ends up a lot better because you're focused on just something else, whether or not there are political undertones or cultural impacts by it. By not focusing on that, you tend to make better products. I think.
I totally agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, kind of though, because like BioShock has a very political story, but it's also a very good game.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're definitely so you can make good political games for sure.
Absolutely.
I guess what it is like when you're playing a Mario game and you just want to, I'm gonna have some fun and run around and stomp on some Goombas and just enjoy my evening. Right? You're engaging with it in a non-political way. And whatever political context that exists in Mario, normalizing the idea that men should save women in distress, it doesn't matter because you're having fun. And these are two different things. The political content doesn't cease to exist, but it doesn't matter because you're having fun. I think that's what you're getting at, basically.
Yeah, like pretty much exactly it, actually.
Yeah. So sorry about bringing politics into it.
I think
it is part of this conversation though, because it does explain some things.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like regardless of if it's censorship or non-Stellar Blade, it does have political impact a bit.
And sexy outfits.
Very
and
sexy.
boobies.
Actually, that brings us to the story. Actually,
implications of Stellar Blade.
Like so, what Chet just said,
brings
Def
us
is
to
not
the story.
sorry.
No. It brings us to the story, is what I mean.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. So what is the Korean politics implications of Stellar Blade then?
Big
I mean,
booba
the political arc of Stellar Blade is going to be similar to Nier. It's just not as developed and not as well done. I know with Nier Automata, it was basically what would robots do in the absence of humans? What kind of civilization would they build given the limits of their programming, right? And what does that, and what does it mean to be human? Because I mean the various characters of Nier, they all seem quite human, but there's just something slightly off about them throughout the entire game. And it's the same with Stellar Blade as well. So I guess now we're getting into the spoiler territory, because there's going to be a lot of story stuff now regarding Stellar Blade. Because I mean, if we're gonna have this kind of conversation, we got to talk about the big twists of Stellar Blade, but also they're you can see him coming. You know what I mean?
Well,
you can see
Metal,
Yeah.
are we doing story yet, or do you have other
Yes.
things to get to?
No,
Okay.
we were very extensive with the controversy part which was very good, of course. But it's time for the story, and I'm just gonna guide us through this from front to back. You might think, but Metal, you played it for 57 hours. How long is this gonna take? The main story is not very long. The main story is very short, actually.
Yeah.
Like the combined cutscenes of only the main story that I found online is like just about 3 hours, and that cut up.
Really?
Yeah, and that cut up had parts of the boss fights in there, and just some panning shots where they fly away and into things. So
There's not like a ton of. Well, I guess to be fair, it does kind of cut out. Does it cut out a lot of the like the random talking scenes? Although I think all of them are close to useless. But did that cut those out too?
well, it doesn't have any dialogue that happens like while you walk around the wastelands or whatever. It's just there was only the cutscenes, the main story parts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think I remember the gist of a lot of the conversation, so I think I could fill some of those in.
Yeah, I mean the wasteland things is you go to the solar tower, activate it, and then you make your way to Altis Lavoie or Abyss Lavoie, which one ever came first. But yeah.
You get some.
Well, I
world
mean, I
building
meant
in
there's
the
some
open
characters.
areas.
Sorry, I just meant there's some character things.
Oh,
Like,
we have those when they enter the ship and before they fly away, and all the things that happen in in Zion, for example. Those
I
should be in
think-
there.
I think I agree with an earlier observation that I like the characters, the giving a fuck about most of the characters. I don't really feel that. So
Yeah.
I think it was Swollpool that said it.
I said the story was
remember.
dog shit, but
No,
Yeah.
like who said like the
I
characters
think
weren't like
that might have been me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
okay,
think,
Mark,
I
it
don't
was
think
you.
there's like a single character in the game really. Like it's
Yeah.
there's a couple like ideas of what a character might kind of be thinking. I guess Lily is kind of a character. She
Yeah,
reacts to
Lily's-
things.
Yeah.
Lily's as close as it gets.
like when Taki was like, "Oh no, this is supposed to be an emotional fight," but it's like it's just a hard boss for.
I can't concentrate when Taki's on screen.
Oh my god, another Taki simp.
Simp?
Holy shit.
Oh, you know what's interesting? Like the body model of Eve has
Is
the
it
face of
Taki's
Taki.
face? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
No,
it's
just-
like he's fighting.
It's crazy
herself.
that woman exists.
Right.
Let's get started.
Yeah. Also, I just put my footage in the background, so that's just running. That's my new game plus heart flame
Oh.
up until
hell
like
yeah.
it's like 4 hours of my last stream. Second to whatever. It doesn't matter. It's footage to look at, and I went out of my way to actually record it without webcam and chat. So I got some clean footage this time. Look at me. Quality productions here at MetalCommander. Okay, tough crowd, I see. Anyway, Eve gets dropped by a dropship. No, we basically begin the intros, like the introduction sequence where Eve gets dropped from a big old dropship. They all get attacked. Everything explodes. Your dropship gets jammed. Taki gets you out of it, and then it's like we need to go together with the rest of the team and do our thing and help them out. It's like, all right, do that, and you get like your little tutorial sequence, like you do /E/ with circle and all that good stuff. You know, just a little tutorial section basically. At some point, you get to the part where the rest of the airborne squad is located. That's the seventh airborne squad, by the way, that you've been dropped, and you're about to help them, but then one of those drop ships, I think it was, just falls onto them and they all die. So now you and Taki are the only survivors. And then there's a big old alpha nativa, and you fight them. That's a fight you can win or lose. It continues
It's
either
pretty
way.
cool when you win it though. Like you get a really nice cinematic of Eve and Taki both like killing the thing together. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I think you get it if you win or lose.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Really?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
completely the same one.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
I
no
think you have to
change.
I think you have to try to lose that fight.
If you don't have, I guess so. Or like if you're like me and
No,
you're like,
no,
oh,
just
you know what?
if-
I get the mechanics, and
If
you don't.
if you lose, you still progress. I thought the cutscene might have been different though, but
No,
maybe not.
no. I was kind of a little
I
bit
always
disappointed it
did.
wasn't different when I tried it on here. I mean, you'll see it on the footage because that's just the new game from beginning, and then we just go through. But yeah, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. You continue. You beat up the monster. Like, yeah, we beat the monster. Let's do more things. But oh no, big demon thing arrives, which is supposed to be also an alpha nativa, and you're kind of damaged. Like Eve is kind of damaged at this point from the drop, and you're like,
wait, real quick.
yes.
The boss you fight is not an alpha nativa. I forgot that. They think it was, but it's like, oh no, it's not. It's just really strong.
Oh, I guess it's just a strong nativa. I guess. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, just quick correction.
It's a boss fight. You beat him up, or he just beat you up, and you win anyways. Yeah. Then the harpy demon wolf thing appears, and it cuts off Taki's arm while trying to protect you. And then that's the end of that section because we now go to 807, and we start talking to Adam and explore the area. And to be honest, I don't really know why they did it with a flashback thingy here. I don't know why we just didn't get the full thing and then went to it. Like, it doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, I agree.
But just kind of makes me wonder, like, why
jump, I guess. Like
why didn't they use this like as a story device where because of the damage you have like some kind of amnesia and you didn't realize that Adam is in cahoots with the fucking thing. Also, obviously, spoilers. If you
my god,
didn't realize.
spoilers!
Yeah, massive spoilers. I'm going through everything in the story.
Yeah, just
Well, to be
prep.
fair, Adam was like, I kind of got like some shady vibes with Adam already. With the
Oh yeah,
dialogue after
he's
the
super
boss
sus,
attack.
and our characters don't react to it at all. It's annoying.
There's like there are some
he-
times.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
he was like, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say there are some like times where, cause like they try to hint at the twist, and like it's not terrible, but there are some times where he said some shit, and it was like, is anyone gonna say anything?
Yeah.
Cause I noticed it. I know you noticed it, Eve and Lily. That was fucked up what he just said. No? Okay, I guess we'll
Yeah.
just.
I think that there's
didn't
one
say
point
it.
where Lily's like, "What the fuck did you just say? What's wrong with you?" And then Eve's
Yeah,
like,
and then Eve
"Okay,
was
stop.
like-
We don't have the full context,
Yeah.
okay?" And then they go ahead.
We
It's
don't
like,
have to
oh.
fight. Yeah, something like that. Right? Not
Um,
fighting, guys.
But yeah, we learned that Adam saved Eve. Oh, Adam and Eve. Ooh.
Yeah.
At this point, I would, like when I went through this the second time, when you know the context, because we can jump around, by the way, if we get to some places. So don't be afraid to just interject and jump to other places if it's context relevant, because I will.
I love my wife figured out the Adam and Eve connection like halfway through the game.
Bible
Oh my
reference.
God, I was like,
Yes.
honey, how did that take you that long?
That's funny.
Okay. To be fair to her, it took me a second too, but I don't think it was because
Yes.
my brain stopped for a second.
I could
I think
tell.
it's because I was more stuck on the near like similarities where I'm like, wait a second, is this near replicant again?
Hey, if you really want to mess with someone, ask them who's hotter, Eve from Nier Automata or Eve from Stellar Blade. Eve from Nier Automata is a guy.
I was about to ask. I don't even remember that character, so I was just gonna
Oh
trying to
yeah, I
remember.
forgot about him.
But
I just
the
heard
thing
Eve,
is,
so I was like,
they might
boobies.
end up saying Nier Automata thinking that 2B is Eve and like.
Oh,
It's
that's right.
really-
I forgot the name of those two characters.
Yeah.
And how are they going to reproduce? They're both guys.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have a penis anyway, so.
Oh, that's true. That's right.
Yeah, they're like
Yeah.
Ken dolls.
Maybe they lay eggs or something. I don't know. Cyber eggs.
And they're siblings.
Oh.
It makes things very complicated.
So yeah, when I got here the second time on my notes, I was trying to figure out, okay, when did Adam actually decide to save her? Because the way he says it later is like, oh, it was like on a whim. I did it because I felt like it. But we learned throughout the story that the demon is Raven, and Raven has been in cahoots with Adam the whole time. Like she's like, "Oh, you told me all the truths. I'm on your side now." And then I was just wondering, then why did he make it look like a desperate rescue? Like maybe you could have used the flashbacks for that. Like Eve doesn't remember this, and she just gradually remembers. Like, wait, why was he talking to that big old nativa that just killed Taki in front of me? That's weird.
There was a scene later that shows that happening.
No, I'm saying they could have used that to
They should have. Oh, okay.
do that because in this flashback you see him like getting in with the bike and grabbing her by the arms, like get on here, and then they drive away, even though he's never in any danger because here's the big spoiler: he is the alpha nativa. He's actually the elder nativa. Sorry, like he's the big boss of everyone. So I don't even know why he made it look like this desperate thingy. I don't know. It's just something I noticed.
If I was one of the writers and we could not change this, I would probably be like, oh, well, he's saving her from from Raven, who's obviously lost her mind because she knows that he wants to recruit someone from this airborne thing, right? That's what I would do.
Yeah,
but
that's another
none
thing
of
you
that's
could
in
have
the
done.
fucking story.
Yeah, but yeah, those flashbacks just happen at these different camps. We just have a little talksies where they, because Adam is controlling the drone that you could use to scan stuff and everything. But we basically just go through 807, which is like the intro area. It's pretty much linear. There's like a couple of little side areas you can explore. But we go through there, beat like 2 or 3 bosses, and yeah, the big thing that happens here at the end. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's anything super important that happens during the walk through there. I think the most important part is at the end. We learn that we find a drop pod, an old drop pod from the 5th Airborne Squad, actually. And in it is Lily. And she tells us, oh man, I've been trapped in this thing for 2 years. And she's not really affected by this at all. She's like, yeah, that was annoying. Anyway, I'm your engineer now.
Yeah.
She's basically just kind of quippy
probably-
and
that's
happy
probably
about it. Yeah?
That I think is the first hint that all of the airborne drop squad members that they're all actually robots, because that isn't really clear at the start.
You know, the weird part is, though, they mention throughout the game that all these androids have been not the androids, that these guys here at Zion, those are like all people with like all these implants that are complete humans, as they call them later on in the game. So they, from what I understood, they never actually need to eat that much anyway. So I think that's what they're trying to do. The funny part is I know what you mean, because I was actually under the impression the whole time they were just androids. I wasn't even under the impression they were humans at all, the way they were moving and everything. And when they drops like, what, we humans? We're not humans? I was like, wait, was that out of the question that you're not humans? It's like, I don't know, maybe this was me filling in the gaps because I've consumed so much media, but I was just like, oh, you're clearly not humans, obviously. But no, they were just like, yeah.
I think real quick.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat says Lilith. Yeah, so
Yes,
they're very clearly doing Adam, Eve, Lilith. With the same
Absolutely,
characters.
yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
100%.
Lilith was Adam's first wife. Yeah. Okay.
Can I just say like the robots also, that the citizens are robots, that kind of gives you a hint that they're not really human.
Here's the thing. I mean,
inside.
I think this was actually primarily in the pre-release material of the game, is because I know that in the description of the game, the airborne squad members, they're all described as humans in the description of the game.
Okay.
And I know once you get to Zion, they all call themselves humans, but spoilers, it turns out none of them are humans. They're all just robots.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, the people that don't have a face but have robot heads are not humans? What?
No way.
Well, like,
I mean,
So-
I think it was explained to them as a as a technological evolution.
Yeah.
Thing. It's like we replace human hearts with body cores, so now we don't have to worry about aging and
Yeah.
we-
Yeah, but everyone thinks that they're human, but none of them actually are. Yeah.
Yeah, because like when I was at the beginning of the game, when I was going through, I never thought anyone was human, right? Like you see Eve fucking sparking and shit, but I thought that they were obviously like a mix of like enhanced humans, like technologically, like they're human, but they're mostly machine at this point. Something like Cyberpunk, right? But obviously, at the end of the game, you learn that they are just androids. They're not like yeah.
Also, we remember this number. 2 years. He's been in this pod for 2 years. Remember this. Chad, remember this. This is important for later because they fuck it up really badly at some point in an optional place. Just keep the 2 years. He's been here for 2 years, okay? Remember this.
Mm-hmm.
It's important for the reveal later.
Sorry, Taki's on screen. I can't pay attention.
No, that's Raven
You
on
and-
screen right now. You liar.
That's
was-
Raven's
I mean, I'm
less
watching
attractive
it on
form.
YouTube, so I think I've got a bit of a delay.
No, okay, fair enough. But yeah, she becomes the engineers from the 5th Airborne Squad, and she's gonna be like the mechanic that does upgrades. She gives you like the double jump later on, and the second slot for the exo spine, yada yada yada. Yeah, and then Adam's like, oh, by the way, there's actually intact. There's like some kind of humans left in the in Zion, and they've been led by Oracle, and he's like, hey, if I explain this to you, he's gonna help us if we just work together. And then you get a choice, which I think is a non-choice. I actually didn't try it. I probably should have. What happens if you say, no, I don't want to cooperate? I guess it just leads you to cooperate anyway.
Maybe. Or maybe game overs you like some games do.
I remember Paper Mario did that back in the day. When you
Yes,
say no
Super
3
Paper
times,
Mario.
it just goes game over. Are you gonna help us save the kingdom? No.
Oh my! That was punishing, right? Because it's 20 minutes before you can save a 20-minute unskippable cutscene at the start of the game.
Oh, I didn't know
And then
that.
if you
That's
say
funny.
no 3 times, it makes you restart the game. You get a game over, and you got to do the whole intro again.
That's funny. I didn't know that. I just knew about that tidbit, and I found it always funny
Far
that that's a thing you
Cry-
could do.
Far Cry 4 has an ending that you can trigger like right away. Where like I think Pagan Min, the bad guy in it, just says, "Hey, wait here. I'll be back in 15 minutes," and then you get a radio call that kind of starts the story. But if you just wait for him, he comes back and then just brings you right to your mom's grave, which is why you're there.
Yeah, and I think Pagan Min even says, "Let's go shoot some shit." So he's
Yeah. After
play
you're
the
at the
game
grave,
normally.
he's like, "Yeah, all right, cool. Now let's go shoot some guns."
Let's go shoot some guns.
It's like in Metal Gear Solid. You wait for that one sniper to just die of old age.
yeah.
What's his name? Eden?
The end.
The end, yeah. That's funny. And then Snake gets really sad because I never gave him the fight he wanted to. God damn it. Because you can put your clock
I
8
love
days
it.
in front. Like you can forward it by 8 days and then reload
Or
the
you can
game.
do it accidentally. Just if you
Oh.
save there and then don't play
Yeah, it's
the
like,
game.
oh,
for
I'm
a
going to
while.
vacation now. I can't wait to do this boss fight next time I'm here. And then he's just dead.
Oh, there's in DMC5, if you beat the tutorial boss, it's just like, oh yeah, well everyone was happy and we won. Yay, game over.
Oh, Grump just says, if you say no, Eve says, I don't know if I should team up. And Lily says, come on. And then Eve says, okay. Huh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that's
I love
lamer than I thought it would
non-choices.
be.
They're my favorite.
Yeah, that's silly.
But
Right,
yeah,
Oracle.
she's part of the thing now. Also, there's a hypercell here that we grabbed after we beat the boss. So we bring that back to our new home base, Zion. And yeah, we go there and talk to Oracle. We put the cell in and we give him some more energy. And
Oh my God! Wait, just the biblical.
Yeah.
It's Zion with an X, not a Z. But isn't Zion like an important place in the Bible or something?
Yeah,
no.
they're doing the same thing that the Matrix did because their town was called
Yeah.
Zion too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
I just thought about the Matrix basically when I heard that. So yeah.
I just thought it was a cool name.
But yeah, in that big room, there's like all the other quote unquote humans. They're like in a deep sleep because they have like an energy crisis and they can't really let them be around because they don't have enough energy for this. And now we get tasked to get some more hypercores in order to locate more Elder nativas. Alpha nativas, sorry. Because then we can get more alpha cores and go and open the den to the Elder nativa. Because if we kill him, all the nativas die and we win the day. Woo!
For some reason.
So that's our gameplay loop. Get cores to get more alpha cores. Get cells to get more cores. I've been I think in my notes I fucked that up like multiple times because like core cells. But yeah, also just to clarify, the sole purpose of Eve being here or any of the airborne squads getting on here is to kill the Elder Nativa or get rid of him or whatever it is. And yeah. So I'm gonna jump straight to the end here for a second.
Okay.
So,
I mean, you might as well because nothing really happens. You just find more cores and find more power cells.
oh no,
and
there's more shit
alternate
I have to
between the
complain
two.
about though. I'm
Okay,
going
okay,
back
yeah,
There's
for
a lot more shit.
I'm going for context because collecting the alpha cores is completely meaningless. Because in the end, you go to the place where you use those alpha cores to make like the one big core to open the den. The thing is, Adam is in there waiting for you, knowing you come. He lives there basically. It's his nest. He can just open the door for you. So you never needed those cores anyway.
Well, yeah, but the game hasn't revealed that it's Adam yet. He's still keeping his secret, right?
Well, the issue, I guess, is that while he is keeping a secret and like no and everything like that, there's not really a reason to like do all of this stuff because at the end it seems like Adam's like, okay, Eve's ready. I'm gonna tell her everything, and hopefully she's like down to not to kind of fuck merge. Yeah.
Fuck merge.
Oh, they fuck merge. Oh, okay, that's nice.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it was obvious, but yeah.
it's weird.
They
But,
merge, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like he could have just did the whole hypercell thing and cut out some of the shooting sections.
Wait,
And
wait.
then
I have
at the end,
wait,
Yes.
I have a question. If they can merge, why doesn't he just merge with her when she was unconscious?
Oh, we
that's
get there.
rape.
That's like,
Maybe
I
just-
think there's actually a decent reason for that, though. I think it's actually a
Is it
decent
because
reason.
he
Well,
needs
I think
more
there's-
power, or like the level ups we get?
Well,
is
the thing
if
is, I
if
think
I were
it-
to be charitable,
Go ahead.
real quick, if I were to be charitable, Adam, despite his voice acting being dog shit, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. He wants Eve to want to do this. He's not like trying like evil or anything.
Well,
he's
I also think
pretty chill.
at this point he didn't really has decided yet to do this. The thing is, the game doesn't really tell you that well when he actually decides to go. It's like, oh, Eve is the one actually to fuse. I don't know when he decides to do this. So I think like now the alpha cores just became this side thing that we actually never needed because Adam can just open the door for us. It's just part of the task now because that's what Oracle tells us to do to open the nest, and obviously Eve doesn't know anything, so it's not the fault of Eve. It's just kind of awkward because Oracle also sacrifices himself at the end, and Adam makes like a big deal. It's like, oh, I care about Zion. Would be cool if we had like Eve go like, by the way, Oracle just sacrificed himself so we can get in here. Like he's like super dead now.
Which, by the way, he
Yeah.
was protecting Zion with his brain powers, but whatever. We forgot about that.
So yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna remind you where you were at.
Oh, well, we just go to the wastelands now. So basically, we go through 809. We get the task now. It's like, yeah, you go to is Abyss Lavoie first. One of the Lavoies, whatever. The first shooting section. These ones have more hyper cells, basically. And you have to go through the wastelands. You go activate the solar tower so the camps work again, and then just have to walk through the thingy. And if you want to, you can do all these side things, which I did, of course. So it took me a long time. But if you just go straight for it, it's pretty quick and nothing really happened. It's like just a big gameplay section, really. That's where you like the gaminess of this game comes into place. Because basically, like, okay, so here's the rough outline of what we're doing now. Now get all these side quests and do them for more skill points and all that good stuff, and cans and outfits and whatever it is. But you can basically just go straight to the Altus and do that thing, I think. Actually, I'm not even sure if the solar tower is even necessary. I think you could just go straight to that.
Can you? I think there was like a main quest thing where you had to align the solar tower, right?
I
Yeah,
don't think it's main
Wasteland.
quest.
No,
Is
it's
it?
not main quest.
It's not.
The
Oh,
solar
I-
towers turn on the camps in the area.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think
Oh,
it activates anything you need to actually get to the Altus
Oh,
at the
okay.
end. I
The
didn't try
Wasteland
it.
one's just the Wasteland one's easy, but the desert one's a bit of a pain in the ass.
Well, that one has a big boss in front of it.
yeah.
And you have to
Well,
go
yeah,
find all the
that,
things.
and then you have to find all the drones, and you have
Oh,
to
yeah.
even if you find the drones, you still have to find the guy to tell you to go find the drones before you can even activate.
Dude, I was complaining about that on stream because, like, no, I already figured out what I need to do. Why do I need to activate it again with this
Yeah.
random guy? Like, I realized I need to find the drones. The panel told me. That was a bit annoying.
Yeah, it's one of those game design things that I wish would just go away. It's like I know where to go. Can I not engage with the quest, please?
Yeah.
Or like, can I just do the quest and then
Oh,
like
okay.
if I get the conditions of the quest, just give me the quest immediately and complete it.
Yeah.
But yeah, one thing that's important with these side quests is you build affinity with some of the characters. Some of them by like there's like some like what is, I think there's 2 affinity meters. One when you buy stuff from them, so I unlock more shit from them to buy, like earrings and new nano suits or whatever. And then there's like you do certain tasks, and then there's like another meter on the top right of your screen that pops up, and then when that's full, you get like an extra mission from them. One of them is
Really?
specifically important, which is the Lily one, because that one, if you have that one full, before you go into the end game, it actually unlocks an extra area that you have to do, that you also need to get to true ending.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 endings. Yeah.
But the thing is, if you just do all the side quests, you automatically get the affinity meter up, because that's just kind of part of the cost then. Because you just do all the things, basically.
When I was doing New Game Plus, I didn't finish it because I got bored. I did kind of realize that not all the side quests lead to Lily's thing. It's mostly the memory, like the little iPads on the ground.
Oh, it's
little
collecting
with
things?
little light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the collecting things. It's in the main quests that are the main
Oh.
things that build Lily's meter specifically.
Finding logs and cans raises affinity too. Okay, I just thought it was just the quest. The thing is, I did all of those things. Like, I picked everything up, so I guess it happened automatically for me, and I just assumed it was the quests.
I mean, I think
Well-
I filled mine up too, but I chose not to take his hand, and I just fought a boss and
Yeah.
ended the game.
Well,
So-
I figured it out because I didn't want to do all the side quests again. So I was like, what's the minimum amount of things I have to do to get that bonus mission?
Right. Yeah, then we go to the Altus Lavoie and do the shooting section, and those exist.
God.
But
Yeah,
why do you guys
shooting
hate
heads.
those so much? I was like, yeah, okay, I just did those. I don't really need another one.
I don't know. It was just like shitty Dead Space, and it took out the parts
Yeah.
of the game that were fun.
Right.
It feels like it. I agree with Mark. It ignores the fun combat aspect. You force a player to do the optional shooty thing,
Yeah.
and it's not. They're trying to make it scary because ooh, you can't shoot your gun. Ooh, but when I die, I just respawn the checkpoints like one screen away or in the same fucking screen, and I'm just forced to do this. It's just basically a test of patience at that point. Even with the puzzle, with the when you do the reflector puzzle thing.
Oh yeah.
And if you
I wish that one would be
don't aim
quicker.
it-
Like, you always need
Yeah,
to take to get like speed on. Like, you need to move a little bit, and then you have to stop and turn it. I wish it would be like double the speed, because it's not a hard puzzle. It just gets annoying to push these
It's
things
anno- it's a-
around.
It's annoying when you like not be in the right angle because you're gonna open up the tubes with the monsters in it, and then you're in the forced spooky part. Ooh, they're gonna grab you. Ooh, you have to mash square repeatedly. And I know for a fucking fact, when you are in your normal combat mode, you can just kill these fucks easy, and that's what
Yeah.
happens when they're in the wasteland already. So
Hmm.
it's just it feels like padding.
Yeah,
which is
because they
not
also
good
make
if-
they do make the enemies easier as well, because you shoot them like
Honestly, I think
three
you could have-
times and then they die.
you could have had these sequences and they would have been a lot more fun if you just gave the enemies in that area shields that needed to be taken down with the guns.
Yeah.
But
something
you
like
could
that.
still
Well,
do all.
But
the
then it
rest
takes
of
even
your
longer.
stuff.
Then you just have
So-
more of the things you hate.
No,
Okay.
no, because then you're not stopped from doing all the things. Because there's so many things that you can do with your attacks in this game
Yeah.
that act as mobility as well. So it's like
Yeah.
the fact that you can't use your sword means you're also like way less mobile. You're just like this person kind of running around shooting, and that's not
So-
really the type of game this is.
So to partially steal me on those sections and partially shit on them, I don't think they're terrible, right? The main thing with the gun that I don't like, and these parts kind of exacerbate that, is that the regular bullets are the best thing to do, and everything else I only use when I run out of the regular bullets.
Hmm.
Right? So whatever variety there is with the gun, and there's not like a ton, right? But when you just focus on this aspect of the game, you kind of accentuate the weaker part of the combat. Because like I use the gun kind of frequently, because sometimes there'll be an enemy that's like kind of far away. I'm like, oh, I'm out of stuff, but I don't really want to deal with you with my sword because I'm already kind of going this way. So I'm just gonna shoot you real fast, and move on with my fucking day. In these sections, because you only have the gun, if you use the bullets and then let's say you use the shotgun, right? Because I think the shotgun's the second best option technically. You notice how weak the shotgun is. Like you have no fucking range on it. It's like, oh my god, can I just have more bullets? I don't know why I have any of these other things on here. Right?
Also,
the
to-
laser's
explosive-
really slow.
to go into like
Yeah, the
gameplay
laser is
mecha-
too slow, though it is quite powerful. But the explosive shells are actually pretty damn good. They also don't have splash damage, so you can use them up close.
By the way, quality of
Yeah.
life improvement for this game. Let me stock up on the ammunition and refill it for me when I'm at the
Yeah,
camp.
just like you can.
Don't
with
let
the
me
healing
buy it
items,
every
like-
time. It's so annoying. You
Yeah.
you do it with the health items already. Like
Yeah,
why,
I
don't
agree.
Yeah.
do it with my ammo as well.
Or just like
So-
refill the ammo at a checkpoint, like at the bonfires.
That's what Battle said. But that's-
So here's the thing, right? There
No,
are other
he's saying,
games.
like allow stock. I'm saying like just give us the ammo refill for free. Like,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not-
There are other games. I think the one that I can think of right now off the top of my head is Tears of the Kingdom, where they once you go into like a specialized little area, they restrict your abilities and then make you just make do. Right? Tears of the Kingdom has those shrines where you can't use any items that you brought in with you. You come in naked.
Yeah,
It's that sort of thing, right?
I like those. Those are fun.
Well, it's true. They are really fun, but like, how is it that restricting what you're capable of doing worked so well in Tears of the Kingdom and completely failed here?
Well,
Because
because
these aren't fun.
there's like 3 enemies. There's not a lot of variety in things you can do. You can't parry, so you have no defensive options all of a sudden.
It's
Like
And the
it
gun's
just,
not that
it's
fun.
not. Yeah, it's not good.
on
Whereas you
top
can
of
make the
that-
argument that being scrappy in a Zelda dungeon in Tears of the Kingdom there's something engaging there.
There's a
Whereas here it's
challenge.
like this is the worst part of the game. Just I have to do only this for half an hour.
yeah.
Yes,
Because
yes.
these
this is the
sections are
thing,
not a
right?
challenge. Everything dies really quickly, and then you just get unlimited ammo all the time because everything just drops you new ammo.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
why it feels like large parts of the game just aren't present, right? Because you could make a game that is maybe a little bit more complete, where it has actual like meaningfully different builds. So you could play the game where you just like focus on sword. You could play the game where you just focus on the gun. Some
Yeah.
games that you do that, right? And let's say that there was different equipments and different locations where actually a gun build is ideal, and the gun actually can be as good as the sword if you spec correctly, right? If you had something like that, then these sections might actually be really fun. But the game just isn't developed enough to have that. And I think that's why every time you do one of these gun only, there's only 2 of them, by the way. Again,
Yeah.
it just shows it feels like it's not finished. But there's only 2 of them. However, whenever you're doing one of them, every time you turn a corner, there's a new ammo refill station.
Mm.
I don't know if you noticed, like, and the corner is like a little thing. It just spawns more ammo for you, and it's like, well, it feels like you had this idea, but you just didn't finish it.
Well,
So how do you make it at least kind of work? Well, we got to put ammo respawn stations everywhere so that you don't run out of ammo.
Well, also
know,
the enemies, all of them just drop ammo every time you kill one. Like when I get to those ammo stations, I'm already filled up again.
And they all have explosive weak spots.
They do. I didn't even know this was on my first playthrough because they died so quickly. Like on my second play, I was like, wait, is this like a red thing? Is this like a medkit thing? And a shooter's like, it explodes? What? Why?
Yeah, like
So it's a situation where basically like if because the game does feel unfinished. Let's just assume that it is. If the game was fully finished and they actually fully develop the gun, make it as developed as the swordplay is, these areas could actually be really fun. It's just not there. The support in terms of the fundamental game structure just isn't there, so they just kind of feel like a slog.
I also think that like when you compare to, I didn't play Tears of the Kingdom, but I watched Metal, and I think I get the gist of those combat sections. The benefit with those sections is that you're not usually just fighting, right? Yes, you have restrictions, but like it's kind of like, okay, here's your tools, right? And here's basically a puzzle, but it's a combat puzzle you need to figure out, right? With the gun sections, it's not like here's a gun puzzle where like maybe you have to shoot these certain targets and like maybe there's enemies coming at you or something like that. It's just shooting, and like you said, it's not challenging. The enemies have weak spots, and you don't have an ammo problem.
And
Right?
there's
Also,
tiers
the
that
ammo refills are kind of pissed because they only refill your gun. They refill everything.
3 unique enemies too, and then the little creepy crawler guys. Like you only have the standard dudes with the explosive pack, the larva like queen bee looking ones that carry the 2 exploding dudes and the exploding dudes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think on the second one you also get shield guys, but there's like 2
Yeah, you
of
do,
them.
yes.
I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if one
No, go
second.
ahead.
I think if like without changing the gun mechanics, because I think those need to change. I don't necessarily hate the gun, but I feel like it's not as refined as the sword. I think the idea that they should have gone with is to turn the gun sections into something shorter and also more of a gun puzzle gauntlet, where like it's not necessarily just killing enemies. Sometimes like maybe you have to manage. There's actually a really good section in the second one where it's a little platforming thing, and like I wish the platforming was better, but it was an interesting idea where you have to move forward, but there are targets that will like snipe you if you don't take care of them. Right. The only problem with that is that you can snipe them from the beginning, so you can get rid of all of them, and it's not really an issue. But something like that, where like, okay, I need to shoot these targets, and I also need to move forward. But if I stay on a platform too long, it will fall. Right. That like gets you flowing, where it's like, okay, I have to manage all of these things instead of just I went into a room, I shoot them, and okay, guess I'll keep going. You know what I mean?
I
Yeah,
have a question.
I think I agree with that. Also, I will say just at the very end that the fact that both of them use the same end boss just kind
Yeah.
of shows that these aren't really that polished.
Because I was like, oh, what's going to be the second thing I have to shoot? Like, is there going to be like a bunch of ads that, or do you need to shoot some orbs to get the shield away? It's like, oh no, it's the same guy. Huh. It took the same amount of hits as well, pretty sure. Like, it wasn't exactly the same. Go ahead.
Is the second area, does it also have the ammo refills?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, if
they
it didn't,
mechanically
you'd be-
they're basically the same. Yeah.
Okay. Man, come on. I can't agree with Dev here. Like, not only is it unfinished, it feels like padding.
Yeah. Just let me use my sword. That's fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or like I said, even if you want to design some situations where they are encouraging you to use the gun or using the gun is more effective, but still let me parry and stuff. Like don't take away my defensive options and turn it into shitty Resident Evil 4, you know?
You know what they should have done? They should have put in Suicide Squad's counter shot.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, that's the most effective thing to put in a shooter part. You're just standing there waiting for the enemy to do something while everyone else is shooting at you. That is such a stupid mechanic.
Anyway,
sorry.
we kill the big glob man, and we get a hypercell. Woo, we did it. We find a second hypercell, and we also find a legacy recording from Raven. And I think in this one she just tells you that that she's like wait, hang on. I don't know what this one is specifically at, but in general, just to put them all together, she basically learns the truth about Mother Sphere, and then that she like killed all the humans and was responsible for the big tsunami that hit the planet and basically washed everyone away. And then she got big mad, did a big traitor thing to her airborne squad, and then joined Adam/Raphael Marx in his. Oh,
these are both two new things that you haven't brought up yet.
Wait, Raphael Marx is Adam?
Yes.
Oh.
Spoilers.
Yeah, because I see this, like, there was a quote book, like the works of there was a quote book, and the title of the book's like quotable quotes or something like that, and the quote they quoted was Raphael Marx.
I forget that he has like 3-4 things here. So yeah, he's the elder nativa, so the big boss man of all the monsters. He is Raphael Marx, meaning he is he built all the technology and stuff, and also built the space station and Mother Sphere.
Oh my god.
So he's like...
He's also the frontman of a K-pop group.
Yes. Wait, what?
Wow.
What?
The model? Nice.
I don't know. I mean, he seems like he could be.
Yeah,
And then everyone in this game seems like they could be.
Yeah.
So just real quick here, right?
Yeah.
Because you didn't mention Raven in terms of the story before this point.
Oh yeah.
So
that's the first time we see her. She's like she's part of the 3rd airborne squad.
Second. So like an airborne squad from like various, like many generations before that was lost a long time ago, and she's actually survived on the planet this whole time on her own.
Yeah, she's been surviving and has been doing the thing.
Yeah, she's basically been doing what Eve is doing, is like going around discovering the truth, and then she eventually turns on Mother Sphere.
Yeah, and she gets told the truth by Adam. And then she's like, "You're my salvation. I'm gonna follow you now, forever and ever, because you're my homie." I don't know if there's any romantic interest. They don't tell us that. I'm just wondering if that's like.
I think she wants him. I don't think he wants her.
Yeah, if there is, it's probably that way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not clear, but like that's definitely readable.
Yeah,
I think because that's what I read.
There are a large contingent of Raven is best girl people out there. I know that.
Unfortunately, I'm one of those people.
Are you? Well, here's the interesting thing. If you get a good look at both of them, it's clear that Taki is just an upgraded Raven. Like they're the same model of robot. It's just that one is slightly changed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But like they're clearly the same. They're clearly the same. Like get good looks at their character. They're the same model. They're like the same person. Just that Raven's always scowling and Taki isn't.
Right.
Interesting.
But yeah, the that's basically all her legacy things combined and what she's been up to. So I won't really need to mention the other ones. You find like 4 or 5 of them throughout the game where you get to learn the truth about everything. But yeah, we also got the second hypercore and bring it back. And now, here's a prize question for you. Adam tells us at the end, I really want Zion to survive, even though they're just Andro ADOS. That's how they call the Android things that they built back in the day, and which are in Zion. He's like, I really want them to survive, man. Here, I give you the last hypercell. You can have that. Here's a question for you guys. Why didn't Adam get all these hypercells before this whole time?
Video game, duh.
Because the game needed to happen.
But like on a serious note, I don't think there's a reason he doesn't.
His wife test.
Because he's very invested in getting Zion to be like manageable again. Because he's gonna have like an even easier time than Eve. One, he's not limited by the whole energy flame. 2, he's the big boss man of the nativas, from what I understand. So I don't know, maybe they won't even attack him. And if we go by some logic that, those are like they're like, I don't know, they're leeching on electronics and they're out of control. He's like a superhuman crazy being. He can like turn into like some godlike creature, as we see in the end fight. So he can just beat them up. He turns into Sephiroth, yeah.
So
3
white hair.
wings.
No, he doesn't. The hair stays the same.
There
3 wings on one side.
Yeah.
So that there is kind of a reason for this, and it is hinted at, but it's not fully explained.
Enlighten me, please.
Okay. So, like, Adam's relationship with Raven is that he was, like, his whole plan Yeah, I'm just gonna jump to the end real quick. Okay?
Sure,
I'm gonna
sure.
spoil a whole
I've been
bunch,
doing it the
'cause
whole
I
time.
have to. Yeah. So Adam's ultimately. So here's the TLDR. Okay, so Adam makes Mother Sphere. Adam makes robots. He's Raphael Marx, right? So he makes these things, and then Mother Sphere thinks that the robots are superior and should rule the planet. So the robots start exterminating the humans, and so Raphael Marx, being horrified at what he's created, he turns the humans into nativa. Spoilers: the humans are nativa,
Mhm.
because in those forms they can actually fight back against the robots. And so basically, and then this history of the world is lost. This history of the world is lost, such that the androids on the colony that Mother Sphere controls all believe that they're humans and that they are going down to Earth to liberate the Earth from these monsters that appeared out of nowhere. But actually, they're robots, and the humans are actually the nativa that they've all been mutated. The citizens of Zion, they are all previous generations of robots that had been abandoned by Mother Sphere, but they also all believe themselves to be humans, but they aren't.
Andro
I still think Adam's plan is just terrible though, because
It is,
he's
but
like,
I'll
hey,
get
it's
to it,
like,
right?
I want the humans to be able to fight back, so I'm gonna like turn this into a Cronenberg planet.
Yeah.
Cronenberg planet.
So Adam then realizes he's made a second mistake, turning all of the humans into nativa. He's like,
What?
okay,
No
well,
way.
I've now fucked up twice. I need to fix this somehow. And what he devises basically a plan to merge the androids and the nativa into one species. It's like the Mass Effect 3 ending, the green one, where like everyone
Yeah,
becomes both
synthesis.
synthetic. Yeah, the synthesis. They all become both synthetic and biological. That's his plan.
Dev,
And
I
so,
have a question.
okay, what's up?
Sorry to interrupt. You're saying that Adam is a nativa, right? He turned
Yes.
into a nativa.
Yeah, he's the
He
elder.
is, yes,
He's
he
the
is.
big boy nativa.
Is-
He got
is
like
becau- is-
he got like like a premium doses of the nativa juice or whatever, and then he
So that's why
he
he
got
doesn't.
them
still has
good
conscious.
ones.
That's why he still has conscious left,
He
basically.
kept the only
Yeah.
dose that makes you handsome.
Is he covering up because he has like the nativa growth, or he not really? It's just Riz. It's just.
No, it is hidden underneath his coat.
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Like
that's why he
he-
has like a really big coat. It's hidden under there. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
looks
yeah,
like he has
he's mostly
it looks like he has a
normal looking.
Yakuza tattoo.
Yeah.
So yeah, so Adam's plan is like, listen, I've now fucked up royally twice, and the only way to solve this is to merge the androids and the nativa into one species, so that we can just live harmoniously. So he starts to concoct this plan, and he realizes that what he can do is if he can get a suitable enough member of one of the robots that they can merge, and then they can become a new species, and then this combined new species can actually be the salvation of the planet. And his first basically, I guess he has like the Wesker syndrome from Resident Evil, where like everyone turns into zombies, but he just is fine. He's just super powered, right? Because Wesker didn't become a zombie with the T virus. Everyone else did, but he's like, oh, I guess I'm just a superhero now. Okay. So his first experiment was Oracle, and he did manage to bring Oracle's humanity back, but it was kind of a failure, frankly. His second attempt was Raven. And he said, well, you know what I'll do? I'll see if I can merge with Raven, and maybe like can we merge? Can we use Raven? And the Raven experiment was a failure, and she kind of went insane. And so Adam was basically like, listen, I need to find a robot who is up to snuff, who will actually be able to do this process and not be deformed or insane or I need a high quality android girl to do this with. And so I think Adam's motivation in the entire game is basically that he could do all the things that Eve is doing, but it's almost like a Harry and Dumbledore thing. Right at the very end of Harry Potter, Dumbledore reveals that he's purposely putting Harry through a lot of terrible stuff to allow him to grow as a person, to be the hero that they all need him to be. And that's probably what's happening here, is that Adam could do all of this stuff himself, but Eve becomes the person he needs her to be as he lets her do all these various tasks. And the game does hint at it, but it never really says it.
If that is like
Would Eve kindly?
if that's
Wait.
the Go ahead.
Aren't
A
they
weekend.
aren't they like biological? How will they merge if it's like
Don't ask. Don't think about
It's
Video
it's
game.
future technology.
It's sci-fi
There's a
mumbo jumbo.
Japanese art form
Yeah.
called hentai, and
Oh.
let me tell ya.
Oh, also,
Like-
I do want to point out that the game never actually tells you that Adam is Raphael Marx. You
Yes, he
only
does.
get that. Hold on. You only get that in the new game plus in his bio.
No, he tells you at the end.
Are you sure? Because I remember.
Yes, he tells you
I don't
right
remember
before you
that.
fight or don't fight him.
I don't remember that at all.
I do.
I don't remember him ever saying, "I am Raphael Marx." I don't remember that.
Well, I watched all the things. He tells you like that he's like all the
Okay,
people's.
I mean, if you say so, maybe I could have just missed it. You know? Like, who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah. I mean, that's why I watched it again
Wait, do you
because
have footage of it?
I definitely didn't remember that.
Do you have footage of it? You can pull it up. Maybe.
It's
confirm.
just look at the not a playthrough, like a cutscene compilation. That's where I got it from. It's just like the
Okay.
one in his like last monologue at the end there.
And yeah, and at the end of the game, you can choose to merge or not merge, and then there's different endings. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
To be honest, right, the end kind of throws a couple screws into things because the whole human DNA thing doesn't make sense. But that's like genetic talk. That's bullshit. My big thing is Adam's plan, right? If what you say is like, oh, I'm not saying you're lying, but obviously it's implied. It's not in the thing. That's so silly.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, it's just like, Adam, listen. Maybe stop.
yeah.
Maybe just stop. Also, how does Evedom? Let's call it Evedom. In the true ending, how can you become a new species if there's one of you?
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense, does it?
Yeah,
They
That's
don't.
right.
They don't have sex and make new people. They just turn into one person.
It's like,
Yeah.
Adam, this plan isn't working out. We're still fucked over.
I just like the reason I didn't take Adam's hand at the end. People were saying, "Oh, you should have taken it." Like that's kind of where the story was going. I was like, "Yeah, but I mean, he's the guy who turned humanity into a bunch of grotesque cannibalistic monsters that just destroy."
I also
Like I feel like if the legacy of human civilization is a bunch of really hot robot people that actually like understand our language and culture instead of like, you know, Cronenberg monsters, I'd be like, okay, I think I'm on Team Robot at this point.
But like,
Taki.
but don't you want to be a chainsaw gorilla?
No.
With
No,
spinning
I-
teeth blades.
Don't you want to be a mushroom gorilla? Yeah, a mushroom monster in the desert.
Also, if we're at the end anyway, fuck it. Choosing the ending that is apparently the true ending, I think that goes against everything that Eve has been gone through this whole time. The true ending just hinges on Eve for some reason taking the gamble that this might be the right choice. Like, we learn at the end, it's like, oh, your number one, I don't know, apostle, I guess, has killed, like, Taki, which apparently Eve really cares about, because she saved her. I mean, we don't get a lot of character with that. She dies in the beginning, then you fight her later, and then she dies for real or something. I don't know. He didn't do anything with Raven. Like, he didn't even talk to Raven after she was like, I'm mad that Eve is the chosen one. I'm gonna destroy Zion. Like, she doesn't react to that at all. It's like, so that's like the whole thing with the characters. Like, there's like no reactions from the characters what has happened. You know what I mean? So going with the choice is like, I'm gonna take this hand after she got big mad about everything. It's like, I don't know, that probably doesn't really check out with what the game has been telling us for the most part. I know what it's trying to say there at the end, because I think there's like something interesting to talk about. It's like, oh, is it worth preserving like a tidbit of human DNA that's in all these Cronenberg monsters around the planet by fusing with these robots, with androids and nativas, so we can preserve this last bit of humanity, which at this point I don't know, would I even call this humanity anymore? If
I mean,
it's
like
just a-
that's the thing. It's like saying that nativas are humans, like that's humanity right there. I'm just like, well, no, they've become something else now. I'm
they
sorry.
fucking lay eggs.
Yeah. It's the Attack on Titan conversation. It's like, Titans are humans. I mean, yeah, but not really.
Look, you
Yeah,
see the
like-
faces?
Are they? Are
It's-
they?
It's the whole bird and dinosaur thing. It's like, yes, birds are technically dinosaurs. They also aren't fucking dinosaurs. So because like no one calls birds dinosaurs, right? No one's like, oh my god, that's a descendant of a T-Rex. It's like,
So I just confirmed. I just watched the cutscene. He doesn't say he's Raphael Marx.
Wait, what did he say?
From the moment that Eve walks up to the platform to the moment that he asks to merge with him, he doesn't say he's Raphael Marx. Maybe he says it in the don't merge ending, because I chose the merge one, but he doesn't say it.
Maybe it wasn't a don't merge one. I don't know. Maybe my brain
know
just
either.
filled that in because I did also read it in the data thingy.
Yep.
And it's heavily.
So what happens is
It's also heavily
only on-
implied for if you read like all the lore things, and then I think he says something like "I'm the reason for everything" or something. I need to check back again. I didn't write down the exact wording,
Yeah.
but yeah, fair enough.
What I do know is his I think the only place the game directly says Adam is Raphael Marx is in New Game Plus. So you have to beat the game first.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
in the
start a New
data.
Game
It's
Plus
in
file.
the
And
data
then,
bank
yeah,
thingy.
in
for
his
sure.
in his data file in New Game Plus, it says he's Raphael Marx.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, that's a pretty important story point just to leave to a New Game Plus.
I
data
know,
file.
right? Did you see the data bank entry from Mothersphere that just says everything went according to plan? I was like, fuck off. That's fucking useless
what
to me.
plan?
Yeah, that one, the Eve protocol. Did you know?
Yeah, I still don't know what that is. I
Wait,
have
so the
no
Eve-
fucking
They,
clue.
they wanted
Is
to
the
make
Eve
the
protocol
hottest
then-
Korean robot
Yeah,
lady.
The hottest Korean robot lady, and then after like forging her by fighting so many nativa, I will merge my essence with this new waifu, creating a stronger, better nativa android hybrid.
So from what
To fight the
I
Mother Sphere.
from
Is
what-
that it?
Yes,
no, from what I understand, the Eve protocol is basically just trying to get rid of the Nativa, I think.
But that didn't happen.
I
They're
know.
Still around, right?
So it's concluded now, but because the Elder Nativa is gone, I don't know, man. I don't.
And wait, isn't okay? You have now a new species that is still a robot. How will they propagate?
Well, apparently
Right?
Nativas lay eggs. Maybe they also lay eggs.
Evil
Yeah.
lay an
Evil does lay
evil
eggs.
lay an egg in the future.
That's what I mean. Like, I think at this point, the androids are much closer to what our definition of humans would be than the nativas have any semblance even claiming.
Well, like
So,
the
okay, here
story,
I can
real
explain
quick.
this if you like. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the story kind of this is kind of where the story fails a bit because like New Replicant has a similar kind of theme where the humans aren't the humans; they're like androids basically, right? But at this point, they don't want to give up their bodies so the humans can be humans because fuck that, right? So this game kind of fails to explore that. Does it really matter if they're flesh and blood humans or if the culture that has been passed down to these androids is more human than physically being human? It doesn't really explore that when it could have. I think a lot of the game just kind of fails to like use the ideas it brings up generally, but that's
Yeah.
like the big one, I think.
I agree with you. Yeah. So in terms of the endings, right? Real quick, because to discuss this next point, we got to talk about the endings.
Sure.
So when you choose to reject Adam, you have to fight him, okay? And you kill him.
Yes.
And when you kill him, that means you kill the Elder Nativa, or
Mhm.
I think it's the Elder, yeah. And are they clear about whether or not that means all the Nativa die when you kill the big one?
Well, when you kill Adam, all the eggs start exploding in that nest. So I think I think what they want us to believe is that what they told us, that if you kill the Elder Nativa, the Nativas are gone, seems to be true. I don't know why in his great plan of making Nativas, he decided to make them some kind of hive mind that explodes when the eldest one dies.
It
but-
might be the case that all the eggs break, but the individual Nativas are still around, so they'll like eventually die off. It could be that.
Yeah, maybe that could also be. I can only go from what the game
Yeah.
showed me, because they started exploding. So I think everything else died. But at least at some point they just all start to die. At least if that's the case, because they can't repopulate anymore, I guess.
So I haven't seen this ending myself, but I have at least read about it. And what it seems like is after you kill Adam, Mother Sphere is like, "Good job, you completed our mission. Come back up to the colony." And then you go back up, and it turns out there's no humans there actually. And it turns out that Mother Sphere has basically just kind of been like cannibalizing the occupants of the colony to prolong her own life.
So
And-
I checked those. No, hang on. The ending is really fucking weird. So because here's the thing. You go back. There's a couple of funny things about that ending. One, you never bring the last hypercell to Zion because you just fuck off to space. So that's kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
Two, you get picked up by Mother Sphere. You go into space, and as soon as you get out of space, the camera zooms out, and I checked multiple times because I thought, did they go to another planet or something? It's like, no, they're between the planet and this huge colony space station that is all of a sudden around Earth that definitely wasn't there before when we were in space back then. There's multiple
it's
shots.
like a halo ring. Yeah.
It's like a big Dyson sphere almost. Like there's like things that looks like a Dyson sphere. And you see, like, Lily looks at it, was like, huh, that's weird. And I was like, I don't know, what am I supposed to do with this? Did something change? Did this just appear out of nowhere for you like it did for me? Because we haven't seen that thing before. But we were in space before this, when we shoot, like, the big-ass nativa out of the space station with the railgun that we never get to use in-game, which is a shame, because that looks cool. And, like, you get multiple swings with the camera that goes, like, left and right, and there's definitely no Dyson sphere colony rings everywhere. And they tell us in the game that Mother Sphere dropped one of those rings, and that caused like the whole tsunami and stuff, and swept away all the humans that had to hide underground. So I don't know why this thing just appeared. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this ending. The thing is, in the end, it's meaningless because that's not the true ending. So that's not even what happens. That what matters in the sequel or whatever. But it's just a huge mega structure in space around the planet that we've never seen, and it's definitely big enough to be seen from the planet. Like, it's huge. It's like between the other planets you would see, and between the sun, you know. So I don't even know. I don't know what I'm supposed to make of that ending. Like, they're like, oh,
Here.
look at this big mega structure. Anyway, that's the end.
Here's a picture of it. Yeah, pull it up, because you definitely don't see this when you're in space.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, what I understand is you go back up there, and it turns out that Mother Sphere has basically pretty much destroyed almost all the inhabitants of the colony, and is cannibalizing them to keep herself alive, and is basically destroying the world. She's happy that you killed the nativas, because the nativas are actually humans, and it turns out she wanted all the humans to die, and now they're dead. And then basically she factory resets Eve. So there's your bad ending, right?
Sorry, say it again.
She factory resets Eve. Yeah.
Which ending is that?
That's the kill Adam one.
That's a kill Adam one. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So okay, I'll just in case I cut out a lot, I'll just re-say it real quick. You go up to the colony, you realize that almost all the inhabitants are dead because Mother Sphere's been cannibalizing them to keep herself alive. She's happy that you killed all the nativa because she wants to kill all the humans. Now all the humans are dead, and then she resets Eve to factory settings, so you don't you just don't like have any memory of what happened, and that's the end of the game for the reject Adam. So that's a bad ending, right?
Wait, before you continue,
But which ending?
is that like after the credits? Because I don't remember.
Yeah, because
like,
I only remember this, and then it stopped. At least in the video I've seen, maybe they forgot to put that in, because that would at least make a bit of sense. What happens after.
The wipe Eve's memory.
Yeah,
thing?
yeah, because
Is that what you're talking about?
yeah.
That's only implied. Yeah.
Oh.
It's not like
Yeah, because I was a little confused too, because like
Yeah.
that's the ending I got, and I don't remember any of this.
Okay, see, I didn't see this ending, so I'm relying on a write-up that I read, right? And the write-up said that she's factory reset, but it might be like an after the credits thing, or it might be implied somewhere. Let me just see here.
Right. Because I haven't even heard of that one before, so I was just a bit lost.
The Mother Sphere says offhandedly that Eve will be plugged back into the network. Do you remember this part? Yeah. So there's apparently a data file somewhere in the game that you can pick up in some dungeon or something that says the network is basically like the reset protocol for all the robots.
Oh, so the write-up was putting 2 and 2 together rather than
Yeah.
being explicit. Okay, I got
Okay,
it.
okay.
I got it.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's basically the bad ending. The good ending is you merge, or sorry, Eve merges with Adam, and then you basically just become Eve, but with
claw
bigger
feet.
boobs and like a white suit.
Really? She
Which you
gets
don't get in
bigger
the game.
boobs?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like there's like let us fuse, and then Adam is basically gone. Like I don't.
Yeah.
You don't get like an implication that Adam is like somewhere in there brain wise. Just Eve, basically.
Yeah, it seems to be like a flesh and blood human Eve with Adam's wing. So she's gameplay wise, she's just in permanent Taki mode. But it's
Second phase
it
at
is
least, yeah.
yeah, it is this
I found it incredibly lame, by the way. I got this super
go ahead,
merge.
yeah.
Got the super merge. Like, oh, do I get like a fight with like extra powers now with like super powers? Like, no, it's just the same fight. And then the second phase starts like, oh, now we start the big powers. It's like just Taki mode. It's like, oh, come on, give me something cool. Especially when you know how crazy strong Adam is. Like, you should be wiping the floor with that robot easily.
Here, I'll
That
pull
still
up
sounds
a
cooler than
image.
what I got.
I'll pull up an image of what we're talking about here.
By the
Just so
way,
you know.
you never get the suit in the game.
Yeah, you don't get that
Yeah.
outfit to play
This is a
with.
completely unique suit.
Even in New Game Plus, you don't get it.
Nope.
You don't
Nope.
get it.
I think
Yeah.
that's a misstep.
PC
Yep.
version, baby.
Or
Yeah,
it's
there's the
DLC.
picture Joanne brought up.
There you go. That's Eve's Adam and Eve fusion.
Oh.
Yeah. So
In
it's
fact-
just it is a flesh and blood Eve with larger boobs and a unique suit and one wing, and she's always in Taki mode. There you go. There is your ultimate life form.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty lame.
And then
Yeah, it's
you're
lame.
so you're basically like, oh my god, I actually am the ultimate life form. And then you step outside, and Mother Sphere is there, and Mother Sphere basically says, okay, thank you, Eve, for drawing the Elder Nativa out where we can very easily kill it, because now Eve is the Elder Nativa, having merged with Adam. And she says, good job. Now we're going to kill you to save humanity. And then like 18,000 fucking ships show up and start bombarding the surface of the Earth.
Yeah. Well, they're not even doing that.
Jeez.
So here's a funny thing. Remember the intro sequence where all those ships got fucking obliterated one after another without it, and they having really big problems and basically having to doing suicide dives and hope that any of those people get through. These ships just fucking appear in the atmosphere without any problems. Just like what happened to all that anti-air that was so troubling to you? Like, is there implication that Eve is controlling them for some reason? I don't know. It's just, they just poured in and just dropped, like, I don't know, 50 airborne squad members you have to fight.
Well, the anti-air stuff, we actually see it close up in the bonus Lily level. And
Yeah.
It's just these weird nativas who are like, for some reason, their DNA's transformed humans into giant turrets that just shoot into the
Yeah.
sky.
They're
It's
basically,
like,
they're
okay,
basically like
sure.
the artillery bugs from Starship Troopers. I almost said
Troopers.
Helldivers.
Yeah. So,
Actually,
I guess,
that's really
just
funny.
because there's none of those in the wasteland, they can just go there, I guess.
Yeah, maybe should have used that path every time.
Well, there's
But
like
it's
a
al- but
little
it's also-
problem with that.
But it's also weird because when you see them getting shot in the air, it almost looks like rockets that go through the shields and everything. Like, it doesn't even look like any energy stuff. I don't know. Maybe I need to check it. Maybe it does look. But they have very big trouble getting onto, like, near the planet. And also, if you also consider that we have this big old space station around, like, shouldn't like those attacks be like constant and not like every other year or something? Every
So
other year or
here's the
something.
thing. Okay, a couple things. Number one, I think they forgot the big artillery because at the beginning, when you're doing the dive, there's like these huge artillery cannons that are shooting into space, right?
Yeah, the big bugs.
They're
yeah.
like skyscraper size, but when you go to Eidos, they're like small.
Yeah, I guess those are
Right,
just
so-
planetary anti-air for like normal floaty ships or planes or something.
Yeah, so they still wouldn't be able to get the big ships into atmosphere, would they? And if you say like, and let's say they're not in the fucking wasteland,
Yeah.
right? Wouldn't they see them like going towards the wasteland, and then they shoot them down? Now, all of this doesn't really mean anything because the funniest ending kind of does something really silly. So if you don't fill out Lily's affinity bar, she dies in the end. It's kind of funny.
Oh.
But
Yeah.
yeah. But in that
Oh.
one, Mother Sphere comes down and she does her little spiel, and then a big cloud of smoke appears, and then it disappears, and it's just a bunch of ships.
Yeah, it's lots of ships. They just ninja appear in front of you, like, yo!
Yeah.
I could've
So
done that the
here's why Lily
entire
dies,
time.
right? So the Adam is the final boss if you choose to reject Adam. If you choose to merge with Adam, the final boss becomes the mech that Lily is in.
Yeah.
And basically, if you haven't filled out your relationship with Lily, Lily will just kind of die inside the mech, I think.
Yeah, because she doesn't get the MacGuffin from Eidos 9 from her hacker friend.
Yeah, which allows her to like break out of the mech. Because halfway through the fight, if you actually do complete her mission, she can break out of the mech and run away. So
Yeah.
she's still alive. But otherwise, I think the ending is pretty much similar because in both cases, Eve is outside confronting Mother Sphere. Mother Sphere says, "Hey, thanks for bringing the Elder Nativa out of hiding. Now we're going to destroy you." And then she like drop pods, 100,000 Helldivers directly onto you.
Yeah.
And then, but then, like you're like, you know what? I'm actually fucking super powered now. And then you actually have a pretty fun scene where you just kill everyone, and you actually play as her.
You have the Devil May Cry after credit beating things up scene, basically. Or
Yeah.
during the credits, I mean.
Except less cool.
Mid credits.
I mean, it's pretty fun. It's
I
pretty
gotta
neat.
finish
You're-
my
you're-
Game Plus run then. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
That's
cool,
way better
it's
than
just-
what I got.
What's really funny is like all the angels step out of the drop pods, right? And they're all like, "We're human." They're clearly not human. They're like, "We're human. We're here to reclaim Earth." And then Eve is like, "Okay, let's do it." And then you just like slaughter all of them as
Yeah.
the credits fade in. It's actually really cool. It's really fun to do.
Yeah,
Wait, you don't
I had
even
fun
fight-
with it.
You don't even fight Mother Sphere.
No, she
I
just leaves.
totally-
Yeah.
Mother Sphere is
Oh,
like
okay.
it's like the big space. It's like a big space station made by humans.
Oh.
But
Yeah,
she-
Mother Sphere has like an AI that like projects down as like a little lolly girl,
Yeah.
and she's like,
okay.
"Listen, fuck you."
Yeah. Little dick
Yeah.
And
splash.
then,
Dev,
So
I
that's
did
why
in
we-
this game. I did what you did for Liza P. Where
Choose the wrong ending.
Yeah, I picked the wrong thing. That sucks.
Yeah. So yeah, for Liza P, at the very end, you can choose to either give your heart to Geppetto or fight him, right? And if you choose to give your heart to him, you get the shitty ending,
Yeah.
and that's the ending that I got.
And you
Oh,
miss
no.
you miss the boss as
I was
well.
watching his stream.
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, Dev, no!
Dev, no.
You don't get to fight the nameless puppet. It's a good puzzle."
so I noticed the game doesn't have like multiple save slots. If you pick an ending, does that kick you back out to New Game Plus immediately?
If you pick
Yeah.
the ending and you die, you just walk into the arena again, and it just starts the boss fight you've chosen. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Like,
You
but
actually have to play the game again to get the other ending. Like, it'll even though you
You have to
died
reload
and you reload your save,
Ah.
it locks you into that ending. Yeah.
So you have to replay the whole game to get the new ending.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also,
man.
by the way,
That's why I don't
the
like-
true ending,
yeah, I
just
don't like-
having a big robot fight, I found a bit lame as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good fight. It's just
I've
not very
seen
thematically
the
exciting.
I've seen the fight with Adam since that seems way more like way more. That was like a German thing in between there. I don't know why I did that. Like a way more true ending kind of boss with like a big transformation. It's like and the other one is like robot.
Robot.
Someone in the chat asked, "Did it sell enough to justify a Stellar Blade 2?" Yeah, I think so. It's at 3 million sales already.
And,
Yeah.
and
A million
again, no,
sale,
no
hell
ports
yeah.
yet. This
They're
thing
gonna
hits
milk
PC,
this
it's gonna
shit,
sell
yeah.
a whole lot more too.
Yep.
I can't
Yep.
wait for the mods.
Oh, and also, I forgot to mention this way back when we were
Exactly,
talking about
yeah.
the costume thing. I forgot to mention this.
Mhm.
If it hits PC with all the original costumes, then we know for sure that it was Sony
Yeah,
forcing them to do it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll know the truth eventually, basically.
I can tell you there's going to be extra costumes as well. There's
Well,
lots
that's
of
the
them.
thing. Like
Probably.
once mods start happening, like it's game on.
So hypothetically, will the publisher on PC be different for the console, or will it be Sony?
Probably not. I think Sony has technically the rights to the game, but like
Ah.
I imagine it's a different division than like the PlayStation 5 division. Because at least because I've been keeping up with FF16 going to PC, and like they seem to just be like, yeah, no, we just gotta ported over to PC after this. What's it called? Exclusivity deals finished. So
Yeah, I think it's 1
I
year,
imagine
yeah.
it's so I imagine it's just like, okay, let's just do this. Let's get it all together. And like I think Sony is the publisher, but they're not like doing anything as far as the PC version. They're just their name is on it.
Mm.
Oh
if you
yeah,
will.
I doubt it. It'll probably be similar to what happened with Death Stranding, where Sony published it on PlayStation, but 505 Games published it on PC.
Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah, maybe.
Too.
So yeah, basically the only difference in the ending, whether Lily survives or not, is that after you've repulsed the wave of robots,
Mm.
there's this like almost Batman style scene where everyone goes back to Zion.
Yeah.
And like Lily brings back the core and like powers Zion up, and everyone's happy. It's like, we've been saved, we're free. And then it cuts to like this shot of a brooding Eve on a rooftop, and she's like, I'll defend the city.
Oh,
It's
so
like-
weird.
and then just like a backflip was like, yeah, I did it. It's like, oh, okay.
Also, can we talk about
and
Eve's-
then they say, well, hold on, just real quick though, because then they say that a sequel is coming. This kind of say at
yeah,
the end of that.
their journey continues.
Wait,
Yeah.
Eve will return in Stellar Blade 2? Something like that.
Most likely.
Well, it seems like they're setting it up so like the sequel will be like, more more straightforward. Mother Sphere is just the direct villain, and we now have,
Yeah,
have a
probably.
fully powered Eve, and there's going to be like a war between the remaining Zion like
Dude, they should-
robots and.
They should go like all out. They just do like an Azura's Wrath style
Make it-
game where you just go
Yeah.
absolutely ham, just
I
fucking
was gonna
throw
say, just
planets at
make it-
people.
Make it more like Bayonetta style combat in the next one, or like Devil May Cry. Like have her be so much more powerful that it's a different style of game. I think would be a neat way to do a sequel.
I think I'd
Possibly.
kind of push back against that a little bit. Like, I want the offense to open up a bit, but I think the style of the game is,
Yeah.
it's kind of its identity. you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, that's fun.
I'm just saying though that with the narrative implication of now you're a like half angel Eve, like I feel like if they made the gameplay similar to this one, it might
open
not
up the
make any
offense?
well, that's the thing. Like you'd have to almost make her even more OP, and at that point you're like she's pretty OP in this one before she gets those powers, you know?
Well, to be fair, right? If let's say the sequel's about fighting Mother Sphere and like the airborne 9th generation or whatever, right? Fuck it. I think it would justify her being more powerful because like I think it's implied that airborne people are generally stronger than nativa.
Mm.
So you could make her more powerful without making making her overpowered.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Right? Like, I'm not saying like the gameplay should stay the same. I think they should like in the sequel open up the offense more because I think that's a little more lacking than the defense. Like, we haven't really gotten to the gameplay mechanics, but I am generally impressed with the defensive mechanics for a game like this.
Mm.
I think the offense could be opened up a little bit more because it's mostly just you do X, Y, or Z string, and then you do X, Y, or Z special. And that's pretty much all you do. And they don't flow together super well. Something like that. But I wanted to talk about her funny bird feet. What's funny about that?
Okay. Actually, okay, here's what's funny. I noticed all of the NPCs have man hands. Like giant hands that are really like long fingered. Okay, who's that like that looks like a fucking 12-year-old girl who runs the junk shop in town? Kaya.
Kaya.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, go talk to her at one point. Look at her hands. She has giant hands. I'm like, are you trans or something? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's wild, man. Like, how come everyone has huge hands in this game?
I did not notice that. I
Isn't
was
she supposed to be
distracted by
like
all the boobs.
10?
I noticed
yeah.
her fingers are really long. I
Yeah,
was like,
she has hands that are
"Ugh."
bigger than her head, and she's like 12 years old or some
Oh
shit.
my god, she's a nativa. I need to kill her. Oh, she's probably dead now
Some growing
anyway.
claws.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of brings us to the end of the story. And also, I got to get going by 3 o'clock, so I got 15 minutes left.
Oh, I mean,
Oh,
we jumped
no.
to the end. I still have 1 or 2 more things.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry.
Oops.
Was there more you wanted to talk in the middle of it?
Oh,
'Cause-
there's
Well, if Dev's got to go in 15 minutes, and Dev, was there any other
Yeah,
thing
just
that
a-
you specifically wanted to talk about?
yeah.
that we
Finish
can
your
kinda
thoughts, I guess.
Do a little
I guess,
15-minute
like,
tangent.
15-minute tangent. I mean, this game clearly has a lot of flaws. There's a lot of flaws in the story. We've picked apart a whole bunch of them today.
Mm.
I mean, the gameplay is pretty fun for what it is, but
Oh, yeah.
also it kind of has some. It has some problems as well. You know, the gun stuff we talked about. It does feel like the middle third's been lifted out of the game. You know, it is by far a perfect game. I don't know if we do number rankings, like what would this be, like a 7.5 out of 10, maybe something like that.
8 or 7, yeah.
Yeah, it's
like,
actually the
I
irony
probably-
that I think IGN was actually kind of right in this sense, even though an IGN 7 isn't really a real world 7.
I would give it a subjective 7 or 8.
Yeah. So it's like it's not
subjective because if I put the story and everything in, it's going down.
Sure. I guess what I mean is, like, I think this game feels like such a breath of fresh air, and everyone is gravitating towards
Yeah,
it.
because the
Because
big thing
despite
is
all of its flaws, is
Yeah.
that AAA is just pure fucking slop right now.
yeah, this is just
Right.
a fun gamey game. It has like all these things
It's
you
very
like to
video
do.
gamey.
You go around, you explore. Oh, I did this optional thing. Oh shit, nice! I got a new outfit for that. That's awesome. Go over here. Oh, more SP I can spend. Go over here. Oh, there's a little side quest going on. No,
It
it's
is
just
actually it is pretty amazing that they made her so hot that finding the outfits is its own reward.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that it's not just like, if you do a bunch of stuff, whatever, you'll find outfits, you can change what she's wearing. It's like, no, you'll actually kind of want to.
Yeah.
Also,
That's true.
just like this is a small thing, but like we haven't really complained about it because like it's not nothing to complain about. But like I'm happy the game runs well because
Oh,
I've
yeah.
had to make a lot of
Oh my
concessions for
God,
games
yes.
I really like the last couple of years. Because I'm like, okay, FF60, your fights are
Dragon's
60,
Dogma.
but the rest of it's like, okay, Dragon's Dogma. It's like, okay, it runs well enough for me to play, but this is not what I want. But this game, it runs pretty consistently. I haven't had any issues.
You'll
the
get some
platforming
dips
is,
and balance, but performance is pretty solid.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm really happy that a modern, pretty big budget game is running pretty well on launch. So that's a big
Yeah, I
thumbs
agree
up
with
for
that.
me.
So
And
I
Lies
don't know
of
if you
P
guys
as well.
recall. Yeah, Lies of P as well. Yeah, I agree with that too. I don't know if you guys recall, but there was during the window up to launch for this game,
Mhm.
there was definitely a progressive push to kind of like slander it, and for a while they did like it's sexist thing because she's too hot. This is objectifying women.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, then people compared it to Hades too, because the same fucking authors over at Kotaku or whatever were like,
Oh, yeah, that's
"Oh
always
man,
funny,
the
yeah.
sexuality in Hades 2 is great." It's like, fuck you. They both contain naked women. Fuck you, right? Like,
Yeah.
I fucking hate these people. But once that didn't really stick, you saw a lot of people start to say, "Well, this game doesn't do anything new. All right, it doesn't bring anything new to the table. It feels like a game from 15 years ago." And I'm just thinking, like, well, a lot of games from 15 years ago are better than a lot of the AAA slop now,
Mhm.
right? Like, hey, do you want a new skin for Harley Quinn over in Suicide Squad?
Or do you
It's
want
gonna cost you
Vanquish 2?
$20. Pay $20 to WB Games to get your new skin. It's like, oh fuck! Like, in this game, you just find it in a chest. You know, it has that kind of old school gaming
Yeah.
sensibility, which shows that, like, oh, these actually are people who have played games before. They actually are gamers, and they're not just making like Skinner boxes to get people addicted to nonsense and to spend tons of money.
They're
Um,
using Skinner box rewards to create an actual incentive for side quests.
Yeah. So the more I thought about this, the more I realized that despite all of the various imperfections of this game, and there are some pretty serious ones, there's some pretty serious imperfections. I feel like I'm willing to forgive this game's flaws more than I am willing to forgive the flaws of other AAA games. Like, I know we've shat on Suicide Squad a bunch this show. Let's talk about just very quickly. Let's talk about Spider-Man 2. All right, because Spider-Man 2 is a vastly
Yeah, I
superior
played it.
game to Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
But it also kind of has the same progressive problems that Suicide Squad has, and those all went viral in the alternative gaming sphere months ago. So we all know what those are already. However, people were very, very harsh on Spider-Man 2, despite it actually being a pretty good game, and they were not willing to just let the flaws of that game slide. But people do seem to be willing to let the flaws of Stellar Blade slide. And so I thought about it for a bit. I was like, why is that the case? Why is it that we're giving this game a bit more leeway and other games we're not giving them so much leeway? And I think I realized it, what it is here. And the realization is that this game is sincere about what it is,
Mm.
if you know what I mean. It is purposefully not a game that is made to appeal to all possible audiences. It knows what its audience is. It knows that it can only aim at a certain group of people at once. So they've chosen one group and they said, listen, this is a product not for everyone, but a product for people who like this type of thing. And so now they're going to lean into that specific thing, which makes it seem very particular rather than universal. And that particularity gives it sincerity. So if you play, let's say, a more progressive game where they say this is for everyone, they throw a whole bunch of things into it to make it appeal to all different types of people. But then it just kind of comes out as like gray sludge, because in trying to say everything, it actually just says nothing. It's like, well, this is just slop. It's just it has nothing in it. Like there's no real story. There's no heroism. There's no virtues in here. There's nothing sexually attractive. There's no real romance. Everything just seems so sterile and tame and by the books. Like there's no underlying spirit in the game. Like someone actually cared about making this thing. And you can see with Stellar Blade, for all of its flaws, and there's tons of flaws, the people who made it do actually care about it. And that's why it feels different. And that's why I think people are willing to forgive its flaws, because you can tell that there is actually a real human who cares underneath this whole thing. Does all this make sense to you guys?
Yeah, I think I know what you
I,
mean. Yeah.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
In
fact, it,
Spider-Man's
like-
biggest. I was just gonna say,
video
Spider-Man
game.
2's biggest problem is just the story was bad, and I think a lot of what they're selling that on is a big new PlayStation exclusive PS5 Spider-Man game is almost like a big Spider-Man movie coming out. So when the story sucks, it's like, well, okay, that wasn't worth the wait.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
what you said about the sincerity reminded me of Neo 2, right? Because the opening level of that game like really lays out like these are the kinds of plays we want to play. Because the second enemy in the game is a rather difficult mini boss. Like he can kill you in one hit. It's not a fucking problem, right? And like that kind of sincerity was like, this is the game we want to make. Okay, it's fucking hard. It's fucking brutal. This isn't for everyone. It kind of matches up with what you said about Stellar Blade, where it's like, yeah, we kind of want the people who want like a horny action game. We don't want everyone. We just want people who like hot women who are naked in action.
It's
I think that
Sorry.
real quick, I'm almost done.
sorry.
That tends to appeal to like when you appeal to your audience sincerely. I think that usually just makes more successful games. Because you're not trying to appeal to everyone, you're not trying to do X, Y, or Z. And this doesn't always mean that the game's good or you achieve the goals you want, but I think it does kind of make people like your game more. It's like, yeah, no, I know what they're going for. I enjoy it. It resonates with me, if that's what you were getting at.
I mean, kind of, yeah. Like, I
The
guess what
Weekend
I mean is,
Warrior
so
was trying to say
Oh,
something
go ahead,
though.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
It's like the definition. It's like the video game equivalent of soul versus soulless. I think that's
Yeah.
what it boils down to. You could feel the passion from the dev team.
Yeah.
It's just
And I mean, you
yeah.
can definitely no, I completely agree with you. Yeah, there's okay. What's the way to put it? There's like, it's kind of like okay. Here, you know, I got it here. Have you guys ever heard of this game? It's called Tonight We Riot.
Nope.
Don't think so.
Okay.
No.
I think I've heard
This
that
isn't-
title. I couldn't tell you what it is though.
You probably heard it from one of my videos, to be honest, because I've talked about this game. I'll just pull up the Steam page. This is an unapologetically communist game.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay,
Yeah,
I've
this
heard
is
of
this is an unapologetically anarcho-communist game. All right, it's all about workers' revolutions. They're overthrowing the state. They're overthrowing capitalism. You don't play as really a hero, but you play as a mass of people who are all kind of revolting together in a decentralized way, and it is unapologetically political. But what that means is that it's willing to take a stake. It's willing to put its stake in the ground. It takes a stand on something, right? So when I'm talking about a game that says nothing, that is something that progressives do, but it's not like endemic to all flavors of leftism, because you can definitely have a communist who's like, no, 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 I have an actual morality here, which I assume none of us agree with, but they have an actual moral code. They have things that they want to do and they want to see in the world. And so they can actually put forward that value set into their artwork. So they can make a game like Tonight We Riot, where it's just unapologetically about the communist revolution and you overthrow capitalism. Okay, now I disagree with that, but it is at least a theme. They're at least willing to say, I believe in this, and therefore this game is not for everyone. It's gonna
Right.
alienate players who don't like this sort of thing, but in exchange for that, they make a game that is meaningful for those people who are into that sort of thing, right?
Well,
Yeah.
it's
And-
also why I don't begrudge Hades for being as kind of progressive friendly as it is, because ultimately it's a good video game. So, like, I still want to play it, even if the storytelling and like the things they're doing with the character designs are coming from a particular perspective. Like, ultimately, if you make a good video game, I'll say, yeah, I'll tell the story you want to tell. Hopefully, it's
yeah.
good.
So there's like a branch of progressivism right now that just wants to be as safe as possible, and so they're not gonna tell any sort of story where they stake out any sort of prescriptive claim, because that's going to alienate at least somebody who could buy their game. But in that attempt to make a story that appeals to everyone, they make a story that ultimately appeals to no one, because
Yeah.
it's just boring. It's not saying anything. It's not doing anything. It's like who cares, you know? So, this game feels like a game where they said, you know what, this isn't going to be for everyone. It's going to be for people who basically want to play Nier Automata again, enjoy a giant round ass running around, enjoy stories about robots. Enjoy stories about like robots and the absence of humanity and what happens after the apocalypse when robots are trying to build their own civilization. It didn't do it nearly as well as Nier, but they clearly are trying to tell that type of story, and they're unapologetic about it.
Yeah. The thing
And
is,
they're
the,
saying,
the,
listen,
the, the writer for
this
this
is what it
it's
means.
like
the writer for this is a
earnest
big
Nier
Nier.
fan fiction.
It's basically a big
Yeah.
Nier simp. So
Yeah.
I think he did like a similar story for that Nikkei game, that online gacha game.
Mhm.
I've
Oh,
heard
yeah,
in
they're
some
the same devs.
I've heard in
They're the
some
same devs.
sorry.
They're the same devs. The Nikkei people.
Yes,
are
it's
the
it's
same-
both Shift Up,
Yeah.
but they also got the same writer, and apparently they were also working on it at the same time, and also they were working on it at the same time. I just saw it cut out for some reason, and I feel like one of them got more time than the other one, because I heard that some of the beats are also in that Nikkei game that we have here, but they are also a bit more fleshed out. I don't know. I haven't been following that story, so I don't know. This is something I heard about.
Well, I mean,
I
every
think-
so often you'll
Well,
have.
hold on, I gotta go. I'm at my last 2
Oh,
minutes
sorry.
here. So
Oh yeah,
no
go.
just real quickly.
Absolutely.
My point basically is that I think people are willing to forgive all the blemishes this game has, and it has a lot of them, because at the very least, it's willing to be sincere. It's willing to plant its flag in the ground and say, this is what it's about. This is who it's for. It's not for everyone. It's not that gray, lifeless, soulless sludge that comes pouring out the fucking the fucking tap into your cantina, into your trough, and where everyone can eat from it, because everything has to be for everyone now. And that, like, when you stake a claim like that, when you say it's for this and it's about this and it's not for others and it's not about others, you do alienate some people. But the exchange for that is that you get a work of art that feels like it actually has a soul. And that's why I think people love this game, because so many games right now just feel soulless, because they're trying to appeal to too many things and too many ideas and too many people, and it all just kind of equalizes out and just becomes lifeless. All of the soul is sucked out in the equalization of trying to make everything roughly the same as everything else.
Right.
So I think it's for that reason that, despite this being a very flawed game, people are absolutely in love with it, because we just haven't had a game like this in a long time.
Agreed.
Outside of Nintendo, and outside of like Baldur's Gate 3, what games have we had in the past like 5 or 6 years that has been unapologetic about how it's particular in its audience? I can't think of a single one.
Liza P.
I can think of
Liza
a
P. No,
few.
Liza P as well. Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
And Liza P is also a Korean kind of Souls-inspired game too, with parrying. So it's good,
Yeah.
and same Unreal 4 as well.
I can probably think of a few games, but it's definitely a small number,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because and a lot of them are arguably more flawed. But yeah, it's definitely a small number,
Hi-Fi Rush.
especially like Hi-Fi Rush. I'd probably put like
Yep. Hi-Fi Rush.
Dragon's Dogma in there, because that game's it is stiffly like, this is old old school RPG like ideas, right?
Yeah.
Where we don't hold your hand or whatever, and for better or for worse. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
I think.
But notice how all these games, though, they're all games that, with the exception of Hi-Fi Rush, because that's kind of a unique case, but these are all games that were largely ignored or shat on by, let's say, game journalists or more
Yeah.
progressive people in the industry. However, they were absolutely loved by the people that play them, right?
Yeah.
It's because they're not this sort of universalized slop meant for everyone that no one actually likes, but everyone just kind of tolerates. And so yeah, that's why I think people like it, is because if you went back in time 10 or 15 years, you'd see games like this all over the place. Like, say what you want about the flaws of Uncharted, it very clearly was trying to say something. It had an identity. So it's like that, right? Like this is a return to form of an era of games that we desperately need right now. And I just hope that more developers see the success of Stellar Blade and decide to follow in that direction rather than all the bullshit we've been getting.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause
I love the
it's-
fact that a really precision-based, gameplay-focused combat game is good enough that I don't mind that it's got kind of a mediocre story that didn't really pull me in at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean,
Yeah,
it's like, I don't know, it's still a ton of fun to play though. So
Yeah. Anyway,
It's
I think
good.
I think
I
I think Death has to leave. I don't want to keep him
Yeah.
here.
Yep,
So,
it's my time. Yep,
Anyway,
I got it.
thank you for
Alright,
joining
Dev,
us. It
thank
was
you, bro. Yeah.
was fun.
Dev.
Do you have anything going on you want to promote? Obviously, the link to your channel is in the description, of course.
I mean, nothing specifically. Like, I am making my deep dive video on analyzing Suicide Squad.
Ooh.
I did reveal a few points at the start of the stream, but that's not gonna be the whole thing. That'll probably come out sometime this week. As I try to do daily videos on like minor political topics, but I tend to fail at that. I tend to do only more like 4 or 5 a week instead of 7, sometimes 3 a week. I'm getting better at doing more consistent content though.
All right.
But yeah, so I mean, here's the thing: those small videos are explicitly political videos. They're not about games usually, so might not appeal to your audience. But I think you guys specifically will like what I have to say about Suicide Squad, because I'm going to go really deep into it, and you'll probably see that in a few more days.
Awesome. Yeah, go check that out. Link in
Yeah,
the
cool.
description.
Yeah.
Oh, and of course, I stream video games every night after I put my video up, because I just enjoy streaming. So
Yeah.
come by and say hi.
Yeah. Do that. Good stuff.
All right, I'll see you guys next time. All right.
All right.
Later, Deb.
Bye, Dev.
Thanks for hanging
Nice
out.
talking
to
Bye.
you.
All right.
Wow.
All right, now
He
I am
was-
the Apex Canadian.
Wow, it was your plan
No.
all along.
Victory.
Oh,
But before we check, because what he said was kind of interesting. It's just like we see less and less sincere games, especially in like the AAA market, right?
oh, the
and,
quadruple A market even.
They don't exist there. Fuck those. Fucking Ubisoft.
Excuse me, have you ever played Skull and Bones? I bet not.
Good. You should.
I haven't. I don't play shitty video games.
Who
You can
has?
always get something with that.
Look like a-
'cause no one's gonna be like, actually, I have.
But yeah, it's just kind of a shame. They get so much money, and they're like so obsessed with, oh, we have to appeal to everyone, when like the games that always get like repeated within that market kind of did the opposite. No matter how flawed they are, because a lot of my favorite games are fucking they have some fucking issues. They're sincere, and they want to tell a story or have a certain kind of gameplay that doesn't appeal to everyone, and
Yeah.
that's nice.
Absolutely. Right. God, what was even happening?
I
Well,
think people want to know about the implications of the Dyson sphere.
I mean, I would I'd love to tell you, but I don't know. I don't know why they're building a
fail.
Dyson sphere around the planet and not around a star, because that's the whole point.
like
Harvesting
So-
the energy. I don't even know it was supposed to be a Dyson sphere. It kind of just looks like it. Also, I don't know why it just
Look-
appeared out of nowhere. I don't know what they fucked up there. It's just awkward.
Like that happens a lot in this game. Like the story, not a lot, but it happens enough times to notice a slight pattern. Wait, does the background say sluice? That's a funny word. In the gameplay, it looks like sluice.
Sluice.
Did it? Yeah, where like there'll be something that happens at the beginning of the game or earlier, and then there's something that directly contradicts it. Which, like, not even like, oh, the implications contradict it. Like, we never got to the Lily thing, but the fucking Lily bonus mission contradicts her original backstory.
Oh yeah, that's actually where I would have jumped in now. I think it's the one
No,
thing
there's your segue.
I guess so. So, chat and everyone in here, you remember how I said she was in that pod for 2 years, correct? Correct.
Yes.
So if
Calming a puppy.
if you max out the affinity with Lily and you're about to go to the end game, the point of no return, she's like, hold on a second, I'm gonna let you finish, but we need to go to Eidos 9. It's like, is that a problem? It's like, no, I guess we can do that. Why is that? Well, I have like a thing there where I've hidden with someone and I need to grab something there. And so you get a whole mission that is really boring for the most part, where you need to destroy like 6 or 7 or 8 anti-air goopy cannons. So the tetrapod can get into this conservatory where apparently she was hiding. So you do all of this, you beat up these things, and you end up getting there. There's some fun slidey sections there, and there's.
I did that area too, so yeah, I probably could have got the full ending.
You need that because you get to that conservatory, and it's like beautiful, and it's like birds, and there's green. I guess she's very lucky that thing did not get flooded by the water, but okay. So she says she talks to there's this friend of hers, like her most valuable comrade, called Iberus, whatever it was. Iberus. And she's like, yeah, she fell. We hid her. We did a hiding here. But she fell asleep 1 year ago, and then I had to put her in this cryo thing. And it was like, hang on a second.
Oh, no.
That's when you were in the pods. That's not how did you put her? Did you get in here? So the thing is, it doesn't matter how you twist it. It's fucked every way I came up with. So I just lost my notes. So here. So you could infer that they might have had comms or like communications or something when she was starting to decline, because there's like, oh, she had like what was it, like a cell failure, and she had to go to sleep or whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
So it's like, oh, maybe she had comms. Like, well, maybe, but if that's the case, she could have told her that she's stuck in a pod, and someone could save her, so she doesn't need to be there for 2 years. You know what I mean? So Iberus could have arranged some sort of rescue, or heck, even hack the pod, because she's introduced like she's the best hacker on the colony. It's like, okay, if you say so. Second, like, I don't even know when this hiding is supposed to be happening, because she fell down onto the thing, and then she was in there for 2 years. And what? So. No, I'm thinking of other things as well. Even if we accept this happened somehow, like let's assume they hid here, and then they got into the places with the drop pod. Why did Lily go alone back to the colony just to get shot down with the drop pod and then get stuck to not talk to her? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just fucked either way. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Like the Eidos 9 mission feels very tacked on.
And the problem is, this is like part of the true ending, so it's the canon one, meaning the canon one is completely borked.
Yeah, and the canon one has the boring robot boss fight from what you guys told
Yeah.
me. So.
And if you do this mission and get to this part, this is how you get Lily to survive, because she grabs a MacGuffin stick from Iberus, because she's like hacker lady. And she uses that to get out of the robot at the end, because she's trapped in there. And when we get to phase 2, she's like, oh, I'm going to use this now. And then she gets out and survives. So it's like completely borked. Like the timings don't go together at all. So,
poopy.
Yeah. So,
And like, this is the same as the big colony being around Earth the whole time, where it's not there for most of the game, and then it is, and now the whole game's fucked because
Buy the sequel.
oh god.
So yeah, that doesn't work at all. Like I don't know, like the timings don't match up. They definitely fucked this up.
Effed it in the B.
It in the B.
Is there anything else? I
Uh,
mean, you go to the space station, but I don't think anything real significant happens.
I'm just
other than
looking. I mean, we kind of
It's a
went
boss
through
rush.
most of the things already by just jumping around. Let's look
think-
at my notes if we forgot
To be
anything.
fair though, Raven kicked my ass. Like even though the Spyro area is pretty straightforward, but still, man, boss fights
Yeah.
are pretty tough.
Yeah,
I think the last 4 boss fights were like a difficulty spike, because
Yeah.
I went through most of the game.
Hold on, I'm coming back just for 1 second. I'm about to leave the house.
No. Okay.
I have to leave in like 1 minute, but I just want to ask you guys something real quick. Okay, so
Sure.
you're talking about the final space elevator, like going up, right? Yeah. So listen. Just real quick. Did you guys notice at the very end of the space elevator, there's actually a fast travel point, and you can't fast travel back to the rest of the game, but you can fast travel back down to the start of the space elevator level?
Oh no, I did not notice that. Or I guess I didn't
Okay,
try.
so and what you can do, I don't know if you guys,
have
you should go test this
payphones.
because at least in the original version of the game, you can go back down and replay the level again, which is fine. However, the level destroys itself as you play through it,
Okay.
and then if you play through it again, it just destroys itself again. Like it should already be
Oops.
destroyed. Like, it's a one-way trip, this level. But yeah, okay. It's like you guys kind of it feels like they made a lot of mistakes and they kind of
Yeah.
rushed the end of the game.
Oh, that's fun.
Okay,
I
I'll see
didn't
you guys
know
later.
that.
Interesting.
See you around, dude.
See ya.
Later, Dev.
Later, dude.
It's a
great.
time loop. uh,
Thought I was like tripping out for a second when I just heard Dev's voice again. I
was
was
like,
like,
oh,
what?
God.
Wait, what the fuck? Isn't he gone?
streaming for too long. It's just all blending together.
Surprise, Dev. But
That's funny, though.
what was I saying about the? Oh yeah, the difficulty spike. Yeah, the last 4 bosses are like So when I went through the game, after like the 3rd or 4th boss, I was like, okay, this is too easy. I'm not gonna heal during boss fights, right? Just to make it like challenging. But when I got to funny angel face spider thing, I don't know what the fuck that was. When I got to that, I was like, this is kind of hard.
I
kind
don't
of
know
want
what
to
the
get to
fuck
the end
that
of the
is.
game.
Could apply to pretty much every boss in this game.
I think I can describe most of them in a funny way. That one at the end of the space station, I don't know how to describe it funny.
The one that looks like it should be in Sekiro.
No. I can describe that one. Funny Japanese doll with sword and lasers. I can describe that one. I mean the one after that with the faces and it pulls a sword out of its.
Oh, the one
vagina
before you get
butthole.
yeeted out. Yeah, the weird Bloodborne
Yeah.
boss that has magic powers for some reason.
Yeah, that was odd.
I like the boss, but I don't understand it. I don't know what it's supposed to be, or why it has like weird magical like powers. Like it kind of looks like holograms, but it damages you. So it's yeah, I don't. It's hard to explain. It feels like a different a boss out of a different game. It's like a big brain juice induced thingy. I don't know.
Yeah, but after that, Raven was pretty tough for me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Raven's the hardest boss in the game, if you ask me.
Easier than Adam.
Maybe
in your
Oh, I
opinion?
think so. Yeah, I had a way easier time with Adam than Raven.
it's hard to describe which one's harder, because like after Raven, I'm just like, okay, you know what? My parry skills have been refined. But I fought the big robot guy, and he kicked my ass for a fucking while. Because I'm like, fuck, can you stop attacking me? I want to think for a second. No. So I don't know. Raven might be the hardest boss in the game, but I'm not entirely sure.
Well, I have not fought the robot. I see Grump there saying the robot's harder than Raven.
The robot is hard to predict because your camera is a bit close, so it's kind of hard to say when the when the attacks come in. So it's kind of tough. But also at like version 1.0, so it was also double tough. But yeah, I know the boss in the space station is like some crazy space magic thingy or space sci-fi thingy. It's like the one I just can't really explain because the other ones is like, oh, this is electricity, this is like some kind of fire, but this one was different. I don't know what it exactly was supposed to be. But then again, the Adam fight, I think he has like some crazy magic power, so I don't even know what is anymore. it's just crazy evolution space stuff.
Can we talk about the quote characters? Before we go to gameplay.
Sure.
Since-
I mean, I only have like kind of bullet points on those because there's not a lot.
I was about to say, I was like, do we really have much to talk about?
Let's see. I mean, I have them here. We got Raven. She finds out the truth about Mother Sphere, then betrays her squad because of that. Joins Elder Nativa / Adam / Raphael Marx, and basically like served him ever since. She somehow can turn into this weird not nativa monster, which is not a nativa apparently, but it's almost like an exoskeleton to her because she just falls out of it naked. So I'm actually not sure what that species is supposed to be. And also she gets jealous of Eve, and that's why she attacks Zion at the end.
yeah.
I guess her character is mostly trying to be the chosen one, I guess, and not being the one, and then gets angry. I actually didn't mean to say angry. Gets angry.
Like, yeah, her and Eve really should have just kissed and made up.
Exactly. Wait, what?
I mean,
That would have been a great final. Yeah.
that would have been. They should have just had sex, but
I mean, the thing is, Ravens mostly communicated through the legacy things, and then the first time we talk to her directly is in her monster form, in the boss fight against that form. And it's like, you're the chosen one, and I'm not, and that makes me angry, and now I'm gonna kill you.
I think like she feels like the rival boss. But she doesn't feel like she was set up to be the rival boss.
I mean,
Right?
I guess
Like,
she was set up by killing her squad leader, I guess. And then she wanted to kill her the whole time. But we didn't really see her again this whole time.
Well, if we compare to like
Well, I get
Virgil or John from Bayonetta, they have a lot more screen time, and you also fight them multiple times.
right.
Right? The Raven one seems odd. It almost feels like it should have been Taki, but like corrupted Taki, which I guess we got, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think for like gameplay for story purposes, wouldn't it be better if Taki was like a closer to the end game boss fight, like for at least
Maybe, yeah.
like because like Raven's just a voice on.
Well, I guess because
video
Taki gates a mechanic. Like they made her Spartan Rage mode a Taki mode.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, and they're keeping you from that for longer too.
Also, you're quieter weekend for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh really?
Yeah. It actually sounds like you're farther away from the mic.
How about now? Is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
Because we've got
better.
a request to talk about the
All right.
puzzles, like the math puzzles.
We get to the
puzzles?
gameplay. Don't worry. That's gonna be part of
Yeah.
it.
I just wanted to talk about the lack of characters for a second, since that wasn't.
I
Really
think the only character that actually reacts to stuff is Lily, which kind of makes her the best character then by default. In that regard, because when Adam says like, "Oh, maybe you're gonna think that way as well, that Mother Sphere is not as cool as you think it is," and then she goes like, "The fuck you just say to me? How dare you?" While Eve is just basically just kind of going along with what she's been told. Like she's basically just going. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get that Elder Nativa, and I get all these cores and the cells and do the things, and then we get there, and there we go. But then again, I think I kind of forgot about the optional ones. What's those two, like the singing one and the other guy he did the side quest for? Enya? Was it
Two.
Enya?
And
Two
yeah,
and yeah.
I
They-
I
forget
think
the-
they're better characters. Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of neat.
They get the side characters, like the quest characters, get more than the main characters do as far as development goes and story.
Yeah, because I think I could tell you more about Enya than I can about Eve.
Yeah, because Enya gets like this whole thing where you explore the dome. It's like, oh, like the memory is actually from way back, and she was like the singer, and that's where she got it from.
And she reacts to Sue going out and getting her legs and almost dying.
Yeah, Sue,
Mm.
that's the guy.
Yeah.
Almost wish the game was about them.
Yeah, and then Adam, he pretends to be a scavenger to help Zion, saves Eve for some reason because of a sudden feeling, how he puts it. Maybe he just had a hunch that she might be the one you need. That was actually something that I didn't mention. I'm not actually entirely sure why Eve is so special, because the way he puts it at the end, he says, you need 2 ingredients to do this fusion, basically, and it's you need an androidos with the most advanced unisonous hyperbody, I think it was, ever seen, and the ultimate nativa that has not succumbed to its hostile instincts. I don't because that sounds like a really technical requirement by like a robot, you know.
The ultimate answer is she's the player character.
Because
Yeah.
the only thing I can give you from the game that I remember right now is she got 2 exospines and she gets to use the Taki moves. Other than that, I think she's basically the same as Taki was, right? I think at least. I mean, maybe there's some things I missed, but she doesn't seem to be that special in terms of being an android. And I guess technically, if Mother Sphere is the super AI, I guess the next squad of airborne dropage squads would be more technically advanced as well. Maybe, I don't know. And then I also just wonder if he's like this crazy AI maker man that has like super technology knowledge. Was there like no way for him to make Raven like the power? Like the thing that I'm trying to say is I don't know what the actual requirements are except what he said here, and I guess
you need
Eve
to finish the
is
main
the thing.
campaign.
Huh?
You need to finish all the main story quests.
Oh, that's why. That's why.
There it is.
Yeah.
But to be charitable to the writing, I guess, at least for Raven, it seems like he wanted her to be, and then she kind of went crazy.
Maybe.
Right? And then I don't really know why Eve's special, because Taki is just better. Right? Because like Taki doesn't need to go into Taki mode, because she is Taki. So she's already more advanced. She's apparently better trained than Eve. Like the only thing I can think of is that Eve is the only one alive that's not crazy Raven.
Yeah, because I wonder if he could have done like maybe a thing where he had this plan for a while, but all the all the squad members that have been dropped, all the airborne squad members, they just weren't like technologically evolved enough to like deal with that fusion. And that could also lead to not Taki, Raven. Lead to Raven. You could do like an edge runner thing, where she's like, "Oh man, I'm not good enough, but I really want him to succeed because he told me the truth, and I want to be like devoted to him and or whatever." And she like kind of starts upgrading herself, and that's how she gets to become this crazy bird raven creature at some point. Like make this sort of like her last upgrade towards the end of the game, or like at the beginning of the game, and that's what makes her go into like this frenzy, you know, where she just goes crazy and starts going against what Adam wants, like protecting Zion, because at the end she beats up people in Zion and destroys it. So that could have been maybe an interesting thing to make it.
Yeah, she should like lean into her monstrosity. The game should have leaned into that. Like, she is getting body parts off of people. I think that's a great idea. And Taki's wing, she takes the arm because she thinks it's gonna be a great wing for her.
Yeah.
And then when you fight her, it's not the pretty Raven, it's the disfigured Raven. That is, she thinks she's perfect now because she got all the parts. I think that would have been a better boss fight. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, someone just said because she turned just Raven turned alpha, there was probably something wrong with her. Yeah, that's another thing that might be what it is. But then again, if you defeat her, she just falls out like a normal robot again. So I don't know. I'm just missing things here that I would like to know. And maybe they did it on purpose that you need to infer a lot of things, but I think it's a bit too much.
Taki was too distracting to people around her, so they needed someone else.
Fair.
No, just you, Mark. Taki simp.
Simp.
Yeah, Taki's pretty. Yeah, I agree with that.
I apologize for nothing.
I knew it. Unapologetic bigotry, probably. I don't know. I don't make the rules.
What? Yeah, I think Lily is. Eve's kind of bland. Yeah, I agree with that. She's like, stop fighting, or okay. she's that character.
Yeah, she kind of goes just with her thing that she has to defeat the elder nativa, but that kind of makes like the true ending even weirder, because she's kind of just goes along because of her, I guess, programming of having to kill the elder nativa, and then the true ending is like, yeah, okay, let's fuse. Just seems a bit like even more weird.
Yes, it's not set up at all. Because like I feel like if you wanted to have like these two endings, you would almost have like two affinity meters, one for Adam and then one for Lily, and like depending on your actions and your whatever, right? Each one would fill up, and then like you know, that would make said ending make more sense. But that's not what we get. It's just a yes or no at the end without much context. Because like Lily seems pretty in the camp of Mother's Fear, and like Nativa's are strictly bad, right? So obviously, like her, if you filled up her meter, you'd probably go towards the quote bad ending. But you could have an Adam side where like you do that, and then that would lean you more towards the quote true ending, or like if you fill them both up and you find a middle ground or some shit. I don't know. The way they did it makes the true ending stupid.
It feels like that leads into the video gaminess of it, right? It feels like there has to be a true ending because
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, especially if there's a presumed sequel, then it's like one of them does have to be canon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess we can just talk a bit about gameplay now, unless you guys have something else.
Yeah, I hate the passwords. Let's just go with it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think the passwords are just really annoying. Because the way
it feels like.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, Mutal.
I'll go.
Okay.
Because I think Mero and I agree on the passwords. Okay, so for the passwords, you can't enter it in. Like, you can't do anything with it unless you have the passcode. So you go find the passcode, and then you can enter it in. But you can press hint, which will show you the passcode, so you can type it in. But that hint only stays for like a few seconds. So if you don't type it all the way in, or you don't remember the whole thing, so you have to keep pressing fucking triangle instead of just, hey, I found the passcode, now it auto enters it in, or like, there is no hint.
You already hit a button to put it in, and then you put it in again. It's just so weird. I've never seen it that way.
Just let it be automatic when you find the passcode. I agree with
Yeah, because in the beginning I started writing them down. I was like, oh, they definitely want me to like write them down, and then I just try them whenever I find a box, I guess. And then at some point it's like, what does the hint actually do? It's like, oh, it just legit just shows me the thing. It's like, oh, okay. So yeah, it's just kind of weird.
I guess it was kind of neat that it was Greek alphabet as opposed to just normal letters.
I guess. Yeah.
Let's give it something. Let's give it something.
You also have the arrow, the little breaching puzzles.
Dude, the arrow ones fucked with my brain so hard.
Oh man, yeah. I gotta give them credit though. They made it so that it escalated in difficulty significantly when they throw the variant at you.
Oh, it's so because you go like, oh, hit the things on the arrows on screen. It's like, okay, go
the hell diver strategy.
You know, yeah. It's like, why am I having like German themes in my speech today? I think I'm losing my mind completely. But it goes like from top left to bottom right, as you would expect. But then at some point they put a variation in there where it randomly chooses one of them, and you have to press that one. And the way, at least with my brain, it's like I hit the first one, and then one appears below that one that says I need to press right.
So you press down,
and I immediately press down because it appeared below. It's like, no, and then it happens every time, and the timing is pretty tight actually. Like you need to be pretty precise.
They get a lot harder.
Yeah.
So I actually had to like always wait like half a second or something. It's like, okay, right, left, up, down. I think there's like one time where I failed one like 20 times in a row, where it's like, fuck.
Yeah, like the variation's like really interesting because it's random, you have to take more time to process where it is.
Yeah.
So like the normal one is just like, oh, this is gonna be the next one. So you have a pre-programmed response, right? It's like, it will be the one on the right. But when it's random, you have to take a second. It's like, okay, where is it? Is it this one? Okay, now I press the button.
Yeah.
Right, so it's like you're much slower.
You can gain a lot of ground at the end too, though. Especially if you're left with a bunch of the same direction at the end, it really helps. Like if you can get through the last 3 by just going down, down, down.
Oh, that saved me a couple of times.
Yeah.
So try again. Yeah.
That one got me a couple times because like I knew I should have been like, okay, just react, don't predict. But it would be like down, down, and then one's left. So I'm like, okay, it's gonna be down.
No,
down,
I
left,
mean
right?
when the only thing that's left is down, and you can see them all because you've been looking at this thing for a while, and you know that the next 3 are going to be the same thing in a row, that you can just spam it and get it. It's it makes for a lot of clutch victories.
Yeah, no, I was just saying like when it's almost that, but like there's one that's like not that, so you guess because like, oh yeah, it's gonna be like down, down, and then left.
Yeah,
right?
And then it's down, left, down. It's like, fuck.
It's a fuck.
And they're always randomized. So if you fail that one, it's gonna be a different order the next time, the way they light up. So you can't memorize them. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's probably my favorite smaller puzzle. And then there's the one that's like, you know, the scanner where it scans and then bleeps. But that one's so easy. I kind of
there's one where the like one of the panels just goes over the other ones, and then it stops slightly. You have to hit it, and then you have to do that 4 times every time it slows down.
There's a couple pipe dream ones like System Shock.
Yeah, there's
BioShock.
There's some of those. I think I had like 2 or 3. They're not as many of those. They weren't very hard as well. Then hang on.
Math.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah.
I loved those. Those were awesome.
Man, the second one took me a day and a half.
Oh, I have like, I think I took 2 hours on that last one. It's all on stream. It's just me looking at that thing and writing down all kinds of things what could have worked. And the second one is kind of deceptive because you try to do the same thing as the first one a lot of times, but you have to do like
I was trying everything.
You have to do like 2 or 3 things before you can do the other things. I actually need to look at it again to figure it out because my brain already kind of forgot about it.
I remember the solution, but I don't know if I want to. Well, what's funny though is my solution was completely different than X-Ray Girls, but both of us were correct.
No, that's fun.
I think there's 2 ways to solve it actually.
She and I got the opposite ones then. If there's only 2.
Can I ask where the math puzzle was?
It's one of the bulletin boards.
Bulletin boards
thingies.
Oh fuck! Okay.
Yeah,
It's like solve. Oh yeah, I just ignored that.
Yeah, there's like a panel right before
the first one's not too bad. It's pretty easy, but I mean I don't know. I wouldn't call it easy, but it's not too difficult. If you think about it, you can get it. Whereas the second one is a lot more complex.
Yeah, it was
like
I enjoyed solving those though. That was fun because the thing is I'm shit at math, like really shit, and then figuring that out was like
Yeah.
Like the second one, it's also not super hard, but they do a couple things, right? Number 1, right? You have no indication that you have to do 2 operations, right? It's just like number, and here's the answer. It's like, what do I do here? Right? I'm not gonna go super into it, so you can figure it out, weekend. But then it's like, how do I do this? So you go through all these things, and if you do the obvious one on the first on the first problem, it gets you really close. So that tricks you because like,
Yeah.
oh wait, okay, this is something I did wrong.
Yeah,
Instead
because
of
I
like,
started
no.
putting things together. I was like, well, I'm still missing like 150 something here somewhere. Where do those come from? And then you just start going around. And there's like a couple of things that just kind of throw you off a loop. I think it's a very, very cool puzzle to solve.
Yeah,
it's very enjoyable.
Yeah, it's neat. Once you know what to do, it's like, oh my god, this was so easy. How come I couldn't figure that out? But you know,
I mean,
I like
that's
those. I
what
wish
you
there
always
was more
think as
than
soon
one.
as you know the answer. It's like, oh, that's easy, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were cool. I enjoyed those. I kind of
There's a
like,
cool puzzle. Sorry.
yeah, I kind of like the jumping puzzle in the second shooty section. Yeah, I think it's the second one.
I
There's
think
like,
it's the first one.
is it the first one? Yeah, it is the first one because I did it twice, I think. Yeah. Whatever. You basically have like the PlayStation symbols on there, and you.
Oh, I hate that. I took a while for me to figure that out.
Oh, I mean, I knew what I was supposed
No,
to
I
do.
got it pretty-
The thing
pretty
that annoyed me was the platforming mechanics of the game with this one.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I constantly overshot the jump, but because I couldn't tell, or I just didn't like undershot. What I like about that puzzle is though, you don't have to light up every single one of those. I tried it yesterday on stream. You can actually just
really?
jump
Yeah.
to the further one. So I did it in like 4 or 5 jumps and then made it. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Yep. All that matters is
Yeah,
the order.
as long as you get the order correct.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that was pretty neat. I think I enjoyed that.
Triangle, circle,
But-
X, square, I think.
Yeah, something like that. The real frustrating thing about the platforming is that there are some cool platforming sections, but the platforming isn't there for it.
Yeah,
Like
Eve does like some weird things when you try to jump just in a straight line. Like you just goes to the right for some reason. And I just bought a new controller, so there's no drift on that controller before you wonder about that. So yeah, there's like some weird things. It's kind of hard. Like that, I don't even think it's a depth perception thing. It's like a thing of not really being able to know where exactly you land. I think what they want to do is like sometimes you just have to do one jump, sometimes a double jump. But in games of like good platforming, you can still make the jump with the double jump because you can like course correct, like kind of go back again. Like there was a couple of times where I just had to use the dash just to go back, so I don't overshoot it.
yeah, I think actually the correction's like probably the hardest thing about it,
Yeah.
right? And then there's a momentum issue. I can't put my finger on exactly what the issue is.
It's sort of got the Dark Souls 2 movement problem.
The
Yeah,
thing is
kind of,
you
like-
can't turn in place. It has like the thing where you have to
Yeah.
do like a little circle to turn around. So a lot of times if you watch my streams, a lot of times I try to go to a ladder and I start on the right of the ladder and then I want to turn to the left, but Eva's like, "Woo, that's a full turn," and now I'm on the left on the ladder. It's like, please just get on the ladder. Like something like that. So, or trying to do like an input with R2 when you want to open a chest or something. And then it just doesn't work because you're not like in the right place. And it's like, okay, go a little bit to the left. And it's like, "Ugh," and I'm behind the chest. Like, no, god damn it. Like it's like small things like this where it's like, that's probably why the platforming doesn't work as well.
Yeah, I think the platforming just like exacerbates the problem because there's this one platforming section in the Great Desert, right? It's the little timed one where you have to hit all the buttons. That's when I really started figuring out some of the issues because there's this ladder there that like I had no trouble getting to the first 5 times I tried, and then on the 6th one I could not fucking touch that ladder. It's like I'm doing the same thing. Just grab the ladder, and
Yeah.
it'll just like fall,
Yeah.
fall. I'm like, fuck.
There are also puzzles, and there's something in the junkyard where there's a fence, right? And there are crates in the middle. It clearly wants you to go interact with the crates because when you can double jump in times where Eve can reach for that, and the game doesn't just want you to cling
Yeah,
to those.
there's a
fences
there's a couple of places where you can just like, oh, she can clearly grab that, but they don't want you to grab that here. They should have just cut off the ladder like 1 or 2 things more, and then it would have been fine. Because
Yep.
there's like this whole thing where she even like kind of like tacks on to the ladders if you go from behind or just kind of get in the general direction of it. So yeah, it's kind of weird visual things, like weird invisible barriers where you could clearly jump over with a dash or something. It's like small things, nothing game breaking really, but it kind of deceives you. It's like, oh wait, I should be able to like do this. So you try it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. It's like, oh, I guess there's like a crate here somewhere, and then you look around the corner. It's like, oh, there's one, and then you grab it, and then it works. Just more an annoyance than anything.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those. Like, obviously, lots of games have invisible walls because they want you to go over here, but they want it to look nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's like one of my pet peeves in games. Like they put rubble in a thing where you're not supposed to be, and then you look at it, it's like, my fucking grandma could climb over this. Like, this is not an issue. Like, if you go through the effort to block it off, maybe block it off in a way where I believe that my character who can jump a skyscraper can't go over or whatever. I'm being hyperbolic, but you know what I mean. Like, when it looks like you can just go past it on the left or the right. It's like,
Yeah, I
okay.
hate that.
Oh, there's a puzzle in the space station that I really like that I'm kind of sad they only used once. It's the double stick puzzle. It's the one where Metal figured out he has stick drift.
What?
How do you describe
Stick
it?
drift?
Didn't you have stick drift on your old?
I honestly, I think
Happened
that was a
before,
problem
I
because I
guess.
was on version 1.0. Because I don't think my stick drift is my stick didn't have any drift. My controller was just, the battery's just broken. I don't know what happened there because
My stick didn't have any drift. I'm just tired, I swear.
no, just it felt weird when I controlled it. Like, I knew where I wanted to go, but she always went like way too far or way too short, and I just ended up in like those fucking death traps. It was like weird. But yeah, it was a cool section. I liked it. I wish there would be more. It's like the hyper tubes that you have in the Great Desert. There's like a bigger one where you can jump around and do some slidey flames on your sword, which is kind of fun.
I like the hypertube things.
Yeah.
The second one's fucking hard. Like, I tried not to get hit on that one. It's like I can't do it. I didn't play enough Sonic for this.
Yeah, I'm not a Sonic connoisseur. I can't talk. Anyway, any other puzzles?
Combat.
I think that's about it.
I can't think of any more.
No, there's like some things where you need to shoot them in order or something, but that's just easily figured out.
Yeah. Target
Yeah.
practice, quote unquote puzzle.
Yeah. Like some things where you have like a clock where you need to put in the number as the code or something.
That's just, I think, is that just one time or?
Just the one time.
Yes,
Yeah.
the clock is only one time, but there's like similar ones where there's like numbers on the wall, and then you have to put them in with like different buttons or whatever. So yeah, gameplay wise, the beta attacks get really overpowered.
Yeah. And she's invincible, right? Am I getting that right? 'Cause when I do the burst flash thing.
Bursts are invincible.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Beta have hyper armor.
The thing is, later on when
The
you get
anime
more
attack, man.
upgrades, the square attack where you do like the stabby stabs, that actually gives you it staggers the enemy out of things, and also if you do the full combo, it takes away one of the state. I don't even know what they're called, like the break gauge, I guess, that you have to take
Yeah, I
down
think
when you
It's
block.
balance.
Yeah. It takes one balance away, so if you're only one away, you can just do that. Or you have like a good amount of beta energy at the end, so you can just kind of spam it a couple of times, and then you just get like a couple of them taken off.
I think that's when I wanted to talk about the half loop. So how do I describe this? So your defense, so to build beta energy, you need to attack or deflect for the most part, right? So you do those things, and then that leads to your beta attacks. To get burst attacks, you dodge, you use blink or repulse, right? And that gives you a good chunk. Or you use the charged attack at the end of your attack strings, right? And then you could use your beta attacks. But there's not really like anything that kind of loops around into you doing the basic things again. It's just you do the basic things, they fill up your meter, you use your stronger things, and then you come, and then you go back to your basic stuff because there's nothing else you could do. You ran out of shit to do.
Yeah.
I think it would have been interesting if there's a way to kind of loop back to like, oh well, and I think there's a couple where like now your basic attacks are stronger, or like, and then that would feed into a mini loop within the general combat loop. I think that would have been cool, but it's not like a flaw with the combat.
Yeah.
I think it's a
Nice to
missed
loop around.
opportunity.
Yeah, but yeah, what happens if you go around? So you can knock them, you can stagger them back with like the stabby stab, and then if you run out of this, you still have burst energy. You can use I think it's also the square one that does like the big circle attack, like the big swingy do. That knocks over enemies, including bosses. So you can kind of just stun lock them for a while and just keep attacking. I guess you can then. That's something I haven't tried. I think it might be interesting to try, or would have been interesting to try. I probably won't because I'm lazy. Is using also all those flash grenades and stuff on top of that, so you can probably just stun lock them for half their health bar. I can imagine. I haven't used any of those really because there's also mines. There's flash grenades. There's what else is there? There's more.
Shock grenades.
Stagger grenades, so you can actually knock off a bar of stagger with a grenade, or I think it's 2 bars.
Okay. So you didn't even try those.
It's 1 bar of stagger, but you have 2 of them.
Okay. So you can kind of pile that on, so you can probably get like a really, really strong place. And they're not expensive or anything. You get a lot of them throughout the game. Yeah, I don't know. You could probably... you have a pretty deadly arsenal, because if you go like super hard, you can probably also just shoot some of your ammunition at them, like do some of the explosive shells and make them explode, or I don't know, use the blaster, all those good things. And yeah, talking about the arsenal, you have way too much healing in this game. Like yeah. I think the normal healing is more than enough for this game. I think I used the only reason I used the the other healing items at towards the end of the game or in between was I can't be bothered to try the boss again to get to this last part, so I just used it and then I killed him. Especially when I was doing the end game, it was like almost 3 a.m. in the morning and I had to work the next day. It's like fine, I'll use this WB pump and revive myself once and then we can kill him.
I use them a fair amount. You're better at video games than I am.
I used Swoll, correct me if I'm wrong. I think I used like 2. Like I think I used 1 at the last boss, and then I died, and then I used it again because I was tired.
It was definitely less than like 4.
Yeah,
right. Because I think when you were ending, I had to work got busy suddenly, so I wasn't really paying attention that much.
I definitely didn't use them a lot. I had a lot of them in my inventory basically.
I found they actually saved me a lot of time in like the desert section. Like going around the open world, if you're trying to do a bunch of things where you'll have to then backtrack if you die, just having the WB pump to be like, okay, now I can actually unlock that little rest stop that was right there, you know?
Yeah, I use them for like convenience, if anything. Like, oh no, I'm low on health because I fucked around too hard, but I don't really want to walk all this way and fight all the enemies again.
Right,
I'm just gonna use this real quick.
Because you also
I
you get like
the lingering one. I would sometimes use as damage mitigation too. Like I'd use it even though I don't really need to use it before going into an area where I know an enemy's gonna hit me.
Yeah, preemptive use.
Yeah, I used those just a little bit, but I'm pretty confident I could have beat all the bosses without any of those if I wouldn't have been lazy and didn't want to try again.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, the challenge kind of has to be based around the options that you're presented with, and it shouldn't really be up to you to say, okay, well, I'm not going to use this healing in order to have the correct experience, right? So
that's the thing.
Well, balance the game around the challenge you want us to have.
Especially in the beginning of the game, I was like, oh, this boss is neat. I'm starting to finally learn his attacks. I think like next couple of attempts I'll beat him, and then he died. It's like, oh, okay. Like I think the enemies are not tanky enough in the beginning of the game, at least for me. I think depending on what you like in games, this might be fine for you. But me playing like lots of Souls-like games, enjoying like the whole thing of starting to learn, because the thing is it feels very satisfying hitting all those blocks, like the animation and the sounds it makes is really satisfying, really
Yeah.
punchy.
Yeah, the parry, hell yeah.
Parrying in this game.
And so it's like, oh yeah, I'm finally learning the boss, and then it's like, oh, I just killed him. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm moving on then. It changes towards the end. The enemies get quite a bit more tanky and hit a lot harder. So I actually started using them, like Swoll said, I started using them a bit more, at least some of the items.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't heal for most of the bosses because healing just kind of took away the intensity. Because I'm like, okay, I'm hitting them enough to where I will just outlive them.
Right.
So by not healing, it was just like, okay, whew. Now I have to like manage how many times I get hit. But towards the end, I found that not necessarily impossible, but it was more trouble than it was worth for the experience. For like Raven, right? She does not take a lot of fucking damage, first off. So not healing would be like, oh my god, like I have to outlast her.
Right.
Which would no, I wasn't doing that. Plus, like she's just difficult as a boss because like her offense is really strong, so it's hard to it's easy to fuck up, but she does a lot of damage. So,
Right.
Yeah, but for the most part, I think normal was a bit too easy.
Yeah. Made me want to have hard mode from the get-go. But I did try hard mode New Game Plus, and the enemies are really tanky even with all my upgrades. So now I'm wondering how good New Game hard mode might be.
I've been told that New Game hard mode kind of sucks. Like it feels like it's really not made for it.
Because the way the
I've not
enemies
played it
feel
though, so I don't know.
on New Game Plus hard is like, oh, this feels like this was made for New Game Plus and not for like a proper balanced challenge, because the enemies are very tanky still, and you have like full upgrades up at this point as much as you can. You get more upgrades during New Game Plus, of course, but they're only like
they are
10.
crazy powerful too.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
in New Game Plus there aren't. If you got most of them, it's just like it's like a step of 10 every time instead of like 200 or whatever it was.
I think he means like the skill upgrades because I think in
the
New Game
special
Plus,
abilities.
Oh, right.
the beta skills are better than the burst skills.
Oh yeah, like the shield breaker gets like a crazy spinny move. It gets like really good.
Yeah, you get the screw attack from Metroid.
Yeah. Oh, Grump just says 3 hits from Abaddon and you die with 3 heals. Damn, that's rough.
So, yeah, maybe it's the hard mode's overtuned for New Game because like there are like hard modes that are designed for New Game Plus, but you can do them on like New Game. It's a challenge, but it's not like, oh, I do like no damage. I hate to bring up Dragon's Dogma 1 again, but yeah, that one I did New Game like hard mode, and it was less like I do no damage. It's more like if I get fucking hit, I explode and I have no stamina, so I can't spam my skills.
Right.
So it's like, I actually have to play the game now. As opposed to what I think this game would be like, where it's like, you do no damage, everything's much tankier, and it all hits harder. Where it's like, I feel like this isn't fun.
Yeah.
So, but I haven't played it. I'm just going off what I heard
There's
from
the
Grump.
right spot to be there, right? Like, and you can go in either direction and still make a great game. It's just trying to hit that balance of how powerful do you feel versus how difficult are the challenges you're up against.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, by the way, because I just saw it on screen, the fact that you can go into the options menu and activate auto collect, what a blessing.
Oh yeah, immediately turn that on.
Because I was like, it was like one of the first things I complained. I think it's like, are you actually gonna make me press the button for every single item? And then someone says, oh, you can change it in the menu. It's like, oh, thank fuck for that, because that is annoying.
Yeah, I kind of wish that was on by default.
Yeah, I don't know why it isn't, to be honest. Because it's not like you can miss anything.
The only thing it's removing from the game is incessant tapping of the triangle button.
Yes.
No.
Uh,
And it's not a situation like Neo where it's like, ooh, I don't want that. I don't want to pick that up. Right? It's like everything
Yeah,
that
no,
drops
pick
I
up everything,
probably
yeah.
want.
yeah.
There's no reason to not pick anything up. Encumbrance is not a thing in this game.
Nope. The only thing you can't pick up all the time is ammo, because that stops at some point.
Yeah, which I think is stupid. It should just
Just
all
store
your
it.
ammo pickup should be added to storage. Yeah.
Yeah. Because they do it with the other items. Why not with ammo? I just find it so weird. Like, I don't understand. It just seems like a weird quality of life thing they just forgot to put in. Like, I don't see a reason why I shouldn't be able to, like, store all the ammo I can find or buy. Like, I have a surplus of money in this game anyway. Like, I have, like, 200,000, and I never really got rid of it. So, yeah, I don't know. It's another small thing where it's like, why did you do that? Make it stop.
There's
Yeah.
there's quite a few quality of life issues that are missing, right? Like cancel New Game Plus, right? All of them spawn back,
Yes.
even if you have them all. So
That's so weird. Like they even
It's like-
they closed the chest and everything, and the cans are physically in the game again. Even though the first time you go into Zion, you still have all the cans in that thing. So I don't know why they just put like resources in those, like a resource drop or whatever. I don't know. I don't see that. There's no point to collect them again. You don't get anything.
yeah, it's
think
not
it
even like
just-
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, like it just shows that they're. I think this is a good first attempt for them. You can see that they're still not that polished,
Yeah.
but the core gameplay is there. So I think it's a good stepping stone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
think it's a good mix between a few other games systems, and it does enough to combine them in interesting ways that it feels pretty unique.
Yeah. I think generally this game kind of fixes a lot of the issues I had with Sekiro's combat, but obviously it introduces its own issues, right? Like, as much as I complain about the gun, it's not a situation like in Sekiro where you have your shuriken and you have your fireworks, and that's basically all the ninja tools you need for most of the game, right? All the tools in Stellar Blade, they're useful. Is just some of them are really powerful.
There's a lot of situations where the axe in Sekiro is pretty good for like shield breaking if you're in an area with a bunch of shielded enemies.
Well, okay, let me rephrase what I was saying because I didn't want to like over talk on this point. But the problem isn't that all the tools aren't useful. The problem is that you have some tools that are universally useful, and then a lot of them you use for like a short section or like one section, and then you never touch it again, right? Like shield enemies are in one section for the most part. There might be another section that has some, but then they don't show up again. So it's like, why do I have the axe now? And then you don't really need it from that point on. In that game, in Sekiro, I kind of wish the axe was just more generally useful. Like, yes, it does this very well. Yes, it also breaks shields, but if this is your playstyle, it does this really well. This, in Stellar Blade, let's say you really like the gun. Well, you can't really make a dedicated gun build, and there is a gun exo spine. The gun's more like an accessory that's like useful for any situation. Right? It's like, oh, there's enemies over there. I'm just gonna shoot
the
them.
ammo makes it not reliable at all especially for a boss fight, because it's like unless it's a gun boss where they're specifically trying to drop you ammo, you cannot refill ammo in the middle of any boss fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with that.
It's also annoying when
But-
you use your ammo and then you die. I always forgot to buy a new one because I just wanted to go back to the boss. then I tried to use the ammo. It's like, oh wait, I don't have any. It's like, oh fuck. And then I forget again.
And
'cause I'm
lasers-
stupid.
Sorry. I was gonna say the laser's basically useless within combat. It's good for like, I don't want to fight this enemy, I'm gonna snipe it.
Yeah. I tried
But
to
you
use
can't-
I tried to use the laser in boss fights after I downed them, but I've only gotten the 20% reduction in New Game Plus. I don't know if that makes it a bit more reliable, but I don't know. When you do like the big dodge that reveals like their weak point, you don't really have enough time to charge that thing. I don't think the 20% reduction is gonna help that. So I don't really.
The beam does do a shitload of damage though. Like, and it also staggers too. So if you do get a charge up, like if you manage to get enough space so that you can get it to like a level 3 charge, you've got a solid like 7 seconds of just straight chain damage. like constant damage over time, and it's a beam that you control with the left analog stick. So yeah, it's I don't know. I don't hate the charge beam. I think limiting it to 3 shots, considering how powerful it is, makes sense. But they could stand to make the charge up a little bit more forgiving.
I did.
We'll have an
I did
upgrade.
manage to use it once so far, like in the first gunfight in the first gun section with the big tentacle boss on the wall. It managed to do the weak spot, and then I managed to charge it up. So it's like got 20% health left, but I got lucky at that part, I guess, because I don't know how to do that again. So. For the combat, I do think like I would like to repeat my comment earlier where you have the L1 button and you have an attack tied to the dodge button. I think it would be nice if I don't know if it's a skill issue or like a nitpick, but like sometimes I just wanna dodge, but I accidentally miss input and I do a special attack instead. So
Oh, that happened to me before as well. Yeah.
yeah,
A couple of
so
times.
it
I know
takes
what
a
you
while
mean.
yeah, you have to go to neutral to dodge.
Yeah.
But it takes a while to get used to. So there's that.
Thing is, later on, you don't even notice this anymore because if you do those attacks, the enemies get staggered, so you don't get hit as well.
Yeah, or they just die.
Or they
so-
just die. Yeah.
Yeah, because
so-
the spinning thing, that's crazy with the dodge with the L1X. That's
Yeah.
when you just
It's I guess it's an interesting problem because I guess it exists on basically only controllers because you only have so much real estate, so you have to figure out how to get more moves within the controller's input real estate, right? So there has to be concessions, and those concessions often require more skill on the player. Like if you I always had a strategy back at Dark Souls where if I'm using a shield, I will block and then roll because like you can override the block with the roll, right? But if I'm like off timed, I'm blocking at the end of the roll, so I'm safe. But if you do that in a game like this where you have an input that is like you press this and then that obviously becomes a problem. But I don't know if it's like a flaw in design. I think it's just something you have to get used to.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. I'm trying to think. Oh, Taki mode. Taki mode is kind of weird. Because
I kept on forgetting I have it and using it accidentally.
I only used it in boss fights.
yeah, it's like an additional health bar because I don't think the damage is that high.
The damage's not that high, but if you as soon as you get the upgrade, it stays around for quite a while. And like if you just spam triangle, you just stun lock any boss until it runs out, so you can just get a good chunk of health away from them. Anyway. But yeah,
Okay,
damage-wise, it's
I'll
not
do that.
crazy, but I know it looks cool, and you can stun lock enemies, and you're invincible. So I guess you can, if you know there's like only a certain amount of health left, if you see it, and you just put yourself in Taki mode, you could just kill the boss basically.
Yeah, I guess I do like that they're unique moves, and it's not just hey, you have a wing now and you're stronger.
Yeah, you do
Like
have.
they're not that different from what you've got realistically, but they are different enough that new animations and everything.
They're
There's
simplified.
Yeah.
Like you don't have the same strings you have. Like even if it was like different animations to those same like button presses.
I think what's weird in Taki mode is like I've never successfully pulled off a reflex or what's the other one?
Well, you don't need to.
pulse.
You just unlock the enemy.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, though, like it's weird that if they do a blue attack and you don't manage to stun lock them in time, there's kind of nothing you can do. Like you have to stun lock them. You can't just do the dodge that Eve can normally do, which I found strange.
Are you sure?
I guess not, but I'd never successfully done it. I tried.
I mean,
a
I
couple
haven't.
times.
I haven't either. I'm just asking. Are you sure? Because you can do
No,
a perfect dodge still, And this is really weird.
Yeah,
So
you can perfect dodge and you can parry, but you can't. Yeah, I don't think you can do the blink or the repulse.
that's interesting.
But
I mean, I guess
again,
that-
not 100%. It's just every time I tried, I failed.
Honestly, I just can't tell you because I just spammed triangle until my bar ran out because that just deals the most damage.
Yeah, see, I mixed up my playstyle for science.
Oh, science. I love science.
I never really tested that part out. I guess I mostly just use the skills, but I did notice that like if you do a perfect dodge and then you go into like your follow-up attack, then your burst, it doesn't change animations. It's exactly the same, and it has the same properties. So I'm like, did y'all forget to enhance this for Taki mode or what? Generally speaking, I'm kind of disappointed in Taki mode, kind of for the same reasons I don't really like Spartan Rage in God of War 2018, where it's just like I feel like my moveset's more simple, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? This is a personal taste thing. But I was like, I wish I just had more enhanced versions of what I'm already doing. That
I
way, I'm
think
not
there-
learning something new. But
Isn't there like a burst mode that enhances the R1X?
Yeah,
I think?
R1X is
She spins around and
overdrive.
slashes. Yeah, overdrive. Yep.
Yeah, and it gives you an interrupting attack too to kick it off, which is very handy sometimes.
Yeah.
yeah, she has new skills. But I don't know.
I think I agree that a super mode like Taki mode should feel more powerful. I think that's like the problem I have with Taki mode.
Yeah,
'Cause
because like, sorry.
like at the end of the day, Eve can handle it. So
Right.
that's what it
Like,
feels
if you compare to like Devil Trigger, which is not a fair comparison, I know, but like it's like I don't know, it's kind of night and day where it's like, man, I'm so powerful in Devil Trigger. Oh, I'm fuck everyone up. Well, this one I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna stagger everyone to death. I guess I don't know, it's all right. Or like even
Yeah.
Spartan Rage. I know I just complained about it, but you feel fucking powerful in Spartan
I
Rage.
punch the
still.
shit off everyone. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, Taki mode feels like more of a shield, like buying time if you need.
Right.
Something.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
is the anime attack R1 circle, like that attack.
Yeah.
You're totally invincible while you're charging up. So
Yeah.
it is a pretty good one to just use if you think you're gonna get hit.
I only use that
Yeah, I
one
used-
if I'm surrounded by all these small enemies and then just kill them all. It's fun.
Yeah, I use that as a panic button. It's like, ooh,
I'm
y'all
telling you,
are
even in a
staggering me.
boss fight, as a damage mitigation, it's basically an invulnerable shield as well.
Right.
And it heals you.
And you get knockdown, so you can start your offense pretty much immediately.
Wait, that
And
attack.
crazy shield damage.
Wait.
if you
That
upgrade
attack
it.
heals you?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Not entirely, but it gives you like about
Really a little chunk.
about like I'd say 25% health.
Oh, I never used it for that. I wasn't even aware that was a thing. That was I probably unlocked that while I was just clicking through the updates, so I get them.
You do have to hit something though.
Oh.
So if it's almost, I guess they call it like a life steal or something. So if you just fire it but the enemy's out of its range, then you do not get the healing effects.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I think
Interesting.
R1X, I guess Burst X, that one gives you a little buff for a short time that speeds up your attacks, and
Yeah.
I think you do more damage.
You do more damage, you're faster, and honestly, one of the mitigations for that one is it can interrupt a yellow attack or a combo. Like right
Yeah.
when you do it, she does a little sort of flare with the sword, and that thing staggers them out of moves they're beginning.
Yeah, it's real good if like you're comboing and they decide that you're no longer allowed to stagger them, and then you do that. It's like, yeah, no, it's still my turn.
It's still on my
Not
turn.
yours yet.
No. Good.
Oh.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I'm running out of things in my brain here.
Yeah, I
I
think
think the camera. Oh, sorry. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, you go. Probably more
I
substantive
think first-
anyway.
I think for some enemies, I would like the camera to be farther. 'Cause,
Yes.
Like
There's a couple
Yeah,
of
so I-
bosses specifically where I'm like, I'm a bit close. Would be nice to be a bit farther away.
like the camera is biased for like human-sized fights, but when you're fighting against like the big juggernaut or like the second or the first boss in the parking lot, like he's so big, like you can't see when his attacks are like winding up or when they're landing.
Yeah,
I think when you fight the monsters, I think the camera could be farther back, or at least give me the option to move it back.
yeah,
Another thing is the dust kick up.
yeah. There's a couple of bosses that kick up a lot of dust, and that just
Oh yeah.
doesn't help you to see. Obviously, just you can't really see that well. But yeah, I don't know. For the most part, the bosses work pretty well. I think this has like a pretty good boss ratio of good bosses. They could just use some more health on normal mode for sure. So you can try them a couple of more times and learn the things. Because a lot of bosses I beat right before I started learning the moveset, but I just still overwhelmed them with my attacks and just all the healing I had. And I wasn't even using the healing, like the extra healing for the most part.
Oh right. I think for a suggestion in the sequel, maybe they could add other weapons to the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I was saying that they could make a fortune in DLC if they just added a weapon and sold it for $10, because it would add a bunch of replay value to the game too. If it's like, okay, now she has a staff or a spear, it's like, oh, okay, I might want to play the entire game again for that. I think a lot of people would go for it.
Because I think in Revengeance they have multiple weapons, and obviously that changes how you play like quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine
Every
if you just
boss
had
has
like
a weapon in Revengeance.
Yeah, they do, don't they? I forgot about that.
I'm not sure.
But
I just know
you
the
should.
game.
Fun game. But in this game they could do that, right? Even if they're not like, like ooh, human-sized weapon. I mean, human with weapon, right? Just like with Abaddon, the double lightning-y swords. That'd be pretty cool,
Oh yeah.
right? Or obviously not the chainsaw gorilla.
No, I want to use a chainsaw head as a weapon. Give it to me.
Chainsaw Man. Woo! Chainsaw Man's good.
Shift up devs, in the unlikely event that you're listening to this podcast, in the sequel, have Eve unlock all her weapon abilities for the sword, but have her get new weapons, and we can unlock those later on. I think that would be
Yeah.
That'd be neat.
Weapons, more weapons.
Even if it's not like a situation where like you can change weapons on the fly, just having more weapons would be cool. It's like, oh yeah, if you have a spear, you have this moveset. It's like, ooh, maybe I like this moveset more. Or, whatever.
I'm maining the spear in Hades.
And I think
Spear's
this
good in
type
Hades.
of, I think this game would also be better if it was like a Neo type mission mode. So just for replayability. Like I just want to play this certain mission, right?
Well, I mean, I guess you can always go back to the areas. It's just
No,
you
but,
won't have the
like-
bosses or the barriers.
Yeah, exactly. What if I want to practice on the boss, or I want to farm some items on the boss, or something like that?
Right.
Okay, so to be fair, they are coming out with a boss rush mode apparently. So
Oh,
you can
nice,
play all the
nice.
bosses.
That's good.
But
I wonder though if you play that boss rush mode, will it give you any progress towards the main game? Because I mean, like the thing with Neo is you can actually like grind materials and money and stuff by going and playing levels again.
well, I imagine it wouldn't, but I do imagine you can unlock outfits and shit. Which is enough motivation.
Yeah,
for me,
you're
I'm
right.
not gonna
They
lie.
could keep on adding outfits to that for a really long time.
So, I don't know if I necessarily agree with changing this to a Neo type mission structure because like the more open sections are when I had probably more fun, especially when like you find an alternate version of a boss. It was like, oh shit, yo, I'm just exploring and there's
Yeah.
fucking Abaddon 2,
Okay.
right?
I think the game was much more successful in the linear dungeon areas. I think those were more fun.
Really? Well, look at that.
Yeah.
Two different opinions. I guess we got to fight to the death.
Oh no, not again.
But I didn't hate the more dungeony places either. I thought those were cool. The only places that like I think genuinely just need more work are the gun dungeons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. I wasn't talking about those. I was talking about the
I know.
normal ones.
I like no ones generally.
Like also, oh my god.
Hmm?
It's like you're trying to be spooky, but the game's not spooky.
Hmm?
It's not
Yeah.
supposed to be spooky. Stop it.
I mean-
it's not right.
I was startled, but I wasn't scared. I was like, "Oh, enemy around the corner." Okay, I guess you
Yeah.
startled me.
I was just like,
Thanks,
oh, you
game.
grabbed me, you bastard. And then I shot him in the face with my shotgun.
Yeah, and the way to like let go of the hold is like you just smash square repeatedly, and it's like, oh, you're done.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, scary.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think like I think they offer
Oops.
a nice little change of pace, but I would make them shorter and make them more puzzle-y.
Hmm.
Also, get rid of the end boss. I don't hate Maelstrom, but it's not good.
It's just boring. It's just shoot the things and then he's done. It doesn't take a long
Yeah.
time. It's just nah. It's just a
That's
bit
not-
meh.
Yeah, it's not like frustrating or anything. It's like, okay, I'll do the thing you want me to do, but I don't want to. Let's see. I wish we could customize the colors of the outfits too. That's something I want for the sequel.
Yeah, that would be neat. Customize the colors a little bit. I guess they did the recolors in New Game Plus, so that's probably why they didn't do that. But yeah, it's always a neat thing to have. Of course. Yeah.
I think we talked about everything.
Yeah, I think we made it. Guys, I think we made it.
Wow.
Yay!
We made
so,
it.
So what if? So we are giving this game an 8. What if, like what Dev said, or do you have a change of opinion on the numerical grade of Stellar Blade?
I mean,
I don't think I'd argue with an 8, but I think it's a 7. I think the story and everything kind of knock it down a little. Like
see,
I don't.
this-
Again, I didn't think it was particularly bad in the sense that it just seemed like heavily inspired by Nier anime writing, which I've it's fine if the gameplay is okay and the gameplay is great. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. Though I really don't like the platforming or the gun dungeons.
it's a
Yeah.
subjective 7 for me. It's way lower on the objective scale. It's probably like a 5 if I'm generous.
Mm,
So it's average.
Yeah,
Cool.
but I still love it. I think it's a really fun game for me to play. I'll play it very gladly. I think that the story is just a bit too much nonsense for me to go over a 5. I'll be honest. But again, it's one of those.
Again, I think it's the weebiness. I think like with anime, you can let a lot of this shit slide if the action's good at times.
Excuse me, I'm a fucking weeb.
Excuse
dare
me. Oh, fucking way.
I don't know. I think I might be a 5 or like a 5.5.
Oh damn.
Stories, I still think it's dog shit. They missed the mark on so many things. Like platforming's is almost okay. It's like they're almost there. It needs more tuning. I like the combat, right? And that's
Yeah.
most of that 5.
And
Everything
most
else
of
is
the game
bad.
is combat, so
Yeah.
it does carry a lot, but it also represents a lot of the gameplay time is spent doing the fighting, and the fighting is good.
Yeah.
It's just the time when I'm not fighting.
As I said before, this is like a very fun, gamey game to play. I think Metal is letting the story have too much say in the score. Well, that's your opinion. If I fully judge it, the story they tried to tell. It's not like a game where it's like a Dark Souls game where it's like you can grab the lore. Like they actually trying to tell a story, and if the story is nonsense, I'm gonna have to weigh it in. This isn't a movie. Stop. Stop. Doesn't matter. If the story is there, I'm gonna judge the story if it is in there,
Yeah,
and then I combine with the game, and then that's where it is. Again, I still like the game. I'm still recommending you to get the game because it's really fun to play.
I've been looking at the chat. I want to poop on them.
No, don't poop.
No, be nice to chat.
No, I can't.
He's,
I must abuse them.
he is a mod after all, so
Use your mod privileges then, man. Flex on.
Yeah. Everyone in this chat, you're getting banned at some point. Like
No.
I can understand an 8 or a 7. It just depends on your values. With how the story is, it's kind of just like it's so in my face, and also the fact that people talk about the story like it's good kind of sours it as well. It's just like it's not that good. Stop talking about it.
Yeah,
Just talk about the
it's-
gameplay. But like
Yeah.
like
I mean,
Metal
I don't
said,
hear a
I
lot
don't.
of people making the argument that it's good. I know one person who actually thinks the story is good and has said, "I think it's better than your Automata."
Oh, you should
but
check
that's-
the Reddit. People
Yeah.
are very happy about this story.
Oh, okay.
Reddit
well,
people are happy about the story.
Yeah, I don't know
A lot of
when,
people are weird.
but
Wow, Reddit.
well, I think it was the Stella
Wow,
Blade Reddit as well. So I mean, I guess
No, I'm surprised because like I would expect these redditors to be more like, oh, these chuds like their booby anime,
Yes.
and they turn out they like it. That's what's shocking to me.
I'm not a cannibal, but I do live in a basement, and yes, I do like the booby game.
I do like Booby Game
Booby
too.
game.
Yeah.
Go play
I
Booby
think
I
Game.
like Booby
It's
Game.
fun.
I guess I
Yeah.
don't live in a
Well,
basement. I stream from a
I'll give
basement.
Play
it a
I
Boo-
live in a
solid
basement when I'm
7.5,
talking to you
yeah.
guys.
Play Booby Game if you have a PlayStation 5. Don't buy a PlayStation 5 to play Booby Game. If you don't have PlayStation 5, wait for PC to play Booby Game.
Yeah. This game is not definitely
Yeah,
not
it's
console
not worth
seller.
$600.
Yeah.
But like I still like the game. I'll definitely play it again, and I'll definitely play it if there's a boss rush where I don't have to engage with any story stuff. Oh, speaking of shit that annoys the fuck out of me in this game, we gotta talk about the goddamn fucking unable to skip the talkie parts.
Oh, yeah. So
Right.
it's like really weird. So they kind of let you skip the dialogue, but not all the time. And then sometimes you want to skip through the lines, but you can click it, then have to wait half a second, and then you can click again. So you can't go through it quickly. So it's really weird. It's like when you're in New Game Plus, I just want to go to the next area. It's like, yeah, I know the story already. Let me just skip it. It's like, but you have to mash the button to get through there kind of quickly-ish. So that's
Oh my god. So even in New Game Plus mode, you can't skip.
there's
the
some
dialogue?
things you're just not allowed to skip in this game. It's
Oh my god.
yeah. I always hate when you can't skip stuff in New Game Plus or whatever, or like a continuous game. It's like, I've seen all your gameplay, I've seen all your story. I just want to play the game now. Thank you. So yeah.
Yeah, it gets real old New Game Plus where you're like, okay, all right, I'm fine with the story, and then you keep going. It's like, I just want to play the game, and now you're trying to skip, but you can't really skip. You have to wait till the line's half over to skip.
Right.
So it's almost like it turns into a rhythm game where it's like skip, skip,
Oh god.
skip.
Yeah.
It's
It's a bit annoying.
lots of quality of life issues. But in saying all that, I am excited to see a sequel. Like,
Yeah,
I
I'd
think
play the
there's a
fuck out of
good
that.
base here.
And not just the same game. They improve on it. Yeah. Hopefully they take our feedback. I hope you're listening here, Mr. Shift Up developers.
Yeah.
Listen here,
Oh.
sir.
If they are listening, shift up. I need 5 more female characters, all of them just as hot. I can customize their outfits, and I want some nipples poking through the shirts.
Oh
okay?
my god. Like the next game should have like a squadron of Takis. Like different
God
different
damn it, another Taki simp.
I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah.
Mark would
No, no,
survive
no.
that.
Pop OP too, where it's them
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
it.
Yeah, dude, no, the opening cinematic is them cornering Eve, and there's some pop, and there's some Korean pop in the background, and she's trying to escape, and that is the reason why she's depowered, and you have to regain all her abilities in the second game or some shit.
They take away half of her boob size, so she loses half of her power.
I'm pretty sure
Oh,
that's
no.
You have to get it back.
pretty sure that's against the Geneva Convention. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Anyway, hey, let's go through some super chats before we get out of here.
Hooray, thank
okay.
you.
I like to leave now because it's 4 a.m.
No,
Can I leave?
no, that's fair. I know
Nope.
your pain. I've been on EFAP before.
Thank you very much, Weekend.
Thanks for having me, guys. This was
Yeah,
fun.
I grabbed you out of your deep slumber of the internet. I guess you were, I don't know, taking a break or something. I don't know, but yeah. I thought when I saw this game, I needed someone with culture, and I know you're a man of culture, and you would enjoy this, so I had to grab
I
you.
enjoyed it. I enjoyed it very much.
So yeah, thanks for hanging out. It was a pleasure as always.
Nice talking to you, Weekend.
Yeah.
take it easy.
You got
Thanks.
anything to promote? Anything going on? Obviously, in the description
Oh,
is the linkage, as always.
Yeah, I'm actually also working on a Suicide Squad video.
Oh my
So,
look at you guys.
yeah, so I think it's fun because it's like confirmed to be dead, so it's gonna be an autopsy. The game lost $200 million. No way they're gonna revive that shit or attempt to resuscitate it. It's so fucking dead. So
Yeah.
but
Metal,
that's
when are
gonna be
you
fun,
doing a
so-
Suicide Squad video? I did a rant that I put on my channel. That's all you get. I'm not going back to that shitty game. Fuck that game.
Meaning he's
Okay,
gonna
nice.
play it at 15,000 subscribers. So get subscribing.
No, stop making up goals. Anyway,
The closest
thanks for hanging
I
out
came to
weekend.
playing
Go have
Yeah,
some
good night,
rest,
guys.
my boy.
Good night, guys.
Take it
Thank
easy,
you.
weekend.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, weekend. Oh, thank God.
The closest I came to playing Suicide Squad was I got a copy of Gotham Knights on Humble that I gave away.
Oh. Hey, that game's marginally better.
I
The
wouldn't
Suicide
know.
Squad.
I've not played either. I just had no interest.
Right, let's leave some super chats. We got a couple here. We get $5 from Hyperbolic Ninja. Thank you. I was really looking forward to the Stellar Blade Forge. I feel like I was honey trapped into a Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League breakdown. Why,
Well, I
Mootle?
mean,
Why?
Both of our
Show the
both of
boobs.
both of our new guests that were not on like the Dragon's Dogma one left promoting Suicide Squad, and we began the show starting about it. So,
Yeah.
Look at that.
There we go. We got 5 buckaroonies by Blonde. Dev's girlfriend Naomi, who perpetrated a random genocide. Oh no, that's some harsh accusations. Has a food app and packs him every day, and he loves it. Well, good for him.
That's quite the accusation.
And his editor Dave has gout. That sounds
Gout.
gout.
Yes, gout.
Also, happy Mom Day. Oh yeah, it's Mother's Day today. Happy Mother's Day.
It is.
Is that for everyone? I don't know if that's like
Happy
different.
Mother's Day, Mom.
I thought Germans had a different one.
We had it today. I talked to my mum today,
Oh.
and I'm gonna meet up with her on Wednesday.
With the rocks at her. I'm kidding.
Get 5 Euroheimers by Kara. Thank you very much. I'm glad Mark played this game to learn the difference between boobs and butters. I didn't know you
Yeah.
weren't aware of that difference. Oh.
Well, no, it's the term can versus cans. Can being referred to a butt versus cans as boobs.
I see.
There was some contention as to whether or not you could use the term can to refer to as a butt, but I think Fringy saved me with the Homer Simpson sweet candy thing. Sweet can
All right.
from Simpsons.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Another $2 by Blonde. Ghost Squad and HOD on the Wii was tons of fun. I don't think I know any of those games. Maybe
House of the Dead.
House of the Dead? Maybe. I mean, I never had a Wii, so I do not know. I only played the Wii
I
at a
used my-
friendo's place.
I used my neighbor's Wii. They're Indian. It was cool.
Stop touching your neighbor's Wii. Damn.
I can't help it. It's so beautiful.
€2 by Chad Summer. Thank you very much. Never trust communist dev. He lies. Oh no. I guess we
Communists
see.
tend to do that.
Why would he do that to us?
Rocky's pissed.
He sounded so nice. $5 by Dr. Diddler. Thank you. I enjoyed it. The combat was fun. Story is silly anime nonsense. Less reused bosses, please. They set up an entire evil Oracle subplot that was nothing. Yeah, he was evil before, and then he got saved by humans, and he's like, I'm gonna redeem myself, and then he sacrificed himself at the end. It's a very basic thing.
I think it was an attempt at misdirection. I don't think it went very well. Also, I'm gonna defend the reused bosses because I'm weird. They gave
second-
them new
Yeah.
movesets.
Yeah, I like
They found
the second iteration of the bosses mostly because they're a bit harder and went hard. I think my favorite one is still the one on the rooftops, the lightning double sword man,
Abaddon? Yeah, I
the
think
bo-
that one's my
the
favorite.
boosted version. He went hard. He was like, this was so fun to block because it's going like bam 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 bam, then da do.
Yeah,
Made all these noises.
I'll probably always remember that fight because I was going in. I'm like, oh, this is just the same fight, whatever. It's slightly different moves, and then I got lasered. I was like, what the fuck?
He didn't do that before.
Okay.
What the hell?
But But then you have the horsey one. That one's shit. So not all the reused bosses are good.
There's one really shit boss fight, and it's the only double boss fight in this game, which they have the decency to make completely optional. But it's basically one of these horses that charges at you, plus one of the horses that shoots stuff at you, has like the green head. And they combine those, and it creates a big old cringe fest. I hate that very much. Oh wait, that was bad. It was really awful. The Corruptor and the Charger, yeah, something like Giga's reuse. Corruptor and Horsey, yeah, those ones. Yeah, those ones sucked. That felt like, oh, we need to have one double boss. Let's put an optional right here because that we need a double boss, and then it sucked. So, yeah. Onsin Smo. That's probably the only good double boss in a Souls-like. God, I really didn't like the Lies of P1 where you have like to fight all of them. That was annoying.
Yeah, triple bust.
Yeah, like. Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
No, my puppies are barking.
Okay, well then I'll just read the next super chat.
Oh, I had something to say.
No, fuck you. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just like, I think I said this in your stream. It's like Souls is too slow for most multi bosses. Like,
Right.
if you're going to do multi bosses, you need to be able to move pretty fucking fast. That way, you can avoid them. I don't know how they did it with Ornstein and Smo. It's not even like complicated. They just never got it right again.
Yeah, that one is peak double bosses for sure. It's just a good boss fight. It just works. Todd Howard, 2024. Right, we got another €2 by Kara. Thank you. Please do a forge on hundreds of beavers, please, please, please. The fuck is hundreds of beavers?
I am not aware.
Am I gonna regret googling this?
Is this a porno? Because I'd be down.
I'd be down. Hundreds of beavers, 2022
Juno.
film. A drunken Applejack salesman must go from zero to hero and become North America's greatest fur trapper by defeating hundreds of beavers. What the fuck?
This sounds better than a porno. Yo.
What the hell? I need to write this down.
Beaver's
I
a
need to
good
check a
Canadian
trailer
animal,
for that
eh?
shit. That sounds funny as fuck. It's a slapstick comedy? Okay. I'm intrigued to at least check it out. Hundreds of beavers. Okay. Hundreds of beavers. That short description was funny. Watch
You're
it.
Googling it now.
I'll give it a shot. Oh, I've just written it down. That sounds funny.
Fair enough.
$5 by James, thank you. Because PSN is restricting the countries their games can be played in after people have bought them. And if you use a VPN to make an account, it'll ban you. Yeah, exactly.
Lame.
I'm pretty sure that happened when they first announced that like some people in China got banned immediately when they tried to do that. So that's fun.
Yeah.
That is fun. And we get $5 by Artemis, thank you. The outfits might have been changed due to copyright since they're real outfits. That could be, actually. I didn't think about that. That might be a reason that maybe they complained. It's like you can't just use that. So you have to switch them up a bit. Yeah, maybe. Not a bad idea. Bad thought. Good stuff.
That'd be interesting. Like, they're about to release their game, and the company's like, hey, fuckers.
Hey, my
Change it.
wife's here.
Oh yeah, X-Ray Girl is raiding us. Well, we're reading
Hey,
them.
Mark's wife.
Super chatteroonies. X-Raid, yeah. Hello. That's
Hello.
race. Oh no, you can do that actually. No.
Actually, Hector Girl, if you want, you can hop on and talk about your thoughts on the game. She's played it more than I have.
Oh
I
yeah,
think she's got
more
all
than
the
me as
cans.
well. So, you guys were way ahead of me.
Yeah, I think she has another show to get ready for, but
Yeah.
if you'd like to, honey, just let me know.
Are you
I'm
hungry?
talking to
Yeah,
X-Ray
go
Girl,
ahead.
not
She is
Metal.
hungry.
Oh man.
She is a woman. She might get hangry.
Yeah. You need to do
But
less
he-
streams on Sunday so you can join the Forge. Maybe we need to do one on a different day, and then you
Saturday
can
Forge or something.
can join us, X-Ray Girl. That'll be fun. All right, let's read more of them super chatteroonies. We got one from Rusta O, $2. Thank you. Dev on his way to get one guide all over again. Wait, what does that mean? I'm confused. One guide all over again? I'm confused.
Sorry, read it again.
Dev on his way to get one guide all over again. Is that like
One guide?
is that a dev
I don't-
channel meme? Because I'm confused now.
I don't know.
If I don't do a Sunday Funday, I'll join you. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it.
One day.
Shows hell diving over us.
I mean, could be a worse thing. Let's see. One guide is when someone in chat says something outrageous and you go way off topic on it. It's just one dude in chat. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, we do that. Lots.
I try not to, but yeah, it does happen sometimes. I mean, hey, we just got one guide by X-Ray Girl.
We got 5 buckaroos by Wolfsbane. The biggest problem, FGC is DLC characters. Wait, what is FGC?
Fighting game community.
Constantly getting characters that should have been in the base roster, like Lydia in Tekken 8 or Akuma in Street Fighter.
So I am gonna steel man them a little bit. So the problem with that is, we'll never get fucking games if that's the case, right? Because a lot of these things, like your base roster is finished way before the game comes out. And during that whole time, they're working on new characters. If you want to say, like, hey, how about we just get all the characters you're going to put in the game in the base game? The problem with that, from a business standpoint, is that you have to kind of keep people coming back to the game. Right, this isn't like old games where like most of your community was one community and you had like people trickling in. So you have to find a way to keep player engagement and people coming back to a game while also making money. And so DLC characters are kind of how it kind of seems like the way to go.
I think the argument that most people make be like, yeah, if you're going to sell something like costumes and just give everybody the characters, because it's okay if they're not done right when you want to launch the game, but don't make people pay for extra characters. I think that's what people get pissed about.
But why not have the old characters in there and make new characters for DLC? Isn't that more interesting to players?
So
I
think
I guess theoretically, but then you're still charging for extra players.
I mean, yeah.
I think
Wait, is the problem that there is some at all, or is it old one? Because I think it says here that constantly getting characters that should have been in the base roster, like Lydia and Akuma, because I think those are like staples of the franchise, basically, that they should be in there, and then do DLC characters that they're new ones.
Like they do change up the way a character plays in most new versions of fighting games, do they not? Like,
yeah, they do. They always get like new moves and sometimes new mechanics. But the one problem with putting all your new characters as DLC is how do I explain this? People might not give a fuck, right? The reason why you put like older characters in DLC, right? You don't want to put all of them in, but you usually use your more famous ones, is because people will always get hyped about them. Oh shit, Akuma's back. Look at him, he looks cool, and then people want to buy your shit, right? Like, let's use Aki in Street Fighter 6. Some people liked Aki, but Aki was not a big draw. In Street Fighter 5, when they introduced Ed, I'm gonna be honest, like 5 people gave a fuck, and everyone else was like, "Why didn't you put Sagat in?" Or anyone else. So, like, you usually put your new characters either early in your season for DLC or in the base game. That way, people can kind of get accustomed to them, and you usually end your season on a mainstay, right? I'm not saying this practice is necessarily right, but it kind of results in consistent results, right? So while it is kind of shitty, I get why it's done the way it's done.
Okay.
Also, Grump, you suck.
Whoa.
Sakura.
Whoa.
No one wants Sakura. We want scary demon man.
I wanted you to suck on these nuts. Got him. Anyway, 2 by Dr. Diddler. Thank you very much. Ask Death about the dog pill, please. Oh, it's too late for that.
Oh, no, don't.
Don't? Okay. I mean, I legit don't know what that means, so I'm curious now.
Okay, well,
Maybe
don't
next
Google
time.
it. Maybe watch Dev's video on the dog pill, but you're
dog
not gonna like it.
Do you have to stick a dog pill up his butt?
No, trust me, you don't want to know. We don't want to say it on the stream either.
Dog pill. I've written that down now.
No, do not Google it. Like,
I'm scared.
I want to
type
see
short
the
fat
forbidden
dog
fruit.
dog
Or learn about
Not
it.
this fruit. This fruit's gone bad.
It's gone bad. Okay. Your $10 by Artemis, thank you very much. By the rivers of Babylon we sat and yea we wept when wait what? When we remembered Zion, remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem who said, raise it, even to the foundation. Bible stuff, yeah. Thanks. I just assume that's a Bible quote. I can't read. Yeah. By the way, Dr. Diedler again, thank you very much. It's funny that Mother Sphere is so inept, people in universe speculate she's so bad at building airborne squad members on purpose. That's funny. Is there like a lore entry to that or something? This is funny. Maybe she's just bad at building robots. I don't know.
The original intentions of the robots was to create the ultimate K-pop group.
Why are they killing them? They're just here to dance.
They turned out to be perfect for war.
He's like, why can't I make a good K-pop group? They all just keep killing shit.
Yeah, why are they monsters now? What? I think we're sending the wrong message here. Anyway, give them swords now. I got $2 by Slumpy. Thank you very much. Is this the official Mother's Day stream? Yes. Shout out to all the moms out
Mother
there.
Sphere on Mother's Day. There you go.
Hit me up, baby.
I'm a mom.
And one more by James, $5. Now do a forge on crab souls. Oh, you're gonna annoy me with that game until the end of time, aren't you, James?
You can have James on that one. I don't want to be on that
I should have never said I'm gonna play Prey soon. Because now it's just gonna be the crab game. It's only 8 gigabytes. That was so funny. James said like 3 or 4 times in one stream. It's like, you should play it, it's only 8 gigabytes. Like, that's like the biggest selling point of the game.
I mean,
It was really funny.
The size of the file doesn't even directly correlate to the length of the game. So saying, come on, play it. It's only 8 gigabytes. It's like, it's only going to be an hour and a half of your time.
I just found it funny that that was like one of the things that's only 8 gigs. Like, yeah, okay.
It's good. It's fun.
I did try it out though. It seems pretty fun. But
Uh-oh.
we need to go back to. I need to go back to Wind Waker next because that has been sidelined on the
Yay.
ditch for me to play. I did one stream. I was like, this was fun, and then all the other things happened. So I was like, oh, okay.
You're never going back to Wulong, are you?
No, I basically forgot about that game. I probably have to restart if I go back because I don't even remember how the game works.
It's okay. I wasn't a huge fan of it after a while.
But yeah,
Sergio
that's
dropped off the puppies. Hey Jojo.
good old Wind Wanker. Good old Wind Wanker. Okay, yeah, that's the super chatteroonies. Thank you all very much for that. But yeah, that's the end of that. Swoll, you got anything going on? You gonna fleam some fleams on your channel, like some flumpy action style videos again?
Yeah, I still gotta do Magic Archer for Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm just getting a bit burnt out. But yeah, I am trying to make a scripted video. I don't want to say what it's about yet. If you're in Discord, you probably know because I ask for feedback all the time. But it's a surprise because I could always decide I don't want to do it and I want to die instead. So
Smart.
Yeah, that's going.
Well, all the things in the description. What about you, Mark? Are you gonna play some gay little video games on your channel?
Well, actually, no. Today,
okay.
I'll let you guys know that in 2 hours and 15 minutes on John C.J. Graham's channel, the first episode of Hard Justice is going
That's
to be
right,
premiering. And and I play a role in that.
So do I.
What is that
there you
again?
go. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. It's a machinima show that he's been making with Halo Reach, and it's a buddy cop kind of deal.
or like a.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's a comedy. It's and it was pretty funny, but I don't want to give anything away, so I won't tell you.
Yeah, you'll hear some familiar voices in there, including me and Mark. And yeah, it's gonna be. I'm looking forward to it. I hope I'll be awake when that comes out still, because I kind of want to see it. So yeah, we go check that out. I retweeted it today already. You can find it on my feed. Go check it out. It's good. It's I assume it's gonna be very fun because Arby Chief was awesome. Which I still have to finish, by the way. I still have like 2 seasons to watch, but those episodes got quite long there at the end. So,
Yeah, there's a lot of years of them.
yeah, and but yeah, it was really fun. And oh yeah, Smiling Friends season 2 is on Max tomorrow. Actually, I got invited into a
I
group
have
with
seen
Mauler
an episode
here.
of Smiling Friends now, so I am aware of it.
You have seen one?
Woo.
I've seen 1 episode so far.
Good.
One's better than 0.
So you've seen the Desmond episode.
Yeah, where I was like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna kill myself. No, we'll teach you how to be happy. We're gonna go out and have a great day.
You know that's the guy from Red Letter Media, right? That voices the guy.
That made total sense. It sounded like he was trying to impersonate him if it wasn't. Like, cause it's just the
It's
what's it called?
Mike, that one.
Mr. Plinkett. But no, it's not just Mike. It's the Mr. Plinkett voice.
All right. But yeah, that was really fun. Okay, I'm gonna shoot myself now. Like, no. But yeah, that was good stuff. Yeah, go check out John CJG's channel. I don't know if any one of you can grab a link to that. The premiere should be up already. Just throw that in chat, maybe, if anyone has that.
I gotta find it.
Actually, hang on. John CJG.
On CJ.
Already got it.
Well, fuck you then.
So yeah, go check that out. Show the boy some love. He worked hard on this. I'm sure it's gonna be fantabulous. Yeah, as for me, I'll go to play Wind Waker probably tomorrow. I'll be in the office at work tomorrow, but after this, I should probably be free to do some wind wanking. But I'm also gonna go back to finally editing my video. I didn't expect Stellar Blade to be such a time investment in terms of streaming. If you've seen my streams, there was a lot of 9 and 10 hour streams to get through this. So I got a whole bunch of stuff to do then. But yeah, we'll see. That's what's going on for me. I'm sure other things are gonna happen. I don't know. Things are always happening. Who knows what I'm gonna get dragged into next by EFAB or other people. Always.
Well, I guess we got Furiosa coming up, so
Yeah, that's in
that
two.
could
That's
be
in 2
good
weeks.
news or bad news.
I have no faith in that film.
No, me neither. We actually still need to figure out what we're going to talk about next week. James is trying to force me to watch Mad Max, and I'm trying to think maybe we should just do Fury Road in preparation for.
No, Road Warrior. That's the one to watch.
I mean, I don't remember any of those. I mean, we can just go and do the first one.
I'd be up for Road Warrior.
Road Warrior.
I think technically,
you could watch Mad Max 1 in prep for it, but it's not nearly as good as the second one.
I think technically, if you were going to watch one, Fury Road would be the one to watch because Furiosa's in that one.
Well, I mean, yeah, but Road Warrior is like the best one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not saying it's.
I mean, my idea was.
I'm not saying it's good.
My idea was for prep for the Furiosa one, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can do Fury Road.
I mean, ultimately, it's not a bad idea to watch all of them.
Yeah.
Just watch Waterworld, everyone.
No.
No. But yeah, we'll see which one we do. But I think a Mad Max movie would be fun. Maybe I'll rope you into that one to join if you want. Because you wanted me to force to watch this, so you gotta better fucking show up to the forge.
Yes.
But yeah, I guess. I guess we can just do that. We're just gonna decide which one we want to do. Anyway, that's that. Thank you very much for hanging out, everybody. All the links in the description to all the channels of the people are here, except mine because you're already on my channel. In case you didn't notice. yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the super chats, memberships, hanging out for so long. It's been fun, and I shall see you in the next one. Bye bye.
Creativas are cannibals. Bye bye.
Bye. Make someone a mob today.